more you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Prof gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the whiz cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
I see now that the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you achieve at the Gdańsk Regional Championship that determines who you are. Trainers, welcome in to the Pokémon Go stream. It is day 2 here in Gdańsk, and today we will be crowning our 3rd EU Regional Champion of the 2025 Play Pokémon season. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I am joined today by Arby, Leo, and Emmy Weedle's mum's favourite European caster. It's Amanda Lundberg.
Hey, I love that. And besides that, what else I love is the incredible gameplay that we've seen so far in Gdańsk. It's the 3rd regional for Europe, but even still, the dynamic gameplay, the different meta changes throughout the whole season, it's going to be really exciting to see what the trainers will bring today.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had some core meta Pokemon. We have had that Azumarill, we have had some Malamar in there, but also some trainers have brought some spice picks. We've seen Dragapult, regular Magnezone. Basically, anything could be here.
Yeah, it's how these trainers read the meta and adapt to it, right? Like Pokemon like Drifblim, Magnezone, and Dragapult completely counter the Gyarados, which we saw was a Pokemon that was top usage in day 1. I'm excited to see how these Pokemon that were picked to break the meta is going to perform in day number 2.
And so many of these Pokemon, it's taken quite a while this season to get to this point and see this level of spice, but there are so many more events still to come.
Definitely. Right now we are in Gdańsk, and the next event we're gonna have is already NIC, the LAIC in Sao Paulo. That one is gonna be followed by Stuttgart, not too far away as well. And in the new year, we're going to have Birmingham, followed by the next IC also in England, in London. That one's followed by Stockholm, Seville, a special event in Utrecht, Bologna, and then we're going to have the last IC of the season, the NAIC in New Orleans, followed by the big event, the World Championships in Anaheim.
World Championship is what it's all about. How do you get here? You attend these events and you slowly gather those championship points. Every event has a breakdown of championship points to win. The first place finisher gets 350 championship points, second place 325, third, fourth 300, so on and so forth. In US and Canada, the top 75 players get through to the World Championships, and Europe, it's top 50.
And not only that, the first place champion, so whoever wins here in Gdańsk gets that automatic qualification for Worlds. Besides that, everyone's trying to gain those championship points to be in that top 50 for Europe. They all want that chance to compete in Anaheim.
Yeah, and it is so exciting to see how many of these players will get into those top places. We've already got players who have established their place in the top 8, but today we have 12 players that we will be watching. Is there anyone you're keeping your eye on, Leo?
I mean, I definitely want to see that Dragapult, but also from the loser side, the people that haven't been locked in to the top 8 yet. Kazim has been looking mighty strong lately.
I mean, for me personally, I just think it's very, very cool that both Pataman and Tonton Patous, our 2 finalists of last season, are actually still in the tournament. I would love to see a repeat here in Gdańsk.
For me, it's Pataman, right? I just talked to him today morning. He's been in the loser side of it from round number 1, and he's made it to day 2. And if he goes all the way from the losers bracket to win it, that would be exciting to watch.
And I know that all of us, we've discussed which Pokemon that we think could have been relevant before this weekend. Have any of us been correct in our predictions?
Well, I might have had an idea about the strength of Dragapult in the meta right now, and I think that that was probably the coolest prediction of this weekend, right?
It's not really a prediction when he knows that someone's gonna bring it, right? He's gonna
One trainer was gonna bring it.
hedging his bets here a little bit.
A crazy success rate. The conversion rate of Dragapult is 100%.
Now, team, I've heard a rumor, okay, that Pangoro has made top usage for day 2 here in Gdansk. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this could be the proudest day of my life.
Why? Because it's Inadequence's favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, exactly because of that. But I would love to see a Pangoro take it all here in Gdansk. Which players do you think and which Pokemon do you think will actually get to the top?
I mean, Scaffold from the beginning, he's running that Shadow for Alligator, and I know like everyone predicted at the beginning, Shadow for Alligator is going to be everywhere. It's kind of dropped off the meta, but he uses it absolutely so well. It's like a masterclass almost, so I think because it's so strong in this meta, he's a player to definitely watch and watch with that specific Pokemon.
For me, it has to be that Skarmory. We saw Skarmory go 2 times against the Talonflame and come out on top, making sure that Steel Pokemon is not up against the Talonflame. That is a Pokemon to watch in day 2 for me.
Honestly, for me, it's Charjabug again, actually, not the Dragapult this time, because I've been saying for 2 weeks now that Charjabug is really good into those defensive calls. Some Toxapex, Dugong, Azumarill, they all get the short end of the straw against Charjabug, and I love it so much when Tontombatus uses it.
And this could be the last time that we see some of these Pokemon in this meta, because the next time that we feature here in Europe, in Stuttgart, we'll have had the Annihilate and Mankey Community Day, Rage Fist for Annihilate and Primate, and some of these top players might be thinking, hey, I don't have to face them now, so Magnezone for Zweilous, for example, could be a little bit more free.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking with Zeiss a little bit earlier, and he also brought the Pangoro to his team, and he said the exact same thing, Farid. He said, you know what? This might be the last chance that Pangoro gets to shine. I'm going to make sure to bring it to a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, all the Germans in Top Cut are bringing Pangoro, basically. It has a nice core with those Astonish using Ghost-type Pokemon. So Uden has Dragapult, which has a similar role as Shadow Drifblim and Pangoro, and Zweilous brings the Drifblim and Pangoro. So that's a nice offensive core.
Yeah, so those are the players that were on the winner's side of the bracket. We also have players on the loser's side. Arby, how would you, as a player on the loser's side, try and motivate yourself to get to the end of this competition?
It's a rigorous way to go, right? Because every battle now is the last battle potentially you could have in this regional. So you approach it exactly like that. One battle at a time, one win at a time, and you will be able to get all the way to the grand finals.
And we have a number of players on our caster fancy pick that are still in the tournament. And this could be one of the first times that all of us still have a player in the running.
Yeah, I mean, last time I won because I picked Boom 20 to win Lille, and he actually ended up doing that. Patoman, like Avi said a little bit earlier, very early on. He's on the loser side of the bracket, but still in the tournament, and he was our previous Gdansk finalist. So don't count him out.
You're oftentimes rooting for those young Pokemon goats, right? So I have Icelandic Lapras in the running. I was very impressed with his performance last season. I'm very happy to see that he's still in there.
Yeah, for me, it was Zweilous and Scatho. I think these 2 picks just spoke to me when I looked at the match sheet. It's like Zweilous always brings these spicy Pokemon. He understands the meta to an extent that he can bring Pokemon that break it, and he's run it to perfection so far.
And I think we're all really excited to be here. We're really excited to have you here. If you want to know more about what is happening this season, make sure to tune in to the Pokemon Go website. The link is there down below. Follow that and you can get involved. But we also want to see a little bit of your social media input as well. So make sure that you are following the channel /Pokemon on YouTube and /Pokemon Go on Twitch, as well as if you're posting on X and use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We've seen some pretty funny posts already. Are there any posts that you guys want to shout out or call out for this for today?
I think we have to show the lucky trade that Elephant Flusher did with Galaxico Bolton. I don't know if you've seen last year's stream, but there was a trade on stage and someone got a Hundo Zacian, or a 4-star Zacian as we call it. And I think there might have been a little repeat of that.
I mean, for me personally, I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but Inadequence posted a photo of Tomahawk UK throwing a Gastrodon over his shoulder, and the Gastrodons are coming back now. There's a lot of them that have been here in Gdansk. I think he has to be watching over his back, maybe carrying some salt to get rid of those sea slugs.
It might be revenge of the Gastrodon here this weekend, and Lou the Pikachu will be very, very pleased to see it. Whether or not it's blue or pink, we will find out. But there are so many Pokemon. It's so diverse at the moment in this meta, and I think that that's one of the really exciting things so far about this max out season, and there are only more Pokemon to come. We talked about Annihilate and Primate very briefly, but Morpeko is another one that is on the horizon.
Yeah, it's also a Pokemon that's going to benefit from the short switch clock. And again, the other one is the Raging Fist, Annihilate as well. All these Pokemon with these fast charge attacks, they can do damage and get out so fast.
And don't forget about the slightly less angry version of the Pokemon. Primate has Karate Chop, and that attack has been crazy ever since the max out season started. So I think there is a lot of possibility to use either of those Pokemon.
And hangry mode of this Morpeko is something really quite impressive to behold. I think it resonates with Amanda quite a lot.
I mean, listen, Breed was the one yesterday that barely made it to the stage in time because he was eating a muffin. So he apparently wouldn't even know about hangry mode. He has to make sure that his tummy is always full.
And it is always full, and I think you guys can relate to that. But we have so many players that will want to fill up on championship points this weekend. The leaderboard race, it's very tight, and today these players will be gunning for those LAIC Travel Awards spots. Tonton Batus, Kazim 33, these are players very, very much in the mix.
Yeah, and not only that, I think there are a lot of trainers that are hoping to get, at least if they're not going to be able to make it for the travel stipend for the European International Championship, they at least want the points to be able to make it higher on the leaderboard itself, right? Because it switches after a certain amount of times. A lot of people will maybe also be trying to go for that NAIC one later on in the season.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I think Tonton Batus on the World Championship points leaderboard might have overtaken you already with his success in this tournament. You must be delighted about that. But I mean, the master of seasoning, he's called that for a reason, right?
Yeah, Tonton is here for fun, for friendship, but mostly for glory. And we've got a quick video recap of yesterday coming right up.
Trainers from all of Europe, actually all around the world, bringing the vibes to Gdansk, as you have just seen in that video, but also bringing kind of some spicy Pokemon.
Yes, it's a day of spice, right? We always see the spicy Pokemon making it into day 2. These are not just spicy Pokemon, these are spicy Pokemon because they break cores, they break Ariados, they break Azumarill, and that's exactly why they're here.
Azumarill has been overtaking the meta by storm. It is not a Pokemon that you said this yesterday night. I think we were discussing Azumarill, and you said Azumarill is not a Pokemon that people win because of, but they don't lose because they have Azumarill on their
Exactly.
team. What does that mean, Avi?
I mean, it's just a Pokemon that has inherently quite a lot of bulk. With its typing, it's also great typing to have with coverage of Ice Beam. Let's say it's weak to a grass type Pokemon, you can throw an Ice Beam at it. And
Perfect.
also with its bulk, it can outlast very flimsy Pokemon in the game. And slowly, it will end up making you not lose.
Yeah, definitely. We can see if the trainers of the tournament in Gdansk agree, because we have the meta breakdown of day 1 ready for you guys. And let me tell you, there is quite some Pokemon in there. So we usually show you a top 12 graph that is going to appear right now on screen. Look at this.
Yeah, in day 1, we saw the Ariados dominate with 65%. That's just 2/3 of the trainers here have Ariados on their team. Shows how far it has come from when the meta started out. Followed by Azumarill as well, closely followed by Azumarill at 64%. Dunsparce coming in there to make sure to check the Ariados, and Malamar is such a staple safe swap right now.
I find that very funny that we have 65% on Riados and 64% on Azumarill. That's like 1 or 2 trainers that just have decided that they like Ariados more than Azumarill, basically. It surprises me that Ariados has this high numbers, because I thought it was a very, very strong pick in the last few tournaments, but it has hard answers. So I figured it wouldn't overtake the first spot. Let's see how it looks like in day 2, because we also have the data for you guys ready immediately.
Yeah.
And there you can see number 1, those are Lickitung Medicham numbers.
Oh my, Azumarill overtaking the Ariados in day 2 with 83% usage. That is total domination. Just to compare, in Lille, day 2, the Galarian Moltres was the top used Pokemon, and it was at 44%.
That means that 10 out of 12 trainers have Azumarill on their team. That was a guess. I hope it's correct. But look at this. It was foreshadowed in the intro by Tomahawk UK as well. Pangoro is in the top 12 usage. Another dark type that we're seeing is, of course, the Galarian Moltres and the Malamar. 6 trainers out of 12 have brought Malamar, and that I know for sure 50% of 12 is 6.
Leo is very good at math, people. It is what it is. But another Pokemon that I would like to point out here is the Gastrodon. I'm sure our co-caster, Lou the Pikachu, would be happy to see this slug Pokemon slowly creeping its way to actually the top half of usage in day 2.
Yeah, I think we also have to see how many red Gastrodons or pink Gastrodon there are in this tournament, and how many green Gastrodon, because that actually makes no difference whatsoever, but Lou has her preferences. I like the pink Gastrodon more. It is such a strong Pokemon. I really like the place in the meta. There is not too many flying type Pokemon around right here. We've seen some Skarmory. There is Galarian Moltres, which is not the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the entire format, so the body slams of Gastrodon, they do some damage. It's not the best matchup, of course, but it's not as bad as, for example, a Mandibuzz. But Galarian Moltres, we have seen this yesterday in Kazim's matchup, has its merits.
Yeah, but one of the worst Pokemon that she can go up against as a Gastrodon is Drifblim. We saw the Shadow Drifblim, and we saw the Drifblim as well. Anything, all the moves that the Gastrodon can throw, charge attack, fast attack, it doesn't matter, completely resisted by the Drifblim, and Drifblim can sit there and farm it down.
So why aren't we running Water Pulse on Gastrodon, Avi?
Coverage. If you're running Water Pulse on the Gastrodon, it's highly likely, and it's a little bit more difficult to overcome that Feraligatr matchup. It's also a little bit difficult to not be able to threaten the Clodsires with a huge super effective damage move. Yes, Water Pulse is also super effective, but it's not as a good move as Earth Power is.
That is indeed true. Earth Power also, does it have a chance to debuff in Pokemon Go?
Earth Power does have a chance for the defense to drop on your opponent.
So what is your preference? Do you like to have a chance to debuff your opponent's defenses, or would you rather debuff their attack if you can choose?
It depends, right? It depends. If I'm running a bulky Pokemon like Dewgong, for example, I want to add to the bulk. So at those scenarios, I would like their defense to fall, attacks to fall, so it does even less damage to me, and my Dewgong comes out healthy. If I'm running like a really high attack Pokemon, let's say for example Frostlass, if you run, I think, Icy Wind on the Frostlass, you can have the chance to debuff your opponent's attack.
Let me give you a specific example. Yesterday, we saw Welton get the 30% chance on a crunch debuff that won him the game, making him a member of the top cut. I think he is one of the top 4 trainers. He's going to play against Tonton Batus in the first winners semifinals. Funnily enough, we have 2 French players against each other, and we also have 2 German players facing each other. So the winners finals is always going to be a German trainer versus a French trainer.
Yeah, that is going to be great to see indeed, but we are going to slowly go up to the winner side of it, but now we do the loser side of it, where we have trainers who've competed through day 1, went through rigorous battles. It's so many battles if you drop a game early on, and these trainers have done it and made it to day number 2. I can't wait to see how these trainers strive to achieve their way onto the grand finals.
That is so funny, because if you play in Group A and you just win everything, especially in a tournament where there are more brackets than just 4, you're done at like lunchtime.
Yes.
You're done at like 12 p.m. But if you lose one of the early rounds, you're having to play a crazy amount of battles, like 8 or maybe even 9. And now we have Icelandic Lapras versus Dane WWW. And Icelandic Lapras is the last trainer who is on my caster fantasy draft.
So you're rooting for him, is that it?
I've never said this. I've never said this.
Straight up comes out and says that. But the Pokemon are in front of us. A Pokemon that's kind of seen, let's say, a small resurgence, but then again went straight back in, was that Chestnut. Great typing here. Can beat that earlier core of Toxapex. And Toxapex Diggersby had a great core matchup into the Feraligatr Dunsparce meta as well. It's a great Pokemon to have, and again we see Dane going for the Sandslash. I'm not sure if it's a Shadow or not, but these superpowers coming in from the Chestnut will do a ton of damage. Clodsire from Icelandic Lapras is running the Sludge Bomb Earthquake moveset, so its matchup against the Ariados is not as straightforward.
Actually, this team reminds me of the team that Wadaj brought to win the first regional of the season in Baltimore, I suppose?
Yes.
Was it exactly this team, or did he bring something different? Because I know there was a Chestnut, there was a Dunsparce, and there is a very high chance that there was a Clodsire as well.
There might have been a Feraligatr in his team.
Oh yeah, that would absolutely makes sense.
Yeah,
yes.
there might have been a Feraligatr, and we see why Azumarill is a staple pick here, right? We are going to slowly see the team of Dane, but before that, let's look at Icelandic Lapras' achievements. EU top 32 in the EUIC top 32 in the 2024 international, and we have Dortmund regionals top 4 in 2024 as well. And on the other side, we still have Dane with his credentials, but this team, what I want to see is the Sandslash with Powder Snow, Ice Punch, and Drill Run, going for the non-Shadow version here.
It is accompanied by the Shadow versions of Drapion and the Marowak, of course. Also this bulky water-type defensive core that I've been talking about in the intro as well, Azumarill and Dugong, also with a Malamar. And I think this is also a team where Charger Bug would have a big angle, but it's not all about the Charger Bug right here. It is about Icelandic Lapras versus Dane WWW. EUIC top 8, EUIC top 32 in 2023 and 2024. Utrecht Special Event top 8 and World's top 32 as well. Dane is a very accomplished trainer. However, he hasn't quite found his deep run yet. Is today the day?
You will never know till we find out. We see these 2 trainers locked, almost getting ready. But what I want to point out is the Pokemon on the side of Dane is that Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion can have a great matchup against a lot of these Pokemon. Yes, it can get hard countered by the Dunsparce, but if given a little bit of energy lead, it can go a long way. Not to mention the Sandslash as well. There is no direct answers on the side of Icelandic Lapras for that Sandslash.
Yep. But the Sandslash has a really hard time against Dunsparce in even scenarios. And now that you're playing, I was thinking, hey, maybe this is also an adaptation to Dunsparce in the meta. Running a regular Sandslash takes less damage from a Drill Run. However, you're also dealing less damage, so you're basically, after a Drill Run, enabling your opponent to farm down completely and come out with a full charge attack. So that scenario, you really don't want to have this. And if you're bringing the Shadow Drapion as well, if this is your offensive core that you're bringing, you need to have a really good answer to the Dunsparce. And honestly, Avi, I don't know if there is one.
There is one on the side of Dane's team, and that's that Marowak. Marowak does so well into this matchup, mostly because it resists these rollouts from the Dunsparce. So the fast attack that got buffed from the side of Dunsparce, doesn't do as much damage. And that's one of the reasons why this Pokemon has slowly creeping up onto the fore here. Also, in certain scenarios, it can even beat the Azumarill, which is on 85% of the teams.
That to be said, there are so many answers for the Shadow Marowak in this matchup, like the Chestnut that we're seeing in the lead versus the Drapion, and that is not as bad as you think for Chestnut, because yes, Poison Sting is super effective. You can see that damage ramping up super quick. However, the energy is resisted. You have this same type attack bonus boosted superpower that is going to deal a lot of damage, and here we're going to see the first crunch. I can't believe that you're never ever going to shield this.
Yeah, Crunch is resisted by the fighting typing of Chestnut, so that's exactly what happens. No shielding there, Icelandic Lapras. At this point, Dane can elect to shield his Drapion and then potentially put that Aqua Tail to get the KO.
Pivoting out immediately into the Azumarill to not take any more damage. Doesn't want to throw on the charge attack priority because the attack is debuffed as well. And now we're going to see a Crunch, hoping for the debuff on Dane's side, because this Azumarill is not in the worst position. It is kind of, let's say, unchecked, but you can deal some damage and then go out into the mirror match or bring in your Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, Dane going for the tried and tested chip and dip strategy maybe here, and that's exactly what happens. Going into the Alolan Sandslash here, knowing that this Azumarill is in better position, the Sandslash is in a better position because the Azumarill can be taken out with one Drill Run and potentially go for a full aggressive farm down.
Yeah, but I like the HP the Shadow Drapion is at, because yes, Chestnut has a decent matchup and has energy. However, you will never be able to fast attack it down. Also, the Dunsparce is going to have some problems in that regard. We're going to charge up a Drill Run here, and I think this might barely not knock out the Azumarill. Icelandic Lapras says, hey, I need this HP, swaps into the Dunsparce. The timers are so heavily misaligned already.
Yep, Drill Run, Dunsparce coming only to be met by this Drill Run from the Sandslash. Was this enough to align the timers? No, it's not. Dane will have to throw another charge attack here. Another Drill Run coming in. This will definitely put that Dunsparce deep, deep into the yellow.
Yep, and then I'm very curious to see if Icelandic Lapras manages to get a full farm down. Never mind, we're swapping out into the Azumarill already, and you said it earlier. This Pokemon is so good at sponging damage. There is so much energy that would threaten knockouts on Shadow Drapion, on the Alolan Sandslash, but on the Azumarill it barely tickles.
It's exactly the reason what I said. Azumarill is a Pokemon that enables you to not lose. This is the exact scenario that I would like to shout out as well. Azumarill coming here, absorbing all this energy, and its charge attacks are going to be great against the other two Pokemon. In comes the Chestnut, immediately going for this Frenzy Plant. Dane can elect to shield or even let it go.
Well, that is some well-used energy. It is going to knock off the Azumarill. However, timer is absolutely up for Icelandic Lapras. You can just attempt a big farm down with the Shadow Drapion here, and that could put Dane WWW into a winning position in this game. Has an Aqua Tail here. Shield scenarios are even. I think he has a charge attack on the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, their shield scenarios are even, but we have Icelandic Lapras still with two really healthy Pokemon with charge attacks, and he makes a catch!
Very, very strong here. This is a resisted catch, but I was mistaken. There is no energy whatsoever on the Alolan Sandslash, so Dane is happy to let it go there, and there's still a shield scenario here. We both have one shield, but you're putting this Azumarill so low that an Aqua Tail might knock it out here. He's going to throw the first Aqua Tail. This is going to be shielded by the Azumarill, but can the second one knock out?
This is the Shadow Drapion show here, going for the charge attack tie. Unfortunately for Icelandic Lapras, Drapion wins it, and this will be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Now, all that's at the back is that Dunsparce. Does it have energy? No, it's a few rollouts away. Will it get there? One more rollout? But no! Drapion wins game number one for Dane WWW.
What an excellent prediction, Avi. You said it first. The Shadow Drapion looks so good into the team of Icelandic Lapras. It has neutral damage into everything. Azumarill resists those charged attacks. Chestnut does too, but the Poison Sting damage is just absolutely huge ever since the max out season started. And it is so flexible, swapping it out of difficult situations. And that is something I also really like. When the timers are misaligned in this new meta, because the switch timer once you switch out is on 50 seconds until you can switch for the next time, you don't always need to catch. If your opponent has some big energy, you bring in your Azumarill, your opponent is very likely to still have like 20-30 seconds on their clock, so you don't have to make the catch on the spot. They are still going to be forced to throw their energy.
Yeah, it's you cannot, in this meta, one of the things that you cannot do is give an opposing Pokemon the energy lead. And that's exactly what happens if you try to play around your opponent's Switch Clock, misalign it here and there, and then you will suddenly have a Drapion with about, let's say, 60, 70 energy. And that's going to be so difficult to overcome.
That is a big amount of energy. Even if you resist those Aqua Tails or those Crunches, there is not a problem for Shadow Drapion. It can still deal a lot of damage with Poison Sting.
What I really thought was interesting is Icelandic Lapras. We talked about how strong Drapion was on the side of Dane's team. He bought 3 Pokemon that can deal with it reasonably well. The Chestnut, the Dunsparce, and also the Azumarill. And these 3 Pokemon together were not enough to take that Drapion down.
I couldn't handle on the Drapion. But to be fair, they handle it reasonably well, but it still deals super effective damage to every single one of them except for the Dunsparce. So Dunsparce is arguably the hardest answer, but if you don't have the Dunsparce on the Shadow Drapion from the start, it is going to be able to juggle around with this energy.
You know what was the difference maker in this game, Leah?
Tell me.
The Azumarill.
Yeah. It took so much energy. Also, the Azumarill took a full Frenzy Plant from the Chestnut. This superpower was supposed to go into the direction of the Shadow Drapion, but he had to throw it into the Azumarill. Yes, there was an Ice Beam that was taken away from Dani, but he didn't care about this. And we're going to see a Chestnut into Dugong lead.
This is not a great lead. Yes, both these Pokemon are doing super effective damage to each other, but in the end, Chestnut will comfortably outpace the Dugong. We see it already at a Frenzy Plant, and then going at the correct charge attack timing, going for this Frenzy Plant. This will be putting the Dugong into the red if unshielded.
Yep, it does not, because it is going to be shielded. We see a catch of the Azumarill on to that Icy Wind, and that is going to mean it is going to be debuffed for the next about 50 seconds. The damage is absolutely minimal, and now Dane decides to stay in. He has his own Azumarill in the back, charges up a charge attack, and goes into the Water Fairy type damage sponge called Azumarill.
This is a great position to be in as Dane. Yes, of course, Icelandic Lapras did manage to save his Chestnut with a lot of HP, but now how will he get through this Azumarill? It's going to be in a position where it's taking debuff charge attacks from Icelandic Lapras' Azumarills while doing normal play-offs back to it.
Yep. The question that you're going to have to ask yourself is Dane's Azumarill going to win here because of that debuff, and is it going to be in farm down range for the Chestnut? Also, if you're looking at the backline of Dane, oh, there is going to be an Ice Beam thrown into the Chestnut that is shielded immediately. The Dunsparce of Icelandic Lapras looks so good into Dugong Shadow Drapion, though.
It's just a few more seconds to the Dugong to come back in, but Dane is going for that aggressive swap or trying to catch the Frenzy Plant onto the Drapion. Unfortunately, that does not work out for him, but this sets up the Drapion for a lot of energy.
And this Chestnut has already pulled 2 shields from his opponent, is going to outpace to the superpower, and it's throwing on charge attack priority against the Shadow Drapion, knowing that it's going to win it comfortably. How much damage can this do?
It's gonna put it into the red for sure, I think at this point. No! Going into the yellow, and this gives the Drapion, the nightmare of every trainer, is a lot of energy. Which Pokemon comes in here? Will it be the Dunsparce or will it be the Azumarill?
I think that the energy of the Drapion can be handled very well by the Azumarill. Swaps in, throws an Ice Beam immediately. Dani did not see that one coming. There's so much energy on that Azumarill, and that is going to knock out so much energy from the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, it knocks out the Shadow Drapion, but not only does it knock out the energy from the Shadow Drapion, oh my, going into the Dunsparce aggressively here. This is a catch, but how will it pan out towards the late game? Can the Azumarill of Dane now take advantage of this debuffed attacks and get the game for Dane? Oh, another Icy Wind coming in here.
Going to throw one more Icy Wind. Icelandic Lapras is putting it all on the shoulders of his own Azumarill. Double debuff Dunsparce. I thought this Dunsparce was the key to victory for Icelandic Lapras. He decides otherwise. Goes to throw a double debuff Driller, and it doesn't deal a lot of damage, even if it's undebuffed. Look at this damage now.
Yeah, that does nothing to the Azumarill.
But fast attack.
That was a fast attack on the Azumarill. Azumarill gets to the player off and immediately met with the shield by Icelandic Lapras. I think he wants to preserve this Dunsparce to the late game. He's going to bring his Azumarill as soon as the switch clock comes in. Let's see what happens. That's exactly what happens here. Bringing in the Azumarill as soon as the switch clock comes in. Player off coming in. Will Dane's Azumarill survive this? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Goes for another combo play. Icelandic Lapras is saying, hey, I like my by Dunsparce. I like the energy. The timer is misaligned. You can't catch my combo play. I'm going to throw a player off at you, and then I'm going to have so many rock slides stored. And this should seal the deal for game 2 against the Seal.
Yeah, it all came down to the fact that Dane did not click on the crunch. This would have been, this Azumarill would have been in an HP where potentially this Dugong could have farmed it down and gone for the charge attack tie in the late game. Great read there. Icelandic Lapras is making aggressive swap-ins there, like with his Azumarill again on the Drapion, and again Chestnut coming back in. So he just danced around Dane's team.
I think a famous football coach said it once, the best defense is offense. And that is what Icelandic Lapras is going for the aggressive approach in this game, going for multiple combo plays, having all this energy, juggling around the energy on your Pokemon, trying to get those big knockouts, using the Chestnut to pull shields, and then taking knockouts with Azumarill left and right.
Yeah. I think Dane made a read that maybe there's a Cloudsire coming in, and he went for that Dugong. Unfortunately, Icelandic Lapras says, okay, these are my best 3 Pokemon. I don't think I played them as effectively as I could. I'm going to try to run it again. Yeah. So that's exactly what happened. And also understanding and noticing potentially Dane could be weak to the Chestnut at the back because the Azumarill was not at the lead, saving the Chestnut and going into his neutral Pokemon, which is Azumarill, and that did wonders for him.
I like that a lot. Dane is bringing a team that is, as we call it, soft against the Azumarill of Icelandic Lapras. There are so many neutral matchups on his side, and that makes the Icelandic Lapras of the Azumarill of Icelandic Lapras a great... Azumarill is using Icelandic Lapras as a great safe swap here.
Yeah, absolutely. Azumarill knows its game through and through. Perfect competitor, never lost a regional so far. And we have what I want to see now. Will Dane risk it? Will he go for the Sandslash lead? But it's going to be a Dunsparce against an Azumarill. This is a great lead for Dane.
Yep, if there is a Pokemon that beats Dunsparce conveniently, it's probably a fighting type, but Azumarill does a heck of a job as well in there. Those drill runs, it is a very strong charge attack. However, it is not same type attack bonus boosted, and that's why it deals significantly less damage than a player of Dane is going to charge up more energy and throws immediately into the opposing Azumarill, saying, hey, I have neutral damage against this Pokemon. I need to throw everything I have at it.
This is a great position to be in as Dane, right? Because you did chip the Azumarill, and now you can go into your Sandslash. You take neutral damage from the bubbles, but all the charge attacks from Icelandic Lapras' Azumarill, or Azumarill's Icelandic Lapras, is going to be neutral.
So this is going to deal still a decent chunk of damage. Drill Run, of course, on the side of Dane is going to do more damage than that. However, these powders, no, they barely add up, and Bubble is a very, very strong fast attack. There is a reason why Azumarill is the most used Pokemon on day 2. Drill Run connecting for a bit of damage. The next one is not going to knock out. How about the Play Rough plus Bubbles, though?
Oh, it's going to come really close here. At this point, if you're Dane, you might want to pull up a shield to save the HP on this Sandslash, but no, again, still comfortably healthy. In comes a Dunsparce, immediately met with this Drill Run. What I would like to point out before we continue is that he saved energy, right? He saved a ton of energy on the Sandslash to make sure that Switch Clock is not misaligned.
Yep, and now we're going to see the first drill run, or the second drill run into the Azumarill rather, trying to go for a farm down here. The Sandslash was shielded and swapped out immediately after, so the energy of Dunsparce is not being put to the best use that it could be. The Play Rough is going to connect you, goes unshielded, and is going to take about half of the HP that Dunsparce currently has.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. Leo, you're so good at predicting how much HP vanishes here. Azumarill charging up a lot more energy, but I think at this point, maybe Dane kind of wants to know that, okay, my Drapion could be free if this Dunsparce is out of the way, and that could... Oh! Icelandic Lapras goes for a catch here. This catch could prove costly towards the end game for him, because now the Drapion can come in and do what it does best. Get energy, get that energy, get ramped up, get the Springboard to destroy whatever's at the back line.
Yep, and Dane has 2 shields here. There is a Dunsparce with a reasonable amount of energy, so that was what the catch was for. However, you have 2 shields. You can use those. You can take those shields, take the energy out from the Dunsparce and farm it down, because this is a very comfortable farm down range. It might not even get to 2 charge attacks here.
It's gonna be close. Let's see if Dane kept track of the energy, and he did. throwing the Aqua Tail to get the knockout just before the Dunsparce gets to a move. But this is a great shield by Icelandic Lapras, knowing that he will get to this drill run. But no, it was charge attack tie.
Oh, that is so big for Dane. Keeps his shield here, knows there might be a chestnut in the back if my opponent is bringing the same lines as before. If he wants to throw a superpower, be my guest, because I can shield that. Throws a crunch immediately on the charge attack priority tie that wasn't used by Icelandic Lapras, knowing he doesn't want to debuff himself immediately. This one is going to deal about half the damage, and Ice Punch is going to be reached before 2 moves on the side of Icelandic Lapras. This Ice Punch is going to knock out the chestnut.
Ice Punch coming in. This will send Icelandic Lapras out and Dane into the next round and going in. This is great gameplay from both these trainers. Icelandic Lapras tried to dance his way, Gdańsk his way around Dane, but Dane was like, I'm gonna save my Pokemon. I know exactly how much energy I have on all of them, and you have to throw that superpower to knock out my Sandslash.
I love myself a good Alolan Sandslash, and Dane does too. He gets one of those very valuable WWWs in here as well, and makes his way into the top 8, now officially part of this elite group of Pokemon trainers in Gdańsk.
Yeah, what a game that was. It was this is the reason why this meta is so fun to watch and cast, is because it's so dynamic, right? We saw so many swaps. In the previous meta, you would not have seen this. It's Pokemon with charge attacks that pace so quickly, come in and then completely flip games. And one of the things that I touched up earlier on in day number 1 is the fact that Azumarill, Clodsire, these Pokemon are there not to make you lose, just because of the fact that in this meta, their charge attacks come so slowly. So if a trainer can make a catch on one of their big charge attacks, it can completely change the game.
Yeah, but this time the Azumarill was primarily used to sponge those charge attacks. Could have maybe not tried to catch the last play rough on the Azumarill. However, I think Dane was in a commanding spot. Anyways, here we're going to see the replay of those two trainers talking to each other. And now there is this crucial moment. The catch on the Alolan Sandslash barely does not knock out in this position, but the bubbles afterwards will. However, the energy gone.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about as well, how crucial the energy is. This is another key moment where we saw another catch, but it's not the catch that was the key moment. It was the fact that Icelandic Lapras recognized my Chestnut could be useful at the back, saving it for the end game, and we saw how much it did, taking that Azumarill out and potentially threatening the superpower as well in the late game. But game 3, it was all about Dane. We saw Icelandic Lapras try to dance around, make a lot of switches, but Dane kept his cool, knowing his win condition, did not let any of those phase him.
Yep, cool like a cucumber, bringing in that Shadow Drapion after the switch timer was barely up, and there we're going to see the big knockout from the Alolan Sandslash. You said it earlier, it is so incredibly dynamic right now. The switch timers are very short, and of course also the attack update added a lot to that as well, because most of those fragile Pokemon that we have in the meta have had a little bit of an update. They're pacing faster, or they are dealing more damage. And those very bulky Pokemon, like an Altaria, they are pacing slower, and this Lantern is also pacing slower. But let's get back to that later, because we have a winner's interview ready for you guys.
Thank you so much. What a way to kick off day 2 here in Gdańsk. I'm here with the winner of the last round, Dane WWW, who officially has now made it into the top cut. So congratulations, Dane.
Thank you so much. It's very nervous before going into this match, but yeah, it feels great having just won the first match.
Well, I know we just talked a little bit beforehand, and you said this is only your second interview that you've ever done with us. So go ahead and let everyone know a little bit about yourself.
Ooh, I don't know where to begin. I'm Dane. My name is really hard to pronounce, apparently. It's a bad name, but yeah, I'm coming from Sweden. I've played a bunch of these regionals now. This is probably my second best one, so very happy to have made it this far.
I mean, bad name, but a great run so far. Tell us about your journey so far this season, actually. So you've competed in a couple things. You're doing rather well. How are you feeling on the championship side of things?
Yeah, it's going well. I played Lille a few weeks ago and got the unfortunate news of playing the winner of that tournament in round 1. So that's made it a lot more difficult. But yeah, otherwise it's going great. Now with the top 8 here, it's looking very good.
All right, well, we're probably going to see a little bit more of you later on today because we're showing all of the games. So keep an eye out for Dane WWW. Thank you so much for the interview, and we're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you, Amanda. Dane WWW is not a bad name at all. And if you keep playing like you do, people are going to remember how to say your name, especially me.
Dane. I think we got it, but it is not about Dane anymore so far, because we will see him later in those losers top 8 rounds. Now we have Blissfully versus Scaffo99 in the losers finals of Group B, and there we're seeing the first Gastrodon of the day and the second Gastrodon of the day as well.
Oh, it's a showdown between the pink Gastrodon and the blue one. Which will come out on top? That's the main talking point of this game.
It's Western Gastrodon versus Eastern Gastrodon, right? Which one is which? Do you know? I'm oblivious.
No.
Okay, we're not gonna make any.
But we like the pink Gastrodon. Yes, that's what we established. Yeah. But when looking at these teams, we see Scaffo still bringing that Shadow Feraligatr, which slowly and steadily kind of trickled out of the meta. But I still think it can be a core Pokemon to use if it's in the right hands. Feraligatr can do a ton of damage to Blissfully's team. Yes, he has counters to the Feraligatr. Pokemon like Gastrodon, but Gastrodon has to land the Earth Power to beat the Feraligatr in the one-shield scenario. Moltres is a great Pokemon to have to beat the Feraligatr, but again, Ice Beams, Hydro Cannon come in so quickly that you will have to plan for the Shadow Feraligatr.
What's also important to note is that no matter how good your counters are, you basically cannot handle Shadow Feraligatr if it has a lot of energy advantage. It has just gotten a little bit harder to play in this meta because Ariados, you like to use Shadow Feraligatr as a safe swap. You can't do that if you lose the lead against Ariados, because you're then going to have a very bad time because of the missing turn that you're going to lose. A Stone Edge on the Clodsire as well, by the way.
Yeah, both these trainers going for the coverage against the Ariados, running Stone Edge on their Clodsire. This makes the matchup a lot better. It's okay with Earthquake and Sludge Bomb, but with Stone Edge, I mean, Ariados probably gets one shot if it's not for Lunge debuff. But another Pokemon that, again, both these trainers going for the Galarian Moltres. It's such a great Pokemon to have. Usually what we see is Mandibuzz in this position, the dark flying type, but Galarian Moltres getting that Sucker Punch buff and also having access to great fast moves, a potential fast charge attack that can increase your defense and attack, and a charge attack that can completely knock out Azumarill from the screens.
You're never completely out of the game if you have a potential boost win con for attack and defense, but we have talked about this yesterday with Kazim after his interview qualifying for day 2. He said, hey, I won because my Galarian Moltres landed a Brave Bird onto the Azumarill. This would never ever be possible if you're using Mandibuzz.
Yep. One of the things that I would like to point out in these two teams is Scaffo Shadow Sandslash. It has a great matchup against Blissfully's team. The only Pokemon that it needs to worry about is that Gastrodon. Shadow Sandslash, we've seen Glaxcobolton use this perfectly against a Malamar. What he did in all the games was goes for the drill run, and if he doesn't get it shielded, he goes for the complete farm down and wins the 2-to-1 shielding scenario. And then suddenly a Sandslash with energy, even the Gastrodon is going to have to start shielding up at some point.
But the question is, when you're not getting unshielded with your drill run, if your opponent shields it, how do you keep playing that matchup? Because then you're getting outpaced hard to the superpowers.
Yeah, you'll have to stay in and then make a contingency plan afterwards, right? Because you have to throw in your drill run first. But anyways, these two trainers have locks in their Pokemon. We have a Malamar lead into a Moltres. What a nightmare for Blissfully.
That is very big for Scaffo. We've seen him have so many bad leads yesterday, but this one is really, really good. The superpower is not resisted. Charged up to a lot of energy, probably trying to catch something, but now Ariados is answering the Azumarill. That is very tough. Blissfully not expecting the Ariados to be in the back here, safe swapping, and Scaffo is hard punishing that.
Yep, this is one heck of a punish indeed. Ariados has a very dominant matchup against Azumarill. Not only is it doing super effective damage with its fast attack Poison Sting, it's also boosting its damage with the super effective Trailblaze. And this Azumarill, yes, it's a bulky Pokemon, but against Ariados, it's not going to have a great time. Scaffo going immediately for this Trailblaze, hoping that the Azumarill pulls up a shield, and Blissfully does.
Yep, Blissfully is trying to get rid of that Ariados by using maybe 2 shields, trying to get one back from Scaffo. Is he going to play with that shield advantage? Nope, he is going to keep this Ariados in the running. The question is, can you reach 2 charge attacks before you get farmed down in this situation? And I don't think you can. Throws a lunge here before taking the damage from Bubble after throwing 2 poison stings so that the Bubble damage is debuffed.
Yeah, will the Malamar come in and go for an aggressive farm down here? No, it's going to be the Clodsire coming in with a huge farm down. Again, a lunge coming in here to debuff the attack of the Clodsire. This puts Scaffo in the driver's seat. We know the backline. We see that it's that Shadow Sand Slash at the back, and with shield parry, it's gonna do a ton of work here.
Yep, the Earthquake that could land on the Shadow Lowland Sand Slash kind of has to be shielded here, even though it's debuff. Goes for no shield here, calling a Stone Edge. It is going to be that Earthquake, doesn't take it out because of the debuff. Goes into the Malamar immediately. There's going to be an Ice Punch catch here.
Ice Punch caught on the Malamar, but Scaffo perfectly predicting the play where the Malamar might come in to try and snipe that energy from the Sand Slash, but blissfully opting not to throw any energy onto this Galarian Moltres. This means he is banking on his Clodsire to try and claw its way out of this game. Clodsire is here, but these Brave Birds are going to do a ton of damage. It does outpace to the Stone Edge, but electing not to throw. Scaffo full sending the Brave Bird. Will this be enough? Of course, it's going to be enough to knock out the Clodsire. In comes the Brave Bird and
whoosh! Takes out the Clodsire here, blissfully playing to his only win condition, and that is an Ancient Power bait in that situation. I really like that no shield there, knowing, hey, I'm in such a bad spot, I have to make a brave call, even though the chances are extremely low, because the lowered defenses in that situation would make no difference.
Yeah, there was a lot of heads-up play there by Scaffo, right? He waited a turn. One of the things that he could not do in that scenario was shield that Alolan Sand Slash, because if he pulled up a shield against the Earthquake, superpower immediately, he would have had to put himself in a situation where he had to predict it, and if he didn't predict it, it would go absolutely wrong for him. And that was great heads-up play there, understanding that the Earthquake it would not knock out. But another thing is he had the energy on the Ariados. Normally, you would want to go for the Trailblaze because it's still going to do neutral damage because of the part ground type of Clodsire. But he said, okay, I have a Sand Slash at the back. I'm going to debuff you so that your Earthquake is not going to be a threat for me.
So what I found very interesting on the side of Blissfully is that he committed 1 shield to the Azumarill. That gave Scaffo a lot of more energy. Almost farmed the Ariados down, and I think he would have actually gotten to that farm down if he invested a 2nd shield, because the alignment was so bad in this scenario. Having your Malamar on the Galarian Moltres is very, very, very bad. If you have the Clodsire on it with your Stone Edge, you're in a much better place. Of course, being shields down is also not the best scenario for you, but I think it would have been a decent win con for him.
It would have been, but the problem in that scenario was that he was not only a shield down, he was also 1 Brave Bird worth of energy down.
Yeah.
So the Moltres could potentially just shield once and go back-to-back Brave Bird, and that would have been enough to knock out the Clodsire. And then you'd have had to again deal with that Sand Slash at the back. It was a very huge uphill climb. Scaffo making a great read on how Blissfully wants to play. He bought counters at each step and made no mistake to ensure that, all right, I need my switch. I'm not gonna let you play a game. I will shield if I need to, and I'm gonna win, and that's exactly what happens.
What I find noteworthy is that Scaffo is one of the few trainers who's not running Azumarill on his team.
Oh, okay, so he's one of the few that we did not running the Azumarill. Also, Scaffo is taking a very... It's an approach that I really like as well. He has 2 setup Pokemon that are really bulky, 2 closing Pokemon, but that doesn't matter here. We have game number 2 here. Scaffo 1 game away from progressing, but it's going to be a Galarian Moltres Mirror here. Which of these Pokemon win the charge attacks high?
Yeah, that could be absolutely crucial in this scenario, because Brave Bird is going to deal a heck of damage. Goes for an Ancient Power here. Scaffo is throwing immediately. Will Blissfully shield this, or is he calling the Ancient Power? It is still super effective damage. Goes for putting up a shield here. I don't think Ancient Power would knock out.
Yes, but blissfully here, going for a bait of his own. Scafo is known to make these tough shield calls. He's known to make no shields, and he no shields the Ancient Power. It almost knocks out his own Galarian Moltres. It's going to be a charge attack tie, but unfortunately for Scafo, he will have to invest this Protect Shield if he needs to save his Galarian Moltres. And no, he says, I don't need the switch to win this game.
Yep, he doesn't. He has a Pokemon that can conveniently take out the Galarian Moltres before it reaches another charge attack. Goes to not throw on charge attack priority, decides, hey, my opponent has already used a shield. I can just farm down here and work with 2 Ice Punches on my Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yep, you're exactly right, but this Sandslash is already deep into the yellow. It is farming a lot of energy, but this Gastrodon is going to come in and give it one Mud Slap. That Mud Slap will do a ton of damage against this Sandslash, and potentially it might get to just one more move here.
Yep, and the Alolan Sandslash immediately swapped out here. We're going into the Ariados. The Ariados is going to be the Pokemon that we are banking on here. However, this damage is so high. He knows there's a Body Slam coming, but you're getting so low, Scafo. You have to use your shields at some point.
No, maybe Scafo is predicting that it's a Clodsire at the back, because if it's a Clodsire, these shields will come in so handy. Remember, the Alolan Sandslash did go out with some energy, and that could be a potential setup for an endgame here. Gastrodon getting to another move. This Ariados is already so deep into the red here. He will be forced to pull up a shield. Does he let this Gastrodon get another Mudshot off?
Oh, Clodsire is swapped in immediately, gets one Poison Sting in. There's going to be the Trailblaze. You're going to outpace to the next Trailblaze even before the first Stone Edge is reached. So that means we're going to have 3 Trailblazes before a Stone Edge will go through the shields of Scafo. He goes to throw the first Trailblaze here. So what I think might happen is that he charges up another one, goes for a combo play with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but then throws the Trailblaze into the Gastrodon.
Yep, it's still going to be a really close game here. Waiting a turn, going for the charge attack tie here. Ariados is looking in dire straits, pulling up this shield. Let's see, Scafo's win con is very simple. Go into that Sandslash, throw this move. Will he get there? And he does. It's now going to come down to a charge attack tie between the Ariados and the Gastrodon. Ice Punch will knock out the Clodsire here.
I have a guess which Pokemon wins the charge attack priority tie between Gastrodon and the Ariados, so both trainers are tapping, but it is not even a charge attack priority tie. Scafo gets to that Trailblaze. Blissfully is nodding, smiling, because his accomplishment was still great, but Scafo advances to top 8.
What amazing gameplay there by Scafo. Scafo recognizing that shields will come in handy towards the end game, recognizing that potentially it could be a Clodsire and at the back, and saving those shields for the Ariados towards the end.
Patience on this man is absolutely insane, because he waited until his first shield, until both of his Pokemon were in the red. Before that, he hasn't even shielded at all. Such a great line call. He was prepared for this matchup. He knew, hey, if I am leading the Galarian Moltres mirror match, there is going to be a Clodsire in the back if it is paired up with Gastrodon as well. He knew there wasn't going to be fast attack pressure anymore. It had to be the Clodsire for him.
It's a great call by Scafo, right? I was just talking about it, like in game number 2, Scafo is known to make these no-shield calls. Apparently, he's also known to make these line calls, because Clodsire did no fast attack pressure onto the Ariados. If he had pulled up a shield on the Gastrodon's first Body Slam, this game would have been a different game.
Yep, also perfect energy management in that situation. Let's go into the highlights so we can talk a little bit more about that as well. Both of these trainers discussing a little bit before the match. Another Noctowl Enjoyer on the table right there.
Another Noctowl Enjoyer on this side of the table as well. It's also one of my favorite Pokemons to use in Pokemon Go PvP. Game number 1, we saw the bravest of birds land into the Clodsire. Unfortunately for the Clodsire, it was enough to knock it out. Scafo making an insane line read there in game 1 to give him the 1-0. And in game number 2, this Gastrodon looked like it was going to completely take Scafo down, but making that energy management and the no shield call, putting Scafo ahead and winning the game 2-0 against Blissfully. Blissfully made an amazing run so far. He's a very young trainer. This is his first regional. He's a trainer from England, and we are so looking forward to seeing him in more tournaments.
Honestly, if he had just one Poison Sting advantage on that Clodsire in that endgame, he would have won the game, definitely, because that Clodsire would have been able to Stone Edge the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, because it was swapped in, had to throw one more Powder Snow, and the Clodsire was just barely reaching the Stone Edge, but the Ice Punch was already registered.
Yeah, great energy management, great way to keep track of your opponent's energy. Like in this meta, it's one of the hardest things to do, according to me, is keeping track of your opponent's energy, because there's so many switches. People play around, Gdansk around, and then suddenly you don't really have the knowledge of the exact energy that your opponent has.
And you know what's also missing there? Those licky tongue mirrors that we used to enjoy so much in the past metas, because every single time your opponent stored some energy and swapped around, and at some point you're going into a licky tongue mirror match, you can basically recount the entire game and you're like, okay, let's have a deep think about this. How many fast attacks were thrown by my opponent, how many charge attacks were thrown by my opponent? I have approximately 1 more minute to count those back, and then you have at least a broad idea of the energy that your opponent has in the back. However, in this meta, basically every 5 seconds someone throws a charged attack, and then yeah, you don't really have much time to recollect your thoughts on how much energy your opponent has in the back, so it's significantly harder.
Yep, it is definitely hard as well, and it's one of the reasons why I would say, you know, it's great for a game to evolve as an esport and is to have consistent meta changes across the years. And Pokemon Go has been doing it consistently so far. We already have our next 2 trainers ready, and this is going to be the losers final. We are going to see PvP David, our co-caster, Tomahawk's prediction, going up against Patoman. Patoman has been making a long losers bracket run with his Golisopod in there as well. It's gonna be it's a great Pokemon to have in your team.
Some young prodigy trainers, both of them are so young but yet so successful. PvP David with a crazy run at EUYC last season, or rather this season, no, last season, and Patoman as well with a regional champion title to his name, 2 finals before that, and you know what? The only regional that he won so far, after he has lost 2 times in the grand finals, he went through the losers bracket.
Ooh, he could be making a repeat of his losers bracket run as well. But one of the things that both these trainers come with is consistency and accomplishments.
Yeah.
It's insane how these 2 trainers have been consistently performing. But today, Patoman will be using his team of 6 with a Gastrodon, Pangoro, Azumarill, Talonflame, Ariados, and Dugong. Talonflame is gonna have a great time against Golisopod on the other side, but Golisopod has access to Liquidation that will do super effective damage to the Talonflame if unshielded.
Yep. Luckily, Talonflame usually has 2 shields available to its name if you don't have to use it on anything else. So I would rather advise against bringing Talonflame and Pangoro if you're having a Pokemon on the other side like the Golisopod, because those 2 both need shields against this Golisopod, but you can of course also bring them and run over your opponent by storm basically. So you're seeing this world's top 8 as well. I completely forgot about that. That is a huge accomplishment at EUIC top 8 as well.
I think PvP David is bringing a top game in the international competitions, but on the other side we have Patoman. Patoman is running, again, I cannot take my eyes off the Golisopod. It has a great matchup into Pokemon like Ariados, but one of the biggest drawbacks for this Pokemon is going to be how it fares against the Azumarill. Another reason why Golisopod can be so good in this meta is its matchup against Dugong. All the moves of Dugong is completely resisted. You would come out with so much energy, and you do not want that. Energy from Golisopod is going to hit all the Pokemon in the meta except Azumarill.
And that's where it's really important that you don't need alignment in a game, because you're still going to get out of that matchup against Dugong very much resisted, so you're not going to deal too much damage to your next opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah. We have Patoman's credentials here. He's a reigning Gdansk Regional Champion, and we know him, and he was famous for going into all those finals as well and finally winning the Gdansk Regional Champion. He's still here doing exactly what he tried to do, what he did the last regional as well, going to the loser side of it and then try to win it all. This might be a repeat for him.
This time he just doesn't rely on Charm as a fast attack that got him the big W in Gdansk the last time around. This time it is Mudslap as the fast attack pressure. Bubble also does add up. I think, yeah, there is decent fast attack pressure as well. Psywave, the Shadow Claw, there is plenty of play on that side. But let's see, how well do Pangoro and Talonflame do into the team of Pataman? So Alolan Sandslash is having a tough time against both of these.
Yep, I don't think Alolan Sandslash is going to be really difficult to bring for Pataman, and what's going to be difficult for him to do is try to keep that Ariados away from the rest of his 5 Pokemon, because it can do neutral or super effective damage to all 5 of them. We know how crucial and how impressive Ariados has been if you give it a teeny tiny little bit of space. If you can't bring in your Sandslash, it's going to be a tough time. These two trainers. Okay, Pataman leading the Sandslash into a Gastrodon. PvP David making the call that Pataman has to use his Sandslash, so I'm going to bring in my hardest answer to it.
Yep, and that is another tough call for Pataman here. He has the Azumarill, and there is going to be the Spider from the back. There is Ariados against Azumarill. Double A here. Trailblaze is going to connect. This is the one that you will never ever shield. However, it is still doing decent damage.
That did more than decent amount of damage on the Azumarill. In comes his Icy Wind. Icy Wind is neutral against the Ariados. It's still going to do quite a bit of damage on it, but then again, this is an Azumarill, so it's not going to appreciate these boosted poison stings coming in from the Ariados, and going for another Trailblaze here. This will be enough to knock out the Azumarill from this range.
Yeah, perfect timing from PvP David as well, just reaching the Trailblaze barely before the Azumarill. I think that this matchup has been played often enough for these trainers to know when to throw which charge attack. Now the question is, can Malamar farm down? No, we're bringing in the Sandslash. Of course, it sponges the damage from the Ariados quite well, and now we're going to see a lunge being thrown so that the energy that the Sandslash gets is not as useful.
Yep, lunge coming in. We might see an aggressive swap into the Malamar, and that's exactly what happens here. Going for the farm down, but it's only going to be met with this Azumarill, but we know how this matchup goes. If you have trained your Malamar the right way, you can potentially win this matchup in the 2-shield scenario. Yes, all the charge attacks from Malamar are resisted, but look at those Psy Waves chipping away at the HP of the Azumarill.
Bubbles are also doing a definite good job here, dealing some damage. The Psy Waves are adding up even more. Foul Play is going to be thrown. The thing is, if Azumarill starts to use shields in this 2-shield scenario, it's not going to be that effective, because look at this damage. Most of the damage is being thrown by Psy Waves, and you can't block those.
Yeah, you cannot block the Psy Waves, but at this point, Pataman, will he make a call here? No, blocking this ice beam, and again, no shields on the side of Pataman. PvP David comfortably sitting on 2 shields. This foul play will be enough to put this Azumarill deep into the red, but can this Malamar completely farm the Azumarill down before it gets to another move?
That's going to be very interesting to see, but we won't find out. The Gastrodon is being thrown in here. We're trying to take some valuable HP off of that Gastrodon. Pataman is going to throw a foul play. However, if you pivot out into that Sandslash, it's going to be in trouble with those Mud Slaps. You're going to try and go for another move. The Body Slam is being thrown. That is going to be able to almost take out the Malamar.
This should be enough to take out the Malamar, and that is it. This Gastrodon is now going to have free reign over this game, doing those super effective Mud Slaps, giving the Alolan Sandslash a tough time, going for the resisted Body Slam, but Pataman knows this game is done and dusted. He's gone to his notebook, preparing for game number 2. How is he going to come back into this matchup? How is he going to try to get his Alolan Sandslash aligned on Ariados?
Pataman is in a very difficult position if you're checking out those teams, because yes, Alolan Sandslash is a very, very good answer to the Ariados. But who would have thought that your opponent is going to bring a fighting type and a fire type? Because this is the reason why so many trainers are using Alolan Sandslash right now. First, it is a great Ariados answer, and second of all, there's very few fighting types in the meta. Basically, the only kind of pseudo-fighter-ish is a Malamar, because it has superpower, and that is only energy thrown. And there's, of course, also the Talonflame that deals a lot of damage.
And it's also the Pangoro, the other fighting type in the game as well.
Yeah,
have it on our screen.
It's now big.
Yeah, it's now big. But one of the things that I would like to point out is in that game, the Golisopod of Pataman had a lot of play here. Will he bring it in to have like a soft answer to the Gastrodon, a soft answer to the Ariados, and a decent check, or let's say a neutral matchup against the Azumarill? And will PvP David, like he made the call in game number 1, to bring the Gastrodon to check the Sandslash, now brings the Talonflame to check the Golisopod?
I mean, the thing is, Gastrodon does so much work there as well. against everything else except for this Golisopod. It is going to be seen. We can hear the noise already go. It is a Gastrodon in the lead as well, this time against Malamar, and there is not even a single Shadow Alolan Sandslash or regular Alolan Sandslash from Patoman there, so he is relying on the Ariados to anta Ariados. But there is no Ariados!
Yeah, it's how the lead matchup is going to play out is going to be how the matchup will play out towards the end game. We see a shield here from Padaman, thinking that it was going to be the Earth Power, but blocking that Body Slam. Body Slam does much less damage compared to Earth Power. Going for the foul play here, knowing that PvP David might want to pull up a shield, and that's exactly what happens.
Yep. PvP David is going to be happy with this exchange, though, because he got a shield from a Body Slam. Now Pataman knows that there's going to be a Body Slam. He's very not happy to let this go. He's going to shield this one up. Puts so much effort into this Malamar already. Has to throw soon because the Body Slam is going to be reached barely.
Wow.
Oh,
going
wow.
for another foul play here. PvP David shielding it, understanding that the switch could be the pivotal moment on how this game goes. Will he get to the Body Slam? No, it's Charge Attack tie and Malamar wins it. This could seal the game for Padaman. Looking at his backline, it's going to be so difficult for PvP David to maneuver around it. But we know Talonflame with energy can go a long way in these games.
Yeah, if you maneuver it correctly, you can land Brave Bird after Brave Bird on basically everything, and that could help this Azumarill to close out the game. However, there is an Ariados in the back as well, so it's going to be extremely difficult for him to win this game.
Yep, in comes this first flying type attack. This will do a ton of damage against the Azumarill, and potentially what he might want to do is swap out into his own Azumarill, and only to be met with this Ariados. Azumarill from Padaman did have that Ice Beam stored, but this looks critical here. How much can this Ariados do against this Azumarill and the Talonflame?
This is going to come down to either an undercharge or the timer being up later on as well, because Patoman will have to stop PvP David from getting more Incinerates in.
No, it will definitely come down to it, but what will end up is, can this Ariados get enough energy to go for a lunge against that Talonflame? Because if it does, go for the Charge Attack tie here. If it gets to the lunge, if it survives that one Incinerate with double boosted, it's 2 Trailblaze already, and that lunge might be enough to threaten the Talonflame even at this range.
Oh, takes it out. Can the Incinerate knock out? No, we don't take the damage before the Incinerate goes through. Lunge is going to prevent the damage from being too much for the Ariados to handle anyways. And there's already the Ice Beam stored on the Azumarill.
And the switch clock is up. Azumarill comes in, goes for the Ice Beam. This should be enough to knock the Talonflame. 1-1 from Padaman. Great recognition. Both these trainers recognize how important the switch was. Padaman saying, I'm just going to double shield, get the switch, and then see what I can do with my 2 Pokemon in the back.
And PvP David got really, really funky in this matchup because he didn't bring his own Ariados, and this is the Pokemon that Padaman had the most troubles with in Game 1. He didn't even bring this Alolan Sandslash because it was looking just too bad into the other Pokemon of PvP David. So he brought his own Ariados as basically the only answer. I'm telling you, if the Ariados was in the back instead of the Talonflame, it could have cooked there.
Yep, it would have been a really, really close game towards the end for sure. But of course, it would have had the energy lead in the starting game as well. But I think Padaman recognized that PvP David did not bring the Ariados because staying in with a Gastrodon against Malamar is not the best of matchups for the Gastrodon.
Yep, that is true. There is a lot of energy being able to be thrown by the Malamar there. We have seen how it plays out in the 2 shields. Those Tri-Waves do add up. Of course, the Mud Slaps also add up. But in the end, there is a Malamar that is debuffed, that reigns supreme over the Gastrodon in a Charge Attack priority tie. However, we're going to see the next matchup, and it's Golisopod on the Gastrodon. Pataman is nodding.
Golisopod is in the matchup where it wants to be. Everything, all these Mud Slaps that it received so much buff is going to be resisted by the Golisopod. First liquidation coming in here. This has the potential to drop your defense as well, and if it does, that's going to be so good for Pataman.
I love how he charges up so much because he just knows all the defense drop as well. Now you have to shield if you want to get at least 1 charge attack off. Throws the Extra. It's going to be completely dry on the Golisopod afterwards. Are we going to see a pivot out from PvP David?
Golaisopod is in the driver's seat here. First body slam coming in, 2 shields to its name. Will Padaman shield this? Because body slam did receive that nerf here. At this position, he can potentially shield once and maybe try to farm it down, but he brings in his own Marowak here. What a catch!
Marowak catching a body slam is huge. It is not the most bulky Pokemon ever. However, it can take one of those body slams. Now the Azumarill is going to be brought in, and usually you can win this matchup as the Marowak. However, if you have taken some chip damage already, it's going to be significantly harder to withstand those bubbles.
Yeah, this match is going to come down to the wire. Let's see if Padaman wants to invest the shield in this matchup for his Marowak to shine, because what is looming at the back, it's that Ariados against the Azumarill. Let's see if Padaman can try to win this game.
Barely ever seen that matchup be played out with multiple shields. It's almost always the 0 shield scenario. Marowak is going to throw another Bone Club here, unshielded from PvP. David wants to preserve this shield for the Ariados. That was so important to his win condition in game 1, but now we're going to keep on bubbling. The Azumarill is coming in from Pataman, gets a sizable energy advantage that is big for Pataman in this Ariados matchup for Azumarill.
This is more than a sizable amount of energy lead, because Ariados comes in. It's immediately going to be met with this Ice Beam. Ice Beam does a ton of damage, because this is an Ice Beam before it gets debuffed by any of the lunges that the Ariados might want to throw here, because this bubble damage is slowly and steadily adding up. But going for the Trailblaze, this puts Pataman completely in the driver's seat here. What can PvP David do? Can he manage the Azumarill's energy towards the end game to get this match out of the bag?
PvP David went for the charge attack priority tie, giving Pataman, who didn't fall for it, a full bubble that is worth of damage and energy. Goes for another Ice Beam. The last shield by PvP David is used now. Goes for the catch, throws in the Shadow. Marowak still has a shield available, but I don't think he even wants it. He uses the shield and is going to go for more Mud Slaps on this Ariados. There is going to be a combo play from the Azumarill from PvP David. There is no shield left remaining on Pataman's side.
This is going to come down to the wire. We know that Gastrodon has some energy left as well, and Golaisopod coming in. Will it get to the X-Scissor? No, it does not. Azumarill gets to the Ice Beam. Will this be enough to knock out the Golaisopod?
This is resisted. I think that soon you're going to get to a attack. Oh, there is the X-Scissor stalled already. X-Scissor is definitely going to knock out the Azumarill here, but there's going to be one fast attack for PvP David to knock out this Golaisopod. Is this energy going to be relevant for him? There is the Azumarill looming in the back. We're going to get so much damage.
One bubble. Can it survive a bubble? Yes, it does. But no, Pataman is forced to throw his energy to knock this Ariados out. It's all up to the Gastrodon, the blue Gastrodon, to win this game for PvP David. One body slam, and it does not get there.
The bubble, and Pataman advances to the top 8. That the body slam was not reached. I don't even think it would have knocked out there. Pataman is celebrating. This was such a close match. It came down to the absolute wire, and Pataman, the Spanish young prodigy, he's just reigning supreme in Gdansk once again.
2 decorated trainers going head-to-head in a match for continuing their run in the Gdansk Regional Championship. We have Pataman finally cementing his place. He is known to be in this position multiple times and coming out on top, but PvP David gave him a run for the money, making it so close there. One turn away from winning.
Yep, that was so incredibly close once again. All 3 of those games were super intense. Actually, the first one was very favorable for PvP David. He had the Gastrodon on the Alolan Sandslash, and then all of the other matchups, the Azumarill was answered by the Ariados. It was just very tough for Pataman. There was basically nothing he could have done there. But those other 2 games, there was a team comp disadvantage, I want to say, for Pataman. He really had to pull off every single trick that he had on his sleeve.
It's one of the things that in the end kind of adds up, right? At some point in game number 2 or game number 3, you have to play the player of the game. And that's exactly what Pataman did. We were just talking about the Golaisopod as well a bit earlier, that it could do great against the 3 Pokemon that PvP David was bringing, and it came in and it showed how good it was. That complete dominance against the Gastrodon, coming towards the end game, getting to that X-Scissor, surviving that Ice Beam on 1 HP to knock out the Azumarill, and thus making sure the Azumarill had enough HP to get rid of the Gastrodon at the back. But these are some moments that we've enjoyed. Let's take a look at them again to see how these trainers made this game.
Both trainers are looking into the air before this game, thinking, hey Arceus, can you please help me with this one? Body slam connecting, no damage whatsoever. However, this is easy Mud Slap range before we get to 3 charge attacks, because there was even still a shield from PvP David. Here we can see the foul play and this pivotal, this super important charge attack priority tie superpower of the Malamar used to knock out the Gastron, determining the switch for Pataman. And if you look at the backlines here, super important. Talonflame wants to be on that Ariados, couldn't.
Yeah, great, and also a great energy recognizes in this game as well. Him getting to that lunge made sure that the Azumarill switch was up and goes in immediately for a bubble and this Ice Beam to knock the Talonflame out before it could get to another Brave Bird. Game number 3 here, coming in with that aggressive catch onto the Marowak. Unfortunately for PvP David, he had to throw his energy on to this Marowak to get rid of it, only to be met by this Golisopod, and it survived with 1 HP to make sure Pataman's Azumarill was there to close this game out, knocking the Ariados, and then 1 bubble to knock that Gastrodon out.
Yep, 1 bubble to show which water type the superior one is in this situation, which water type is the superior in this matchup.
I am absolutely in love with Pataman's celebration there. He went 1, 2, 3, let's go.
You almost got me there, but I want to know what Pataman thinks about this match, how he feels about this. Tomahawk, take it away.
RB, Leo, thank you so much. And team, we have the pleasure of not only being joined by the winner of that last match, Pataman, but also Pataman's father, George. Thank you very much for both being here. Now, Pataman, while you breathe and recover from that intense match, George, I just want to say, how proud are you of your son right now?
¿Cómo de orgulloso estás de tu hijo?
Increíble. Increíble.
Yeah, it is so impressive the way that he has come through that loser's bracket and playing against a player like PvP David. Pataman, tell me, how were you feeling going into that match?
Well, I felt comfortable because I think I had a good matchup, but honestly, PvP David is a really good player. He can outcon everyone, and honestly, he had some picks that had a lot of play into my team. So yeah, I think it could, like, anyone could have won that matchup. So I'm so proud and I'm glad that I take it.
I can imagine. Now, George, I want you to tell us, right? Give us a sneak peek. How was he feeling yesterday preparing for this match?
Sí, que cómo te sientes de cómo me preparé yo ayer para este enfrentamiento.
Muy bien. Muy bien. La verdad que lleva preparándose mucho tiempo, yo acompañándolo. I play Pokémon Go. I play Pokémon Go. It's very incredible. Pato, Leo, lleva trabajando todo este tiempo por intentar llegar a los mejores del mundo y bueno, muy emocionado.
Basically, he says that I have been working for this a lot of time and just like keep going even when I felt down and when I didn't have result, but I'm still like working and trying to improve, and you know those things that maybe I do bad in the past, like improve them in the future. So yeah, basically he's proved that.
Yeah, well, I know how hard you must have worked behind the scenes.
And he plays Pokémon Go.
And he plays Pokémon Go. But we all know how impressive a victory that was. We can't wait to see how far you go. And I think it's just very warming to see the family support. Pataman and his dad always here at these events. The support. Do you want to say anything to your mum or siblings at home?
I want to shout out some people. Obviously, my friends. Me Whittle, which is also a great friend of David, so I feel a bit bad for that, but I mean, I just want to win, but yeah, you know. So, but shout out to me Whittle because he helped me with the team building, also to Wedge because he did the same and also screaming, and as well my friend Christian because he's my best friend and I appreciate him a lot. And last but not least, my family, my mom, my brothers that I'm seeing, like they are seeing me in their house, and I'm so glad I have the support of them. And yeah, I love you too much.
I love to hear that, Pataman. Thank you very much, Pataman.
Thank you very much.
Patadad as well. And Leo, RB, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Patoman and Patodad. Now you made me cry. This is so emotional. I love how far we have come as a gaming community. The support from family members to the young trainers, to the young players. This is just beautiful.
Yeah, and talking about beautiful stories, we have two friends lining up against each other
again.
It's going to be Nesebeaten going up against Kazim 33. Kazim already has a regional crown to his name. Nesebeaten, he is still trying to get access to one of those medals.
And those teams look very much alike, I want to say. There is a Malamar missing on Kazim's side. There is no Galarian Moltres on Nesebeaten's side. But apart from that, we have Shadow Drapion as well and Clodsire. So different choices in Dark and in Poison types there.
I think the Drapion here can do a lot of work for Nesebeaten. I mean, it's been a tried and tested Pokemon. Yeah. It's done so much. It has a lot of play against the team of Kazim. One of the things that I want to point out is, again, my love for Shadow Quagsire in this meta. Yeah. Great coverage. A lot of these Pokemon take a ton of damage from the Aqua Tail. Imagine Shadow Quagsire if it did not get that Mudshot debuff.
Shadow Quagsire, even in the Shadow form, looks extremely happy. I just want to mention that it is one of my favorite Pokemon because it's just always such a vibe as well.
Does Shadow Quagsire look more happy, or does the Dunsparce look more happy for you?
Oh, the Dunsparce just seems very relaxed. The Dunsparce just seems like it's extremely chill to hang out. Let's take a quick selfie here. That is very nice, Kazim. You got it. Perfect. That's a great shot we have there. Ariados, Moltres, Dunsparce, Shadow Quagsire as well. Shadow Quagsire Mirror. Honestly, we haven't seen too many Shadow Quagsire Ariados teams, and I think this is a very hard to break core, and Boom showed it 2 weeks ago. So I wonder why we don't see as many of those cores.
I do not know indeed, but what I would like to understand is, can Nesebeaten's Malamar beat the Ariados? Because if it can, suddenly it looks like a great pick to have against Kazim. You cannot... Yes, the Galarian Moltres is a bad matchup, but if you try to set up your Pokemon with a lot of energy, Superpower, dip into another, Superpower again later on, it could work out. Azumarill, on the other hand, also looks like a great Pokemon to have for Nesebeaten.
See, just from you telling this about Superpowers and dipping out, I already lost count of your energy.
Ah, man. That's why we're sitting here and not on the other side, right? These two trainers are decorated trainers, and they are here to win it. You can see it from their jerseys as well. They're also friends. They're both wearing the same T-shirts, representing the team that they play for.
Yep, they're going to have a cuppa together, and let's see how this match turns out in this very, very similar team comp scenario that we're having here. Wonder how the differences will make an impact here. Galarian Moltres has a great matchup against the Malamar, but is the Malamar so good into the team of Kazim? I don't even think that is the case. I think the Galarian Moltres is a bit of an advantage here.
Yes, it can be. The Malamar can have a decent matchup against all these Pokemon. Potentially set up another Pokemon for a farm down. That could be an approach. But you are absolutely right, Leo. The Galarian Moltres can do a lot of work against Nesebeaten's team. The Brave Bird does a lot of damage to the Azumarill, and then you have great fast attack pressure from the Sucker Punch onto the rest of the Pokemon of Nesebeaten. You can also Brave Bird the Dunsparce. Yes, the rollouts do super effective damage, but in the end, the raw damage coming out from Brave Bird can go a long way, but these two trainers have locked in their teams. We see a Dunsparce
versus
mirror.
A Dunsparce. All right, this is what I meant with Licky Tongue mirror matches, where you can reconsider the energy of your opponent's Pokemon. However, there is no energy on the other Pokemon.
Yep, these two Pokemon will have to be throwing Drill Run against each other. Nesebeaten pulling the first Drill Run from his pocket. This will do a decent amount of damage to Kazim's Dunsparce. Both these trainers, do they know which of these Dunsparces win charge attack priority here? Because these two trainers know each other. They've probably played against each other before as well. So that could be why these trainers are doing it the way that they're doing now.
Well, there is a good chance that they do know. The Dunsparce is farming up a lot more energy against the Shadow Quagsire. Is this going to be a drill run and swap out into the Azumarill? Because if he has the Quagsire onto the Shadow Drapion, that is going to be a good time for Kazim. Goes into the Azumarill, and now we are already at a Stone Edge from Nesabeath's side.
This is a great matchup for the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is in such a huge energy deficit. Can the Quagsire get to another Stone Edge before the Azumarill can get to its own charge attack of Ice Beam? Yes, it can, but Nesabeath going for a very aggressive, risky bait here. Has Kazim kept track of energy? He has. This Aqua Tail is resisted by the Azumarill.
Kazim is a regional champion. Of course he has kept track of the energy on Nesabeath's side. And he, was this a charge attack priority event even? Goes for another Aqua Tail. He puts the Azumarill in a very comfortable farm down range. Kazim is going to take a knockout with his Ice Beam if it goes unshielded. And I think now that Nesabeath has gotten rid of his own energy, that is a very high chance that he's no-shielding this.
Yep, no-shielding this indeed, but the Azumarill is not in a range where it can get comfortably roll out down without taking damage on the Dunsparce. Let's see which Pokemon comes in. If it's going to be the Drapion, it's gonna get a ton of energy lead. And you know what happens when Drapion gets energy lead? Yeah. You get nightmares.
To be honest, if Kazim sees a Drapion coming in there attempting a farm down, he has 2 Pokemon with ground type attacks in the back. I think he just easily swaps out, knowing that the other Pokemon is a Dunsparce, knowing full well, hey, I can beat this Drapion with anything I have. I don't have to give my opponent a farm down.
Yep. Let's see which of these Pokemon he brings in. Will it be the Quagsire? It is the Quagsire coming in. Nesabeath can let a sigh of relief here because this is the matchup that he wants. His Drapion at the back does not want to see anything of this Quagsire. Kazim may be thinking, my Quagsire might have a lot of play at the backline, opting to no shield here, going for this Aqua Tail just before the Dunsparce gets to the charge attack. But will this Aqua Tail be enough? Because if it's not, it's gonna prove costly for Kazim. Maybe he goes for a quick swap here.
No. Doesn't. Tries to go for a mud shot down here. There's going to be another drill run charged up. The first shield is being put up by Kazim to preserve the HP on this Shadow Quagsire. We're going into the Shadow Drapion. However, there's already 2 Aqua Tail here. You have to start shielding on the side of Nesabeath, but there's so much energy on the Dunsparce of Kazim.
Yep, I think you cannot go 2 shields down because the Dunsparce of Kazim is, I think, 1 or 2 rollouts away from a drill run. Going straight for the crunch here. This crunch, if unshielded, will knock out the Quagsire. Will Kazim make this call? Great call by Kazim here. At this point, he needs to go back-to-back Aqua Tail, but he's opting to throw the first one immediately and potentially try to charge attack tie the next. Nesabeath, knowing that this is an Aqua Tail, is going to no shield.
If he knows that he has enough energy on the Dunsparce, he could also throw a Stone Edge, force a shield here. Is going to go for an aggressive. Throws the drill run here. This has to be shielded, otherwise the Drapion is gone for good. Drapion takes so much damage from those rollouts. Can he get another charge attack off into the Dunsparce here? There are no shields anymore. Goes for 2 Poison Stings to not take the damage from the rollout and has another crunch. This elite play here.
Yeah, crunch will be thrown into Dunsparce. Will this be enough to knock out? Yes, it is. And it's going to be a charge attack tie. And the Drapion of Nesabeath wins it 1-0. Amazing gameplay. Understanding that his Drapion is the key to his success. Unfortunately for Kazim, he did not keep track of that Dunsparce energy from Nesabeath, and that proved crucial towards the end game.
That was so big from Nesabeath in the end. They're going for those 2 Poison Stings, throwing on what we call unoptimal move timing, because he gave his opponent basically 2 turns for free. However, it meant that the damage of the rollout does not register on the Drapion and basically gets free energy because it's going to knock out the Dunsparce anyways with the crunch. And then having another crunch loaded, even though at this point I think also an Aqua Tail could have been enough. However, not completely sure though.
Well, there's no need to take a risk if you have back-to-back crunches, right? And even in that scenario, it was great heads-up play from Nesabeath. And one of the things that Kazim could have potentially done in that game was bring in his own Dunsparce into Nesabeath's Dunsparce, because Nesabeath's Dunsparce had no energy left, and that would have been enough to propel him to win this game, and also put him in a situation where Nesabeath in the late game might have to bait 2 Aqua Tails to land that crunch on to the Quagsire for the win.
What do you think Kazim should do to adjust to this matchup here? Because Nesabeath looked very, very strong. The Shadow Drapion had a Quagsire and a Dunsparce facing off against it, and both of those have ground type attacks, so you're basically disadvantageous here. What can Kazim do better in the next matchup to actually beat the Shadow Drapion?
I think he did everything he could. He bought 3 Pokemon that were great against Shadow Drapion, and unfortunately for him, it did not work out.
So he's never going to win.
No. I think 9 out of 10 times, if he played this game, he would have played it differently. He would have definitely bought in the Dunsparce. If he kept track of the energy of Nesabeethan's Dunsparce, it was the best and easiest catch he could make because he was surviving with 2 HP. He had to throw that move there. And an immediate swap into the Dunsparce there would have won in the game. But as I said, run it back. I think at this point, it makes sense to me. Run it back, but maybe switch around your Pokemon a little bit. Maybe a Shadow Quagsire lead because it's pretty neutral against Nesabeethan's team.
That is true, and you've said this before, there is so much switching around in this meta that it is extremely hard to keep track of the energy when you also have to factor in other things like, am I going to win the charge attack priority? How many fast attacks have I thrown? Will I give my opponent good move timing if I throw now? There's so many thoughts you have to have at the same time. I can barely have 2.
Yeah. You can barely have 2, but we have game number 2 here ready. It's going to be a Drapion lead against a Quagsire. It is the switcheroony, as we call it, that Kazim went for here. But this is going to be still tricky because, yes, the Quagsire is doing super effective damage with these mudshots, but the Drapion is going to be pacing to these crunches at exactly the same time. Kazim pulling up the shield, neutralizing the damage from the crunch here, but in comes this Dunsparce. Will this be the tried and tested chip and dip strategy? Aqua Tail number 1 from the Quagsire into Dunsparce.
I am very sure that this is going to happen exactly like you called it. I also like that Kazim did not throw on the charge attack priority because it could have been an easy catch for Nesabeethan to get the Azumarill in there, and Azumarill looks very, very strong against the team of Kazim.
Yeah, but what this does for Nesabeethan is potentially freeing up that Azumarill that he has hidden up in the back to go against that Galarian Moltres. It will come down to if Kazim can recognize this and save his own Azumarill towards the end game.
Yep, he is at almost 2 charge attacks. Will throw here. The question is, does a Play Rough knock out? Because now the Dunsparce has a charge attack loaded. There is a Drill Run on this Dunsparce. This will barely not knock out, I suppose. Oh, goes into the Azumarill himself anyways. And now Kazim doesn't even have to recognize it because he now knows there is an Azumarill that is a problem. What do I do?
This is a great scenario to be in if you're Kazim, because this is a Pokemon that could have completely flipped the game on its head for Kazim, because the Galarian Moltres would have been so weak against it. But Nesabeethan bringing in his Azumarill, going for not actually opting to throw any energy, maybe wanting to go to 100 energy, or in the case of Azumarill, 99 energy before throwing his charge attack.
Goes for a Play Rough here now as he has stored up on energy, and this is, I think, barely not going to knock out to get... Oh, it knocks out even. Would have loved to see an undercharge to get some extra bubbles in there as well, but now the Azumarill is in Stone Edge range for Kazim's Quagsire. We're going to throw another Play Rough. This is going to do a sizable amount of damage if it goes unshielded. Drops the last shield. Now the Shadow Drapion is in a position that it loves to be in. It has no energy though, but it has no shields on the opposing side. Has 1 to its name, and Kazim takes out the Azumarill here.
Yeah, but Quagsire does have a ton of energy. The Drapion still has 2 shields here.
2 shields.
And also remember, there's a move stored on the Dunsparce as well. In comes the Drapion. Drapion is immediately going to be met with an Aqua Tail, or no, going for the charge attack tie here. No, waiting a turn, making sure it's not going to get caught on that Dunsparce.
Waiting turns is what won Kazim the last tournament in Dortmund. Now he's going to catch the crunch on the Galarian Moltres, and that is so good. The thing is, Nesabeethan, how do you handle this right now? Because you can't combo play with the Dunsparce. You might have to swap it in immediately or stay here, because I think 1 Sucker Punch could knock out the Dunsparce. Are you going to reach double Aqua Tail to knock out the Galarian Moltres?
Yeah, he went for the charge attack tie here, but unfortunately Kazim opting to be a little disciplined and not throwing a move, but in comes this Dunsparce only to be able to get off a move here. Was this a catch? No, it was a snipe by Nesabeethan, knocking the Galarian Moltres out. This is looking dire for Kazim.
Oh, this is a big combo play. However, there is going to be the crunch start already on Nesabeethan's side. This crunch is going to knock out the Shadow Quagsire, and it's going to bring Nesabeethan into the top 8, 2-0.
Top 8 indeed, 2-0 for Nesabithan, and Kazim unfortunately got hard done by the fact that he does not like to be caught on waiting a turn, which let that Dunsparce come in and get that Rock Slide to knock the Galarian Moltres. Sometimes waiting a turn wins you games, sometimes it does not, and Nesabithan took full advantage of this from Kazim.
Yep, we have seen this at the last regional in Lille already from Kazim, waiting too many turns. Sometimes when your opponent is at the charge attack is absolutely impossible. This is why it is so hard to catch or to not get caught on charge attacks in mirror matches. If you're having 2 Azumarill, you know that your opponent is going to at some point throw at perfect timing, right? You can't wait a turn in a mirror match once both Pokemon have a charge attack stored, because then you know if your opponent throws in that moment, you basically lose 1 fast attack and lose the matchup.
Yeah, there were great Drapion plays here by Nesabithan, and I think I told you at the start of the game as well, Drapion looks like it's gonna make a complete sweep of the games, and that's exactly what happened. Kazim recognized this as well. He bought 3 Pokemon that can do well against the Drapion in both games, but unfortunately for him, Nesabithan showing his mastery over the Drapion and making sure Kazim had no chance to win the game, even after Kazim waited a turn and then caught the crunch on the Galarian Moltres. It was not enough for him to pull through with a win here.
Look at that resisted damage still, and there we can see that Kazim still faces a shield on the side of the Shadow Drapion. The Mudshots deal a lot of damage, but not enough here to knock out the Shadow Drapion. The crunch is going to connect on the Shadow Quagsire, completely removing it from the battlefield, getting Nesabithan the well-deserved spot in the top 8 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Gdańsk.
Yep, he is now in the top 8, and Kazim is knocked out. He cannot get his 2nd regional title here, but Nesabithan still in contention. Great set of games there. Great energy management from both these trainers. Kazim waiting a turn. Unfortunately, that was not his turn to wait.
Yep, definitely. And if you have been around for longer today, you have seen our intro, you have seen our outro yesterday maybe, we were talking a lot about the regional schedules and the next tournaments coming up. The next tournament in about 2 weeks is going to be the LAIC. This is going to be a gigantic tournament, and it is very far away from here. However, we still do have some trainers that are going to go over the pond to participate at the LAIC, and we have a little showcase for you.
Welcome, battlers, to the Pokemon Go PvP Arena. The 2025 competitive season is well on its way, with the first international championship coming up in November in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from across the globe are gearing up to make their mark at the Latin America International Championship, and European contenders are itching to snag that shiny trophy. Leading the charge is the Dutch battler Colin 6. Not only did he land on the top of the 2024 Pokemon Go leaderboard, he is ready to show he is also at the top of his game. Colin is the only 3-time event champion from Europe, with wins under his belt in Lille in 2023 and a double whammy victory in Stuttgart and Bologna during the 2024 season.
But the thing I'd like to be known for most is my calculated and precise play that can win against any opponent in any team.
Hot on his heels is the Spanish sensation Paulasha, ready to cook up some interesting concoctions for the LAIC.
I'm ready to cook this season.
Paula has been making waves since the beginning of her competitive journey, crashing into Torino and winning the first special event she competed in. And she hasn't hit the brakes since, nearly dominating the 2024 season with top cuts in 5 of the 7 events she entered, plus an epic victory in Stockholm as the cherry on top.
It's always so cool to see the support that all the women are giving to me. So yep, I'm always so proud of this.
Last but certainly not least, San Judigo is ready to compete and prove that consistency is the true Poke power.
Even with I am the underdog, I'm pretty confident with myself with my last results.
This Spanish trainer has showcased his high-level plays, racking up impressive top cut finishes in both major tournaments and in local cups and challenges.
I'm feeling that I'm playing as properly as possible, so I'm not afraid of anyone.
How will our European trainers fare against the rest of the world in this epic international showdown? The Latin American International Championships are on November 15th through the 17th, so don't miss the chance to catch all of the action. Let's see who will emerge victorious in this cross-continental clash. Welcome back in. I love that little stinger, that little intro thing showing that even Tomahawk UK can't get first place against the Jigglypuff.
Yeah, the Jigglypuff was a little bit too much to handle for me, but we are so pleased to be back here. I'm with Amanda. Amanda, you are looking very elegant today.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to go for an EU Empress type of look. You think I'm pulling it off?
I think you're doing very well. I've got a little cutie fly badge
well,
here, you know.
It matches the profile, let me tell you.
You are what you wear, right? But we had some pretty incredible battles just now. We had Nezabethan up against Kazim33, and honestly, that was nail-biting. I did not know who was going to win that second game until the very end.
I mean, you talk about that one, but I also want to talk about Patoman versus PvP David 07 too. I mean, those two trainers, young but very talented. Patoman won last season in Gdańsk. He's going from that loser side of the bracket, but he's so far in the tournament, he could potentially do it again.
It's really impressive to see players of this caliber up against each other, and genuinely you have no idea what is going to happen. That was the losers bracket, so those players really were fighting for everything they could in this tournament. We've seen Pataman, we've seen Nezabethan go through into the next round and seal their place into that top 8.
And not only that, the championship jump in points is very large between the 12 that we saw on day 2 up into that top 8 positioning. So those who have secured their places, not only, secured the place in history, but have gotten a lot of points that they can take to that EU leaderboard.
And speaking of the leaderboard, Tonton Batus will be looking to cement his place right at the top of it. He'll be coming up very soon as we go back into the winner's side of the bracket to see those players that have not yet dropped a match this weekend.
I mean, if you're talking about incredible battlers, we're going to see some of them coming up, also playing with some Pokemon that I don't even think we've seen too much actually this meta. We've got Dragapult up in the, the top. We got a Shadow Drifblim.
Did you know, right, this weekend, today is the first time ever that we have Dragapult in day 2 of all 3 games. Go, VG, and TCG have a Dragapult in day 2.
That is incredible. Let's go ahead and look at the teams of the people who will be competing in this because, I mean, you talk about that there's a Dragapult, there's also some well-known names here. We have Tonton Batus against Wilton425. That's going to be the first matchup that we're going to see, but we also have 2 German battlers coming up against each other, Uden and Zweilis.
Now, Welton was in Group C, which when we looked at this on paper, we thought, wow, there are a lot of incredible players here, and Welton is not a player that's made day 2 before, so for him to come out on top against that caliber of competition, super impressive.
I mean, he knocked out the previous season Lille champion Galaxka Bolton down. I think he knocked PvP David. This guy, I think we need to be definitely keeping an eye on him. He's the person on the right-hand side, person on the left-hand side, Tonton Batus, and look at these teams here on Tonton's side. We have that Alolan Raticate. I think it's like the first one that we've seen in this tournament.
What do you think of Alolan Raticate?
I mean, it was never on my bingo card of something that I thought we would see in a regional competition, but we've actually seen it twice now in 2 different ones, and it's performing so well.
I like that Welton will have spent much of yesterday studying up on that Alolan Raticate, and he has brought a team that I think should be able to manage it a little bit well. You've got the Azumarill, as many players do, but also that Ariados, the lunge would be super effective against that Alolan Raticate.
I mean, it's a kind of dangerous Pokemon to bring. If we look at the day 2 meta, if you think about it, Azumarill and Ariados were the top 2 Pokemon used. So, I mean, the fact that Tonton has been able to make it this far is absolutely incredible.
Now, one thing that I think is very exciting is that Alolan Raticate typically has that normal type damage unresisted because there are very few Ghost and very few Steel type Pokemon in the meta. But Welton has a Steel type Pokemon. Martine's favorite Pokemon, it's Skarmory. And that has such good play into Raticate, Superior, and Sludge Bomb Clodsire.
But if you look on the other side of this for Tonton, it does horrible against the Talonflame and the Charge-Bug. So I don't know. Do you want to bring Skarmory into such a divisive matchup?
at this stage of the competition, sometimes you got to take risks. Tonton was a player that brought Skarmory himself in the last regional event in Lille, so he will know its matchups very, very well, and he will be perfectly aware of what power it possesses.
Let's go ahead and take a look at these teams. We talked about the Azumarill, we talked about the Ariados, we talked now about this Skarmory. I think he is a very well-balanced team here on Welton's side. Also, I have to admit, Dunsparce has really been, we thought that maybe it was rolling out of the meta, but it has been doing quite well in the tournament.
It's drill runned its way straight back into the meta. Dunsparce there, we saw it. Nezabethan against Kazim33, sniping in the end game with that rock slide. Critical play. But we've also seen Pataman and his Malamar doing very, very well. Welton will want to take advantage in much the same way.
So as a reminder, we are in the winners semifinals. The winners side of the bracket, meaning these trainers have not lost yet, is in a double elimination tournament. Whoever loses this is not out of the tournament. They will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket. But let's face it, if you're on the winner side, you definitely want to stay there. And I think both of these trainers are ready to prove something.
I am expecting Tonton Battus to lean into this Shadow for Alligator. Perhaps as a safe swap, it looks really, really potent. It's very difficult to swap an Ariados into a Shadow for Alligator safe swap. Even though you have access to the super effective Trailblaze, a grass type attack, you'll be down on energy, you'll be behind, and so for Alligator will reach Hydro Cannon first.
I mean, even swapping in, if you're in a Azumarill, though you can tank those Hydro Cannons quite easily, you just pace so slowly as well. And those Hydro Cannons plus the Shadow Claws continue to add up. So I think that you are definitely right. We're going to see some Shadow for Alligator play. We might even see it right away as we start off these matches here. Talonflame on Tonton's side versus the Malamar on Welton's.
We've seen a couple of Talonflame, most of them running this double flying moveset, Fly and Brave Bird. The synergy between these two attacks is really, really strong, and I think that that's why players are preferring it in this meta.
Now, I know that some people use their Malamars that have a slightly higher attack to be able to get a certain break point, so they're actually able to Psywave down. Looking at Welton's, do you think he has this against the Talonflame on Tonton's side?
I believe Welton might have played a game against Galaxco Bolton in which he won charge attack priority against a Talonflame. Tonton will have watched that. He'll be aware that this Malamar has been built with higher attack.
Wow, switching in Alolan Raticate, you know you're gonna get super powered at this point, but that's why Tonton puts up a shield here. Now the Malamar is debuffed and swaps out into the Ariados, but there is such an energy advantage on the Alolan Raticate side.
I really like how Welton is trying to manage this Alolan Raticate. Super power available on Malamar, lunge available on Ariados, and he correctly shields the return. That is massive for Welton.
Not only that, he's got a lunge ready to go. The first superpower, which was super effective, is going to be blocked up, but this lunge will connect with this Dark-type Pokemon, and look how much damage that does.
That is a lot of damage, but look how bulky as well that Raticate is. It's not only able to tank the lunge, it's also able to potentially reach another return. Not before Welton gets that second lunge away.
Great timing by Welton there, recognizing that he wants to throw right before that lunge is available. Tonton lets the Raticate go down. Now, I mean, yep, exactly, gonna come right in with that Talonflame, but guess what? There is already an attack loaded here, going for that Trailblaze.
You almost have to shield this because you need the Incinerate damage to register. Thankfully for Tonton, it is a Trailblaze, so his Incinerate will do as much damage as possible, and he correctly predicts the instant swap, goes into a Shadow for Alligator, which actually wins the zero shield scenario against a Dunsparce.
Yeah, even though those Shadow Claws don't really do much to the Dunsparce, those Hydro Cannons start to hurt here. Meanwhile, the Drill runs aren't going to be pacing quite as quickly. The first one going through, no Protect Shields remaining. Tonton has to take this full force.
Tonton needs to remember how much energy was on that Malamar. Welton needs to remember how much energy was on that Talonflame. That could prove critical in the end of the match.
Looks like he's going for that charge attack priority, recognizing... Oh!
Tonton, he's gone for an extra Shadow Claw. He's missed it, and he's allowed this drill run to land. He's let this game go. For Alligator goes down. Talonflame's not going to be able to take out this Dunsparce on its own, and Welton wins game number 1.
Head in his hands, it's a crucial moment in the game, but unfortunately for Tonton, he went for that extra Shadow Claw instead of that charge attack priority, and Welton took full advantage of that situation, taking game number 1 with that Dunsparce.
So what happened there exactly? Tonton is watching these rollouts come through from the Dunsparce. Now, rollout, it's a bit of a funky move. The attack animation comes through at an odd timing, and so Tonton was looking to get the Hydro Cannon off before Welton reached his second drill run, and perhaps he was put off by the rollout animation and didn't quite throw the attack.
Yeah, you saw it immediately when he recognized, because Feraligatr does have a higher attack than Dunsparce in this game. I think Tauntaun recognized immediately what his mistake was, but at this point, there's honestly nothing he could have done. The only thing he can do is recompose himself, take some notes of what he did right and wrong in game number 1, and apply it to this game 2.
And this is huge for Welton. He needs to take advantage of any mistakes that your opponent makes. He needs to take full advantage of the momentum that he now has going into this decisive game number 2, potentially.
Last season, Tauntaun Battus was in the finals here in Gdansk. He is on the winner's side of the bracket, and he came so close to taking that game number 1. I think he definitely wants to be up there again. We're jumping right into the battles for game number 2. We have that Clodsire now against a Shadow Drapion.
Now, this on paper is a positive matchup for the Clodsire, but with 2 shields up, unless Tauntaun starts baiting, then Shadow Drapion's Aquatails can put in a ton of work.
Not only that, a Sludge Bomb bait is not something you necessarily want to go for against the Shadow Drapion itself. Stone Edge would be much more better in this scenario, and yet a very risky play here, and he pulls it off, getting that first shield off of Welton.
This is a massive shield for Tauntaun to pull from his opponent. Welton now needs to be mindful that this Clodsire could go straight Earthquake, and it will knock this Drapion out.
Now going for another Aquatail, still no shield on Tauntaun's side, knows he can take at least one more, and he's one away from an Earthquake. Does Welton want to go double shields down? No, going for that charge attack priority once again here, and I think that this might be enough for that shadow damage. So does Tauntaun, putting up that Protect Shield.
Let's remember that Poison Sting is double resisted by Clodsire, so there's really very little chance that Welton can Poison Sting this down. He will need to throw another attack, but Tauntaun has another shield available. It goes no shielded, Earthquake lands, Drapion goes down.
Super effective damage, and here's the thing, look at Welton's side here. Neither the Poison Stings nor the rollouts are going to be doing that much to the Clodsire. No matter what comes in, they're going to have to throw an attack.
This Trailblaze is going to get very, very close. As we say, Poison Sting doing so little to this Clodsire. Welton will be begging that this Clodsire goes down. Yes, it does. And this Ariados is boosted, but this is not the boost you want because Talonflame comes in.
Now it is back to where it almost ended in game number 1. We have the Dunsparce against the Feraligatr. It's a little bit different this time around. There's an extra rollout on Welton's side. This drill run will connect, but I don't know if Tauntaun wants to let that other one connect. He doesn't want that Talonflame anywhere near this Dunsparce. Wants it much more comfortably on the Ariados.
Welton needs to get this Feraligatr out of the picture as quickly as possible and start landing rollouts and maybe even rock slides on that Talonflame in the endgame. Tauntaun needs to be very smart about where he uses his shields here.
Now going for another Hydro Cannon. If this is not shielded, it will definitely knock out the Dunsparce. Very last second shield there by Welton, but he's got a lot of energy on the Dunsparce here. Wants to get up a little bit more. He knows those Shadow Claws aren't going to be doing too much. I love this play. Going for the rock slide because it's still enough to take out the Feraligatr, but if Tauntaun was trying to catch on his Talonflame, it would have still done so much damage.
These Incinerates coming in. Incinerate, one of the hardest hitting fast attacks in the game. Welton will be begging, can I reach another rock slide? Am I going to get incinerated down? Do I transfer the Incinerate damage onto a different Pokemon? Doesn't even get the opportunity. The attack comes in. Tauntaun's going to land this. Talonflame looks so good into Ariados in the back.
I mean, I think that Tauntaun was hoping he could Incinerate down, recognizing, okay, at least I know I don't even need shields against the Ariados here. I gotta get this Dunsparce out of the way. Going for the Brave Bird even, the bravest of birds here, hitting this bug-type Pokemon, and I think game 2 is going to Tauntaun Battus.
Ariados and all 1 million of its baby spider children sent away from the field here. That Talonflame, oppressive Brave Bird damage.
And look at these matches. Winners, semifinals here. 1-2-1. The next person who wins this decisive Game 3 will stay on the winner's side of the bracket. The loser will drop down to the loser side. Well, they will continue on in their tournament run here. If you're looking at these teams here, Fareed, what is standing out to you? Do you think we're going to see the Lowland Raticate in game number 3? It did actually quite well in game number 1. It was just a slight misplay that put it in favor of Welton.
I think Tauntaun's ability to mess with the mind of his opponent, he brings that Alolan Raticate in game 1 alongside a Shadow Feraligatr, and Welton goes, hey look, my Ariados has a ton of play. What does Tauntaun do game 2? Here's Talonflame.
And as you can see, Ariados had absolutely no play against that Talonflame there. Being able to win the lead really secured Tauntaun the lineup that he was looking for, being able to get that Talonflame onto the Ariados and also the Feraligatr onto that Dunsparce.
I think Welton needs to have a strong think about what he does about Shadow Feraligatr, because Shadow Feraligatr here is the pivot that is allowing Tauntaun to take better advantage of his other Pokemon. Welton's only real answer at the moment that he's been leaning into is that Dunsparce, but it's not a clean matchup at all.
I mean, we've definitely seen that those Shadow Hydro Cannons just do so much damage to any of the Pokemon. Maybe not the Azumarill, but like we discussed before, even with that Shadow Claw damage, it does pretty decent. And if there's a superior on the other side, Azumarill doesn't always feel so comfortable coming in. Now, having said that, even though it only has 2 bad matchups, I think that maybe Azumarill could be a play. We're about to find out. We're getting into game number 3 here. Good lead for Tauntaun with this Clodsire against the Ariados.
Ariados needs to get out here, and it actually has a ton of play into the backline. Malamar is met with a Shadow Feraligatr. Now, Malamar will outpace to these superpowers, but it's going for a foul play first. That gives Feraligatr an opportunity to maybe catch up on energy.
And now, properly shielding up here, Tauntaun wants to keep this Feraligatr nice and healthy while he continues to farm up a little bit of energy, but he does need to be wary because there was a couple of Psy Waves extra. Malamar will be able to hit an attack first, but he also gets a Protect Shield in the meantime.
Now, I think Malamar, if it goes straight superpower from this point, might be able to take out the Feraligatr first. The difficulty is that Clodsire in the endgame is going to be so strong. We've gone for a foul play here. This means Feraligatr will reach the next Hydro Cannon before Malamar reaches its superpower.
Going a little bit over, once again, some energy here. Getting both shields in this mid-game scenario. Both of these trainers now have no shields left for the rest of the game. And if you're looking at those backlines, this could prove impactful. Swapping back into the Clodsire here. Those Psy Waves, they're super effective against this Pokemon. But the foul plays and the superpowers are, they're starting to chip.
Now, Tauntaun didn't want to risk that Malamar just edging the Feraligatr out to the superpower. So he's going to sponge a lot of this charge attack damage onto his Clodsire. Sludge Bomb, it's the cheapest of Clodsire's attacks, and so he's going to be able to take out the Malamar and still have a lot of energy to offload into the remaining Pokemon.
And if you were looking at that timing through right before that foul play was available, great counting by Tauntaun here. But can we count on him in these moments, Farid? Will we be able to see him pull this off, or will Welton take out another top trainer here? Going for the Earthquake, heavier hitting attack, no Protect Shields remaining. As a reminder, this Ariados is going to take it all.
Now, Welton, I think, is predicting a Talonflame in the back. And that's why he came in with the Ariados there. But Dunsparce can now come through. Welton realizes, my Ariados actually would have been pretty useful into this Raticate. Instead, Dunsparce is going to throw Drill Run and possibly have to eat a return.
Yeah, especially with those super effective attacks. And this Drill Run is not same type attack bonus, so it's not going to be doing as much damage. But in the meantime, Tauntaun going a little bit more. This return will connect. I don't think it's enough to knock out the Dunsparce, but it's going to do some hefty damage.
Tauntaun in the driver's seat here. Let's remember that Shadow Feraligatr still has a ton of energy, almost at another Hydro Cannon. This Drill Run, no chance it takes out the Raticate. Raticate really is shining.
Yeah, I mean, at this point here, Tauntaun has to throw another attack to be able to get the Dunsparce out. He is getting quite low, going for that crunch right before their next attack is released. But if you look at the HP of the Raticate, I think Tauntaun maybe wants to get out. He doesn't want to give farm to whatever is left here. Going straight back for that Clodsire.
Yeah, straight into the Clodsire to prevent the Ariados getting a free farm down. Now, can Welton get to 2 Trailblazes before Tauntaun reaches his attack? That's the big question.
Well, we're about to find out. It doesn't look like it. The Sludge Bomb is ready to go. It's not very effective, but there's not a lot of health left on the Ariados.
Maybe Welton should have gone for a lunge to ensure that this Sludge Bomb did as little damage as possible. Sludge Bomb is enough. It takes out Ariados, and Tauntaun Battus wins 2 games to 1.
He did it last year. He's doing it again this year. Tauntaun Battus making it on to the winner's side of the bracket. Congratulations, Tauntaun. Welton not out of the tournament yet, and well done to him, honestly. He's been playing so well in this whole entire tournament, and people are really starting to recognize this name.
Tauntaun so pleased with his performance with the Raticate, with the Clodsire, but that Shadow Feraligatr, that really was impressive. And even though we looked at Dunsparce as a potential answer, do you know what? I think Tauntaun was like, I like my Dunsparce well done. So we'll see how far Tauntaun can get this weekend. He's such a top performer.
I mean, now he's into the winners finals, and as a reminder, the winners finals are actually going to be best of 5 matches rather than the best of 3 matches that we've been seeing so far today. We're seeing all of the matches in this tournament on day 2. I love that. Sometimes we don't get a chance to see everyone performing, but all the people of yesterday who performed so well get the chance to shine on the big stage here in Gdańsk.
And coming up very, very soon, we've got a pretty big match, right? We have 2 Pangoro up against each other.
Boy.
They're dragging their trainers with them as well. We've got Odin and Z Zweilers. These are 2 players that I think are really, really impressive. But before we get there, let's remind ourselves just what this Alolan Raticate got up to.
I mean, these 2 trainers, they played against each other here. They're both French battlers, I believe, too. So we had the battle of the French players on the winner's side at the top, and we have a battle of German players at the bottom. This forcing the shield here, this Trailblaze, because he wants to be able to get the incinerate damage through. This game was so incredibly close, and this simultaneous swap looked like it was in the hands of Tonton Batus, but you know what? Welton took advantage of a situation here, letting that drill run go through and securing him that Game 1 victory.
Now, we've spoken before, right, about who the best Dutch battler is. Do you think there can even be any debate as to the best French battler?
I mean, Tonton Batus, he won EUIC a couple seasons ago, but Sandudu got 3rd place very, very recently. Caston has made it very far. I mean, listen, I think that is definitely a discussion that we could be having with the French battlers as they could plead their cases.
Yeah, some really, really strong battlers from all over Europe gathering together at these European regional events. This is the 3rd regional event of the 2025 Play Pokemon season. Tonton Batus got so close earlier this season. He'll want the crown this weekend.
I mean, already as it is, Tonton has played so well. He's basically secured himself, I believe, a spot for the European International Championships and that travel stipend. So, I mean, congratulations already to Tonton Batus.
Yeah, he'll be able to go premium on his Eurostar journey up to the UK in London, which is the hosting city of the European International Championship. Before that, we have the Latin America International Championship in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in 2 weeks' time. And a few players here in Europe will be competing at that event for their opportunity to get onto that Travel Award top 4 placement.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw actually a video a little bit earlier on with 3 of those battlers, one of them being Colin 6, Paulasha and San Hudiga are going, and also if you're liking this combination, just be prepared I guess if they don't like it, you're stuck with this for that weekend as well. We're really happy to be going to LAIC to be able to see all of the battlers across the globe fighting it out for this first international championship.
That event will be huge, but this event is also massive. What a game we've got coming right up. It's Odin against Z Zweilers. Look at the spice here, Amanda.
I mean, I think across the board here, this is probably the spiciest matchup that we've seen all weekend in Gdańsk, pointing out the super spicy ones on both teams here. We got the Dragbolt, we got the Pangoro, which, I'm never going to hear the end of this from Fareed. But also, we have an actual Magnezone that's not Shadow on Zweilers' side, and a Shadow Drifblim as well as another Pangoro.
Yeah, there definitely will be a Pangoro in the winners' finals. The winner of this match will take that forward. But a Dragapult. We are not joking here. Look at this. It is a Dragapult in day 2 on the winner's side. I think I have to be rooting for that.
And I tell you what, it's not even just bench pressure, because we saw Udin use it yesterday. He used it to perfection, being able to farm down a Talonflame and then Shadow Ball whatever came in the back. And my goodness, this is one of Udin's first top cuts this season at least, and the team that he has come up with is very different than what he's been playing in the past couple, but I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, pairing Pangoro with a Ghost type, that Astonish attack received a big buff in this season's attack update. And Dragapult with Astonish is also being across the side of Shadow Drifblim with Astonish for Z Zweilers. That Ghost and Flying typing for Drifblim against the Ghost and Dragon typing for Dragapult. Odin, Stockholm Regional top 8. This is his next top 8. He wants a medal.
And now look at Zweilers. Zweilers already has a medal. Last season, he was our first special event champion in Barcelona, hoping to do it again this season. A top-level competitor. We sometimes call him a mad scientist or reverse engineer because he likes to take Pokemon that aren't particularly meta to core break things that he thinks that he will see in a tournament. Looks like he's been doing very well for him so far here in Gdańsk.
Now, I spoke with Z Zweilers. Normal Magnezone is on his team. Shadow Magnezone is a Pokemon we're typically used used to seeing. And I have been a big fan of normal Magnezone in this meta because it is so much better against Shadow Drapion. It can tank that crunch like no tomorrow, with the Wild Charges still putting out a ton of damage.
Yeah, and I think that there was a couple other reasons that he wanted to do it. Typically when we see the Magnezone, it's because it does so much damage when it's at Shadow that it goes for those Wild Charges. But the Wild Charges still hurt from a regular Magnezone, so I mean, I think that maybe this is the sauce for this tournament.
Can Zizwilus bring Shadow Magnezone into Uden's team here? Because we've got a Pangoro, we've got ground type coverage as well with that Clodsire. Let's have a look. Here's Shadow Drifblim into Ariados. That is a massive lead for Zizwilus.
My goodness, what a lead indeed. That's exactly what the Drifblim is looking for, and an immediate counter swap into the Dragapult. But look how much damage it is taking already from the Drifblim. Trying to catch now a breaking swipe onto the vet. No, my goodness, not even able to make it to a Shadow Ball. This is huge for Zizwilus.
Well, Dragapult was in day 2, but I didn't quite get a chance to see it. Ariados comes back in. It can land super effective Trailblaze, not before Zizwilus goes for this Body Slam.
Body Slam will connect with the Ariados here. Ariados doesn't have that great of matchup against that Drifblim in the back. Going ahead and taking that Body Slam. Knows it's not going to be able to knock him out. Now, this Trailblaze, on the other hand, is a grass-type attack into a ground and water-type Pokemon. Super effective. Get it out of there. But I think we're just going to see that Drifblim with energy come right back in.
Even boosted. These Poison Stings resisted, Lunge and Trailblaze resisted. Zizwilus doesn't want to take a boosted attack though, goes for that Icy Wind, it takes out the Ariados. Pangoro has a huge hill to climb here. Ariados comes in. Do you know what? Uden's going to be praying for a boost.
Uden definitely needs a boost here, but here is the big problem. There's lunges on the Ariados. There's Icy Winds on the Drifblim, and Pangoro is the only Pokemon left on Uden's side. Though there's 2 shields, there's really nothing he can do against this backline here. 2 shields, the first one being used here correctly on the lunge, but now the attack is debuffed for the rest of the game.
Zizwilus shouldn't shield this one. He knows that the Night Slash is unboosted. It's actually debuffed, but Uden, again, praying for the boost.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think he might need to keep on praying because it is tough sledding for him at this point. The Dragapult not being able to get off an attack really put him on the back foot here. I think he recognizes himself, going ahead, taking that, going another attack fall, and I think we're going to see a full farm down. Zizwilus taking game number 1.
Uden recognizing that by not getting any boost on that Night Slash after the first 2 means that that game was all but done and dusted. Zizwilus very pleased to see that Dragapult go down early.
I mean, I think that was a surprise for all of us there, how quickly we saw that go down. It does such heavy damage, but it took so much in return. Dreepy is kind of hard and difficult for me to find personally, so I don't even know if I could build up a good Dragapult, to be honest.
I can trade you one, Amanda.
Oh, would you?
We can do it right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, we both do have our phones here.
The question for Uden is, do you double down on this Dragapult? Do you A, say, oh, I don't know, Dragapult didn't do a lot there, I need to maybe drop it? Or do you go, hold on, I need to do it justice? Because Uden knows just how strong Dragapult can be, and I think he might want to show that off. Or do you play it safe?
I mean, if you're talking about playing it safe there, what were the odds, in your opinion, that Zizwilus was going to lead that Shadow Drifblim? He really caught the lead. I'm not saying that every time, obviously, if you win lead, you win game, but it really put him in the driver's seat from the absolute beginning.
Zizwilus is definitely leaning into Gastrodon here. It is so safe into Uden's team. And so if Dugong is brought by Uden, then it has play into Gastrodon as well as that Shadow Drifblim, so maybe Uden wasn't expecting to see it. And Zizwilus, he is living in Uden's head rent-free right now. Ariados comes in, Uden is ABA weak to it. Zizwilus is going to reach an attack well before Dugong reaches its first attack.
Yeah, going for that Trailblaze, which is going to boost the attack from Zizwilus. Not only this grass-type damage is going to do a nice chunk to the Dugong here, as you can see, super effective. But though the attack went up, it's about to go right back down with this Icy Wind.
Landing that first Trailblaze. Now, there are a few players that have different ways that they like to play the Dugong versus Ariados matchup. Some players go for a Drill Run first, then 2 shield and commit to an Ice Shard down. Not the case here. Zizwilus reaches the next Trailblaze. This will knock out if unshielded.
And it looks like Uden is deciding if he wants to. No, not going to shield it up. Now it's double, well, a regular buff here again. But What will Uden want to do at this point? The Ariotis has just thrown the Trailblaze here. Is he going to come with a farm down with the Dragon Bolt? I think that's exactly what we're going to see. A quick pivot into the Drifblim, now to be met back with a Azumarill, right back where we started at the beginning on Uden's side, but now the Drifblim is already getting up to a Shadow Ball, throwing it right now.
If Uden doesn't shield this like he hasn't there, this Shadow Ball will do a ton of damage, and Z's Wireless might be able to fully astonish this down. This is quite big. Z's Wireless is going to lean into that Gastrodon for the end game. It has an impressive mud slap damage that it can put out, and I don't know if Dragapult's going to be able to hold on.
I mean, at this point here, Wireless using up his shield. Will Uden be able to make it to another Ice Beam, because it will be enough to knock out? Looks like he's going for a full Astonish down, but not able to quite make it. Getting to one Ice Beam, getting both Protect Shields now from Zwilus.
Now, Zwilus can guarantee that Icy Wind can land against this Dragapult. It will go shielded, but it guarantees a debuff, and that is massive. There are 2 shields. Uden doesn't really want to use both, but if it can start landing Shadow Balls, that could be big.
I mean, Icy Wind is debuffing. Once again, we see it, the only Pokemon left in the game. Look at how much damage this does. Can Uden hold on here? Has to go for the heavier hitting attack, but it's now debuffed, so I don't think this is going to knock out, and that Mud Slap damage is just going to start coming in.
I wonder if you needed to go for a Breaking Swipe first. I don't know if you're going to be able to hold on. You're definitely not. Gastrodon powers through. Uden goes down. Zwilus 2-0.
Zwilus staying in on that winner side of the bracket, doing it in Barcelona, top cutting across Europe, and top cutting once again here in Gdansk.
Zwilus goes, you know what, this game's kind of easy. Just simply win lead every game.
I mean, but that's a part of Zwilus's master plan, right? It takes some effort to figure out what your opponent is going to lead. It's not like Uden was just picking some random 3. It was calculated on his side. Both of these trainers had a plan in mind, and Zwilus was just able to negate every possible thing that Uden thought that he would be able to do, saying, okay, I'm pretty sure game 1, he's going to lead this. Game 2, got it covered.
Yeah, Dragapult there resisting every attack from Zwilus' Ariados, but never really got the alignment it needed to shine. And Zwilus just coming in with fast attack pressure of his own. He knew that shields would be reserved for the Dragapult, so he goes, it's fine. What I'll do instead, Mud Slap and Astonish.
I mean, at that point, it was so in the driver's seat for Zwilus almost the whole time. He put his foot on the gas from the very beginning and just didn't let up.
Put his foot on the Gastrodon, right?
He put his foot on. I mean, I think that Uden was hoping he could put his foot on the Gastrodon, but it basically went untouched during those 2 rounds there. Zwilus, one of all smiles as he comes into this matchup. This was so impactful, game number 1, because look at this. He swaps out, not even able to make it to the Shadow Ball. Gastrodon putting in the work.
I think Zwilus really played with his opponent there, because Gastrodon, as we said at the beginning, was the Pokemon that had the safest play into Uden's team. And yet, Uden was forced to spend so much resources taking down Zwilus' other Pokemon that Gastrodon was free.
I mean, at that point, it was just pretty much all over, but don't worry. Uden will be knocked down to that loser side of the bracket. As you can see, the winner's side right here, we had Tonton Patous just playing against Welton earlier on, and now we will see him play up against Zwilus in the winner's finals.
But we also have a lot of players still in the running in the losers bracket. We've got Pataman and Dana WWW, Nezabethan and Scapho99, and then the 2 losers from those first winners bracket matches, Uden and Welton, waiting to see them.
Now, I say it almost every tournament, but it is so true. Though the winner side of the bracket is obviously where everyone wants to be at, I love watching the loser side of the bracket play it out, because there's so much on the line for these competitors. You see different strategies come out. You see everyone putting their heart and soul into it, because they know these are their big go big or go home moments.
Yeah, backs against the wall in the loser side of the bracket. But those winners, right? Tonton and Zwilus, 2 of the favorites coming into this competition, and they are there. Winner's side now. It is a best of 5 match between them. And I honestly have no idea who I would be pitching as the favorite.
I mean, you know, I said before that I thought across the board, looking at it, that Uden versus Zwilus was maybe the spiciest battles. I perhaps spoke a little bit too soon, because Tonton is pretty much the master of spice, and Zwilus also has a pretty interesting team. I'm so excited to see how those 2 will play up against each other. How do you think the Alolan Raticate is actually going to fare against that Shadow Drifblim? Because it can hit heavy with the charge attacks, but those, you know, normal type attacks, not doing much at all.
Yeah, but question for you, Amanda, okay?
Okay.
type resistances.
Oh
okay?
boy, why does he do this
So,
to me? Guys, why does he do this to me?
Shadow Driftblim uses the Ghost type fast attack, Astonish. What level of resistance does that have against an Alolan Raticate, a normal and dark type Pokemon?
Okay, so Ghost is resisted, but normal resists Ghost, and Dark is effective against Ghost. Super effective against Ghost?
Put it this way, it's a lot of resistance. Triple resisted. Normal, double resists Ghost. Dark also resists Ghost. So that Astonish, Raticate's basically gaining health. It's recovering faster than it's going down.
Well, we'll have to see if we will see those two matched up against each other, those specific Pokemon. We know those trainers are going to be. Guys, why does he do this to me?
Alolan Raticate, I cannot wait to see how it fares against that Shadow Drifblim. But do you know what Alolan Raticate really doesn't want to see? And it's that Pangoro, right? Double super effective fighting type damage coming from that Pangoro. Close combat will send Raticate not only home, but well beyond the Shadow Realm at this point.
I mean, we're talking about home. I want to see some posts from the people at home. Make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to be possibly featured on the stream. But look at these. We have Lou the Pikachu, who is at home, but a big Gastrodon believer. This was from a video that she put out earlier this season when the new max out meta and Gastrodon became so viable. And we see Z's Wireless. I believe in Gastrodon. Lou, me too.
And look at that, Z's Wireless making winners finals with his Gastrodon. An ode to Lou there. I think she'll be very, very pleased to see him doing so well. We've also got all of the back staff, the judges here. We've got Scrape and Pete's tweet on X. Team Go is ready for Championship Sunday. I hope you guys are ready for Championship Sunday. We all are as well. Remember to thank your judges.
Absolutely, and we'll already say it right now. Thank you so much, judges, for the time and effort that you put in, helping these streams run very, very smooth. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes on this. I mean, I know that you're all here to see Fareed's pretty face, but there's a lot of technical things that are going on in the background that he's usually trying to screw up.
And everything's been very smooth this weekend from what I remember. I don't think we've seen a ton of disputes, so the judges will probably be very, very pleased with how things are going. I don't want to jinx anything too soon. Padaman against Dana coming up very, very shortly.
Now look at these two. Once again, we're back into the loser side of the bracket, so both of these trainers have lost already. The loser of this will go home. Pataman, last year's champion, wants to keep that title for this season, running that Golisopod, which is probably the only one that we've seen so far in the Show 6 Pick 3 format.
Yeah, that is huge because Golisopod, we've mentioned a number of times, right? Ice and ground type damage, typically so well covered. There are very few Pokemon that resist both. Golisopod is one of those few Pokemon, and guess what? Dana has both an Alolan Sandslash and a Dugong. So Golisopod, I am expecting to see it feature here.
I mean, I think this is a much better matchup for it. And I know that there is also that Shadow Marowak on Dana's side. But we saw it yesterday, and I have to admit, I'm not as impressed as I think that you want me to be with the Golisopod versus the Marowak matchup.
I always want to impress you, Amanda, and Golisopod will want to impress here. Now, Pataman had to go for a double X as a bait last time he faced a Shadow Kanto Marowak, and he was willing to do that, and the player he was up against really wanted a shield because Liquidation would do a ton of damage if it lands.
But both of them had to go 2 shields down in that very first part of the matchup, so we'll have to see if he's going to play things out a little bit different this time. If we now are going to go sit and see the team of Dana. We've seen it a couple times. We actually saw him play out in that very first matchup of today, running a more typical team, but double ice, like you said. I mean, Golisopod might feast, I mean, to be honest.
Golisopod looks really, really strong here. It actually can beat an Azumarill in a 2-shield scenario going straight X-Scissor if it is bulky enough, right? It depends on what Golisopod you choose to bring, but only Pataman knows that, right? Dana actually said, whilst Pataman was up against PvP David, he goes, do you know what? I don't want to face either of these players. and honestly, I understand because I don't know if I'd want to be up against either of them either.
Now that I'm really looking at the teams, bringing that up, I think the Golisopod has so much play, knowing that it can take the 2 shields against the Azumarill. All the other matchups look really, really good for it as well. The Drapion, I mean, it's a little give and take there. It's not really definite for either trainer, but I think that we're definitely going to see some Gliscopod action on Pataman's side.
And I cannot wait to see it. I'm trying to work out here, if I'm Dana, what am I looking to bring? I agree, Shadow Drapion needs to be coming in somewhere, but there are a number of Pokemon that can manage it. The Shadow Kanto Marowak, oppressive Mud Slap damage. You've got the Alolan Sandslash as well with access to Drill Run and an Azumarill that can sponge all of that charge attack pressure from the Shadow Drapion.
Both of these trainers just taking a moment to go over each other's teams. This is a top 8 now, so Dane had been able to make it to day 2. He defeated his opponent earlier on to be able to be in this. Same on Pataman's side, was able to take out PvP David. Both of these trainers want to continue on, but there can only be one person going into losers round 2.
If you are watching the stream, I want to know, are you #Team Pod? Do you want to see this Gliscopod take the stage? Do you want to see it feast on Dana WWW's team? I think I kind of do. I love the spice. I love that Pataman's brought it, and I want to see it shine.
I mean, at this point, Dana, he said it earlier on, maybe people don't really know me as well. I think that he's been one of these trainers who has top cut so many times. He's really well, versed in the game. I'm anxious to see how he will play against Pataman here. Jumping right into it, we're gonna go ahead and see an Azumarill mirror match. So just brace yourself, guys. Just brace yourself.
Both players going for a very, very safe lead. You're at this stage of the competition. We've mentioned its backs against the wall, and neither one wants to go in too hard too quickly. So Azumarill mirror, here we come.
And Dane throwing first here. Pataman letting an extra bubble go through, but he's basically at 100 energy almost at this point. So I think he'll either try to throw. He doesn't want to be able to, have this play rough caught on anything else. But at the same point, as you can see by both of these trainers, they've thrown the play rough. Both of these Azumarills still in the green, nice and healthy.
And looking at these backlines, you will all see there is a Gliscopod there, and it can resist all of the pressure from Dana's Alolan Sandslash if it gets that alignment.
Now, I think Dana is always throwing first while Pataman is actually going for those extra bubbles, but at a certain point, I mean, it doesn't really pay off as much. They're hoping maybe to throw right at the same time. We still don't know who is winning charge attack priority between these two.
Charge attack priority is a little bit funny here, because even if you win this lead matchup, are you just leaving yourself for a farm down? It is a huge catch on Dana WWW's Alolan Sandslash. This play rough is resisted.
Not only that, all of the energy is now gone. Meanwhile, Dana has some on his sword, but guess what? In comes the Gliscopod, in comes to resist this, and now going for the drill run, but guess what? I don't think Pataman's going to shield at all, because this does not do very much damage at all.
Yeah, but for a Pokemon that's so squishy, to see that little damage must be really intimidating for Dana. And look how fast Gliscopod is charging up.
Yeah, Shadow Claw's going in first, now going for the liquidation. It's going to be able to be unprotected here by Dane, but will it be enough to take out the Sandslash? Yes, it is. He's almost got one more for whatever comes back in. Also, those X-Scissors already loaded.
What do you do here as Dana? Because you can come in and throw a play rough. You know it's probably going to go shielded, because it will take Azumarill so long to reach another attack. And this Gliscopod will get so many Shadow Claws in the meantime.
Yeah, not only that, he doesn't throw right away, recognizing that the Azumarill will most likely swap out. He could get energy otherwise. Going for this X-Scissor here and getting the shield off of Dana. He wants to try to get this Gliscopod out of the picture here, going up to a crunch, but it is charge attack priority. Dana knows it, doesn't even bother going for the attack.
Yeah, Dana knows that this Gliscopod has a massive attack stat. It would win charge attack priority. He doesn't want to give that up, so he farms up a little bit more. In comes an Alolan Sandslash. These poison stings are doing little to nothing.
But you talk about some damage. Let's see how much this crunch does. And I think that Pataman won't shield up the first one in case there's a debuff happening. And we don't see a debuff already. An Ice Punch loaded in a half here. I think he's going for that, but instead, Dana throwing the Aqua Tail first.
Yes, this Aqua Tail, if it lands, won't be enough to take out the Alolan Sandslash, but it does drag the shield away from Pataman. And Dana is so close to another attack. He's already at it. Crunch, it's charge attack priority, and Drapion wins it. This could be enough.
This, I think at this range, this ends up could be enough. Pataman not wanting to know for sure. Down goes the Alolan Sandslash here. But look at this. There's so little health left on both the Drapion and the Azumarill. There's still some nice health left on the Gliscopod. It's going to be an uphill battle. In comes the Azumarills back to where we started.
This is going to get so close now. The Goliath is coming in. It will reach an attack very soon. Throws. This should be enough to take it out.
There's still a shield left on Dane's side. Does he want to use it here? Does he think it's most impactful? Yes, he does, because he's at an attack himself. They're going for the Ice Beam. He wants to do something that's a little more energy efficient, knowing that at this range, it's still going to be enough to knock out. Finally, that bug goes down.
Pataman has got an opportunity for a little farm down here. Can you bubble this Azumarill down before it reaches an attack? I don't think you can. You're forced to throw an attack, but now this is going to be enough.
This will be enough. There's still a drop down in the back, but will the bubble damage be enough to knock out before he's able to get to attack? There's no energy on the drop down. 2 bubbles, down it goes. Pataman taking game 1 with the narrowest of margins.
Massive work from the Blue Bunny. Azumarill seals it for Pataman. Game 1 is his. He just needs one more here in this losers round 1.
Wow, that was a dance back and forth between these two trainers. A lot of swapping out there. Great catch at the beginning from Dane to be able to soak all of that damage from the play rough onto the Alolan Sandslash. Pataman, though, I think using that Gliscopod just put in a showcase. I have to admit, I wasn't as impressed with it yesterday. I'm very impressed with it now.
I think we're all a little bit impressed here. Pataman is cooking with this Gliscopod. It put in so much work against all of Dana's team there. The X's is landing against that Shadow Drapion, the ability to sponge damage from that Alolan Sandslash. And when you've got shields for play rough, then Azumarill's no problem either.
So if you're looking at Dane's team, what can he do to negate that energy? I think he played as well as he could against it, and honestly, he brought in his 2 best answers to it with the Azumarill and the Drapion, but they were just so low health by the end. There was not enough, even with a shield advantage, to be able to take it out.
I think Dana maybe could have gone for Azumarill in the back. Right? Because we know that in a 2-shield scenario, Gliscopod is favorable against Azumarill. So maybe you wait for shields to go down first and then you allow Azumarill some more sweeping power. It's so slow to the attacks, it really doesn't want them to be shielded up. Perhaps you lead Shadow Drapion instead.
So, I'm also curious, your thoughts of, well, you know what, we're gonna get into it right after this, because here we go into the lead here. A great lead for Pataman with the Gyarados into the Azumarill. Quick pivot out by Dane into that Drapion, and it looks like he's been able to go to throw first. Even still, Pataman content to take this.
The same line here from Dana with Shadow Drapion as the safe swap. Aquatel's going to land. Arialis doesn't really mind. You're going to get this lunge up. It's going to do a lot of damage.
And also, Shadow Drapion has swapped in at this point, so that means Dana is stuck in this matchup. The lunge will connect, and he's going to contain energy. But here's the thing, Pataman's not stuck. He could potentially try to catch it, and it looks like exactly what he tries to do here. But Dana waits a turn, farms up a little bit more energy before still throwing that crunch.
Yeah, you don't quite get the catch off, but what else does Shadow Drapion do? It has to throw the crunch anyway. These are resisted and debuffed, and Azumarill's absolutely happy taking them. Pataman will be hoping, though, I don't really want to be debuffed.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, the crunch has a potential to debuff, and I think that Dana is definitely trying to go for that, and it looks like he just got it. You heard the sound effect, you saw the sprinkles, defense has fallen, and now comes in Dana's own Azumarill to just soak up this play rough energy.
Now, just because you are debuffed, you aren't taking any more damage from these bubbles, but a play rough will do slightly more. I think you probably still need 2 play roughs to take this Azumarill down. Or do you go for 1 play rough and go for that very aggressive farm down option?
Now, it looks like we actually might see who wins this charge attack priority, because I think Pataman was trying to throw at the same time. Could be Dana if we see that go through. Does look like that is something they could take into Game 3 if Dana can pull this one off. Play rough coming through here on Pataman's side. No protect shield on Dana's.
Pataman does not want to give that farm down potential to Dana. He comes straight back in with the Ariados, has a Trailblaze ready to go. It's going to be shielded.
It's going to be super effective, so it definitely needs that shield. The switch timers are up. They are misaligned at this point, but now banking some energy on the Azumarill and coming in with the Alolan Sandslash. Great play by Dana here. There's just going to be a boosted lunge, but it's still not going to be doing too much of the steel portion of the Pokemon.
You might even reach another lunge, but what's funny here is that no matter how much energy this Alolan Sandslash gets, it's all going into a Gliscopod that resists it.
Yeah, at this point, going for another lunge here. Double debuff doesn't even matter. He'll be able to farm it down. But you know what Dana does have going for him is that the switch timers are very misaligned at this point. So he does have a lot coming in. If he's able to throw a couple attacks, maybe just get some chip, he can pivot out of this matchup.
Look at this. This Gliscopod goes, there's a little bit of dirt in my shoe, because that really didn't do very much for a drill run.
Now still coming back in, charging up to basically 100 energy. Going over at this point, Dana is like, ooh, trying to catch. Great job here, throwing this charge attack and getting that first shield off of Pataman's side.
Now the problem here is that Alolan Sand Slash is so low in health that one fast attack will take it down. So all of that energy is somewhat going to waste. You're likely only going to get one attack away.
We're seeing how the endgame is nearing here for this X-Scissor. Not enough to take it out, but these Shadow Claws are adding up, and the Azumarill is not able to get to an attack in time. So much energy still on this Golisopod. Going for that drill run, and actually, you know, I kind of like this play, to be honest. He's either going to get damage off or force the Golisopod to throw. Oh, interesting play. Shielding this up here because he wants to get the damage through.
Yeah, I mean, this drill run still isn't going to do a ton. Dana will be begging that Pataman gives away the shield. Pataman definitely isn't going to. You're going to save this Golisopod to take out that Shadow Drapion in the back.
But you know what? Two of them loaded here. He has to use a shield on one of them. There's still so much energy. And I don't know if we can see a pivot. You see Donnie already kind of laughing. I think he sees the writing on the wall here because there's a liquidation already stored.
There we go. Look at that Golisopod, Golisopadi. Golisopod putting in so much work here against Dana. Pataman very, very comfortable. 2 games to 0.
You see Donna clapping and applauding. Let's all give a round of applause to Pataman, last year's Gdańsk champion, trying to make his way back up from the losers bracket to do it again for this season. One of our well-known battlers coming in, top cutting in almost every tournament that he plays in, wants to get that title. Pataman making another name for himself.
Huge farm downs there from the Golisopod. We've seen it before with Shadow for Alligator. That Shadow Claw fast attack pressure, it is definitely very oppressive, but we've not seen it on a Golisopod, and honestly, I'm pretty impressed.
I mean, I think a lot of that came down to team comp advantage for Pataman. He's a very good trainer, but so is Dana. And a lot of times, I think that Dana's double ice strategy really played off for him against other opponents. But when you're basically, when only one person in a tournament is running something that pretty much hard counters your whole team, and you end up running into that person, you got to try to pull out a miracle. And Dana did his best. Unfortunately for him, not able to do so in the end.
You see teams like this in the Go Battle League, right? If someone's running, let's say, Azumarill double ice, and if you have one Pokemon that can beat all 3, all of a sudden your time in Go Battle League isn't that fun. But Pataman had a ton of fun against Dana. Here's a replay of some of those plays from that incredible Golisopod.
Yeah, we saw this was the losers round 1, our top 8 finishers. Dana taking it earlier on into this matchup, being able to be here. Unfortunately for him, not being able to pull off game 1 from Pataman. Pataman just had such good timing here. This bubble down of the Drapion to secure it at the very end, but look how close that game was.
Unironically, if there were one Pokemon, right? One Pokemon in the game that Dana really didn't want Pataman to have, it was this Golisopod.
Exactly. No lying here. That Golisopod did absolute work for Pataman. We'll see if he continues on with that actual Pokemon for the rest. Maybe it is his MVP, his most valuable Pokemon for this tournament. But we'll have to see. Did you talk to him about it when you were in the interview?
We haven't spoken a huge amount about it because I really wanted to see it shine, and it has shone immensely there. Pataman did so well in Gdańsk last year, as we know. He's still in the running. Could he get all the way to the grand finals?
We have seen it done. Last season, Dunebug lost in round 1, and he ended up winning a tournament. Pataman looks like he is on a similar trajectory. Will he be able to actually cross the finish line is another question. Does he have the endurance to be able to keep playing, keep winning against all of these top-level battlers that are here?
He's played against Tauntaun before. Tauntaun is still there on the winner's side. Tauntaun, as we know, he is an international champion. He won EUIC last year. And if you want to win an international championship, maybe you should check out this video, how to prepare for ICs.
Take some notes.
Hello trainers! In this discussion we are going to talk about how to prepare for an international championship, also known as an IC. There are 3 every season. We have one in Latin America, we have one in Europe, and we have one in North America. But what makes them so different from regular regional champions? Adelian, can you talk us through what is the incentive of going to an international championship?
I think the best way of putting it is a highlight of the season. All of the biggest trainers are going to be there. You're going to be competing, and it's one of the highest stake tournaments on the Pokémon Go circuit. So for me, you have to be an IC, I say. Most importantly as well, for me as well, It's going to be in London for the European Internationals. It's literally right on my doorstep. How could I not miss it? And for many of you who can easily get to such a city, it's a no-brainer. You've got to go.
So, thank you. Yes, I know you're all about London. Abi, I heard you might be going as well. How would you, as a Pokemon expert, as a PvP expert, I know you are a legend in the Go Battle League, how would you prepare for an international championship?
Well, it starts with understanding, number one, the player playstyle, what's the meta and how people are playing it. You could learn that from watching multiple regionals and also taking a look at the statistics of which Pokemon is being used most. And then you look for core breakers. So if you find a Pokemon that works well for you and you practice in the Go Battle League, then you can run it in your regionals. And then based off that Pokemon, you build your team of 6. And then from there, you can decide, all right, I want some more practice. So you go to like the local tournaments as well. And then you go to the ICs.
So this was our discussion on how to prepare for an international championship. And we hope to see you there.
Who is going to face up against Welton? We will find out after this. We are still in losers round 1 of day 2. Both of these trainers have the momentum. They have already won their win it in for the top 8 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships.
Yep, we saw them already play as well. Both these trainers showed excellent energy management. Scafo understanding what he needs to do, reading the game perfectly in game 1 and game 2, whereas Nesebitan was dancing around Kazim and making that immediate call where Kazim waits a turn and gets his charge attack off. These two trainers are here to win it all.
Scafo had incredible confidence in his own line call in that last matchup, because if he played it against a different Pokemon other than Clodsire, his playstyle would have lost him the game, never shielding anything, having both of these Pokemon that he had on very low HP and waiting for the critical moments to use the first shields. However, it was the Clodsire in the back, no fast attack pressure against Ariados or the Sandslash.
What we have on our screen are these two trainers' teams as well. A Pokemon that's really standing out for me is that Shadow Quagsire. I've been talking about it the whole regional, because looking at Scafo's team, it can have a ton of play.
Yep, there is the Stone Edge versus Galarian Moltres, which is very hard to reach sometimes. However, the pacing of Galarian Moltres is also very slow. Here we're going to see the close-up of the teams. Malamar, Dunsparce, Ariados, Azumarill, followed by 2 Shadow Pokemon, Quagsire and Drapion.
Yeah, I'm also really interested to see how Scafo will maneuver around the Drapion play of Nesebit, and he played it perfectly. Doesn't matter, was it a good matchup or bad matchup, he always came out with a little bit of energy to make sure he punishes his opponent towards the end game. His understanding on how to play Drapion in the early and mid game was perfect.
Yeah, and also in the end game, he just knew how to pilot it perfectly all throughout, and we're going to see in a second how good this Drapion is going to be against the team of Scafo 99, because there is a Galarian Moltres, which is a little bit of an odd matchup, because there is barely any fast attack pressure on either side. Poison Sting not doing too much damage, Sucker Punch being resisted, but also there is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash that has good damage pressure with this Drill Run. For Relegator is an odd matchup as well, but the Gastrodon is so tough.
Yep, and a Pokemon, like looking at the Pokemon that Scafo has picked, it looks like a top meta team, right? We know Ariados is one of the most used Pokemon. The Pokemon that's missing here is the Pokemon that's on 85% of the trainers' teams, and that is the Azumarill. He does not have the Azumarill to soak in the damage from the Drapion. All his Pokemon are going to take a ton of either fast attack or charge attack damage from the Drapion.
I find still sometimes the Powder Snow variant of Shadow Alolan Sandslash very interesting, because it was originally used by this Wildhouse, who's still in the winner's final as well, already a medalist here, and he used it against a Lickitung Safe Swap in the past meta. And before that, it was always basically Shadow Claw. Nobody even considered Powder Snow in any meta before, but now it is a staple kind of fast attack.
Yeah, it's mostly because the meta slowly moved towards the Dunsparce. You need to be able to do neutral damage against the Dunsparce because the Shadow Claws would have been resisted, and also the onset of Pokemon like Drapion as well. The neutral damage is Powder Snow. It also has the same type attack bonus for the Sand Slash. Slowly adds up towards helping you knock the Drapion out.
It is a bit of a pick your poison situation because there's also a big bunch of water types in the meta, and against Azumarill and, for example, a Feraligatr, you're almost very unfavored if you're running the Powder Snow. All of a sudden it becomes a difficult matchup, but if you're running the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Shadow Claw makes it better versus Azumarill. It's still not great.
Yeah, a Pokemon for me that I think Scafo can use brilliantly would be that Gastrodon. I've said this before. Right now, looking at the Gastrodon, it can be used as a safe swap, it can be used as a lead to set up that crucial energy lead that will need to pilot that Feraligatr into the team of Nesebiten.
There is very few grass types in the meta. Serperior and Chestnut are strong, but not as common. And there is also no flying type on Nesebeten's team, and those are the choke points for Gastrodon, basically, where it's either completely farmed down immediately or very much hard-walled with this not very strong Body Slam normal type attack, but also, like, the primary damage source of Gastrodon is, of course, ground. If there is a flying type on the opposing team, it is getting tougher and tougher. The only Pokemon it doesn't really want to face in a no-shield scenario would be the Ariados, because Trailblaze hits incredibly hard. Other than that, Gastrodon, you're absolutely right, is super fine.
Yep. And what I would like to also see is the moveset on Scafo's Clodsire. Is it running the Stone Edge and Earthquake, or is it running the Sludge Bomb and Earthquake variant? Because based on that, we can see multiple different plays that Scafo can approach this game. He could use the Gastrodon to bait out Pokemon like the Ariados and potentially completely farm it down with the Clodsire, because the energy from the Ariados is not going to do a great job. It's a perfect setup to run a double water line for Scafo. Can he run it? Does he want to, or does he understand that while looking at this team, Nesebiten, being the great player he is, will he understand and make a modification? We see a Clodsire lead into the Malamar. Scafo needs to get out of this matchup as soon as possible.
Into the shiny Malamar safe swap, the Shadow Feraligatr, and this opens Nesebiten up to a superpower before the Hydro Cannon is reached, and a possible swap, but I can't believe that you will stay in this matchup, and immediately pivots out into the Azumarill. Azumarill seems like it has a great matchup versus Shadow Feraligatr, and it is good, but as long as shields are up, Shadow Claws will end up over.
Yes, but Feraligatr is a shield down, so it's going to be a great matchup for this Azumarill. Let's see how Nesebiten wants to play it out. Is he going to make the Feraligatr commit both the shields and no shield through this matchup, or will he pull up a shield himself? In comes the next Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon will put this Azumarill into the yellow.
But you said it earlier, Azumarill is such a good sponge for damage. Yes, you have 5 Shadow Claws advantage in this matchup with Feraligatr. You have forfeited a shield for that, but the damage you're doing with the Feraligatr is not going to be too much. Immediate swap out after taking this play rough with 1 HP basically, and having an Ice Beam fired off against the Clodsire in this matchup.
I think Scafo is going for that aggressive Poison Sting down to come out with 100 energy, but Nesebiten says, no you're not. I'm gonna come in with my Malamar. You have to throw your big damage move. That's going to be the Earthquake to make any dent into this Malamar's HP, and no shielded by Nesebiten there.
Well, Nesebiten calling a Stone Edge perhaps. Other than that, he would be in a big farm down range. Perfect counting from Nesebiten as well. Throwing a foul play. Scafo lets it go immediately. I like how Nesebiten immediately swapped out to go into the Malamar, knowing he has 2 answers to the Clodsire here. Clodsire still dealt quite the big jump. This is 2 Mud Slaps for a Malamar.
2 Mud Slaps for a Gastrodon, and Gastrodon is in a commanding position, but it will still have to go past these 2 Protect Shields from the Quagsire. We know Quagsire paces to its charge attacks really fast here. Gastrodon's first Body Slam, Protect Shielded by the Quagsire.
Yep, and you have to shield those Body Slam. It doesn't even matter if it's an Earth Power or not, because you are getting lower and lower, and every Mud Slap will put you in Body Slam range, or vice versa. Taking the first Aqua Tail, knowing it's easily handleable for this Gastrodon. Gastrodon is going to throw more Mud Slaps. Has the Body Slam already, is shielding up the first Aqua Tail here.
Yes, Aqua Tail being shielded here, and immediately
wow,
going into the Azumarill. Why? Maybe he thought he had more energy here. Azumarill gets farmed down. This This is a nightmare scenario. First Earth Power going in here. Nesabeaten making a call. Scafo understanding his win condition for Nesabeaten would be going for the Body Slam, goes for the Earth Power, and this should be enough to knock out the Quagsire. 1-0 to Scafo.
That was incredible. He tried to catch a charge attack, or did he just... It was such a risky catch because you're at no energy and you're still at a decent amount of HP. This is not a 1 HP catch. This is a, hey, you get 3 Mud Slaps for free if I fail this catch.
What I would like to understand was the reasoning behind it, because you knew you would survive a Body Slam at that range, right? So the only way you lose that game is by making the swap in, and I'm not sure. Maybe Nesabeaten thought his Azumarill had more energy, or he thought that his Azumarill could get to another move, because the Quagsire of Nesabeaten was already at an Aqua Tail, and it was definitely going to outpace the Gastrodon to the next one.
That is true, but it did happen now, and Scafo is leading 1-0. You said it earlier, Gastrodon is going to be pivotal in this matchup. It is going to be a big key for Scafo. It's so free, and he used it exactly to close out the game. Wasn't used as a safe swap. That was what the Shadow Feraligatr was for, and I like that very much too, because every time you swap it in and your opponent swaps out of the lead matchup, you're going to have a good time against Pokemon from Nesabeaten. The only problematic scenario is if you have to shield a superpower and then they go into the Azumarill. But you can damage the Azumarill very well afterwards. But I think the lead and the safe swap matchup put Nesabeaten in a good spot.
Yeah, I think Nesabeaten was in the driver's seat, right? But we were also talking about the threat of the Gastrodon. Gastrodon applying a ton of fast attack pressure with those Mud Slaps, and also slowly the Body Slams were adding up onto the Quagsire. It's a great Pokemon to have right now on Scafo's team, and it's all up to Nesabeaten to try and maneuver around this Pokemon. He bought what we call as a traditional AAA strategy, which is like you have the Malamar, decent against Gastrodon, you have the Azumarill, decent against Gastrodon, and you have the Quagsire, decent against the Gastrodon. But we've seen it countless times in this meta. This strategy is not so effective because those Pokemon that can get to these charge attacks really fast, they just find a way to win.
Yep, and if you are bringing those Pokemon and fully focus on the Gastrodon, you might miss out on having answers for something like a Shadow Feraligatr, like the Clodsire. There was not too much to stop those Pokemon in there.
Yeah, it was a 2 shield to 0 advantage for 2 to 1 shield advantage for Nesabeaten, and he still could not overcome that pressure from Gastrodon. Great gameplay there from Scafo. Understanding maybe the catch would be the win con for Nesabeaten. Waiting and understanding, I'm still going to be throwing the Mud Slaps. If you catch, great for me, and it worked out.
If you catch, that's fine, but now see if you can catch these Mud Slaps again. Game 2 is starting. That's a great league for Nesabeaten. Once again goes for these rollouts, and Scafo is staying in, doesn't necessarily want to swap out here immediately. Goes for a lunge.
Yeah, immediately going for the lunge, trying to reduce the damage that's going to be output from this Dunsparce. Lunge goes in and immediately swapping into the Feraligatr, only to be met by the Azumarill. This is a great situation to be in as Scafo, because we know that this matchup can be flipped by the Feraligatr.
Yep, you can get out of this bad lead if you want with the Shadow Feraligatr. The only question you want to ask yourself is how important is the energy lead on Nesabeaten's side going to be? Because the lunge was thrown, it is a very strong attack, however, part of its efficiency is the debuff, and that one is cleared immediately.
It's going to be a very interesting endgame indeed, because the Gastrodon definitely is going to have a field day if matched up against the Dunsparce. But we see this Feraligatr staying in this matchup, going for the second Hydro Cannon, putting the Azumarill into the red at this point. Again, back-to-back Hydro Cannons. Azumarill needs to shield to get off another charge attack onto the Feraligatr, and Nesabeaten does it.
Yep, and you just can't let it go at this point, right? You are up a shield then, and that's very cool for you. However, this Feraligatr is still going to be at 70%. It is going to be able to withstand a drill run from the Dunsparce. Basically everything. There is another shield used by Scafo. He really wants that switch, and the Dunsparce comes in from the combo play. The drill run, will you really withstand the drill run? Scafo is nodding his head. Is he going to swap out immediately?
Combo play comes in, but he has to swap out here. This is such a dominant matchup. We might even see a full Mud Slap down by the Gastrodon here. First drill run comes in, the Gastrodon is more than happy to sit here and take this move.
This is not a lot of damage. You know what's also not a lot? The rollout damage here as well. This rock type is not for the slug. The Gastrodon is going to throw on the charge attack priority, probably, possibly forcing out a shield. Lets it go. Knows, hey, this has to be an Earth Power to knock out. If this is a Body Slam, I get off another charge attack. And now the Shadow Quagsire is standing there, knowing, hey, I have to throw at least 2 Aqua Tails, so Mud Slap damage is going to be big.
Yes, but let's see what comes in here. It's the Quagsire. This is another great scenario to be in for this Sea Slug Pokemon. Going for the big hitting Earth Power. We've seen Scaffo do multiple times. Nessa beaten, calling it, and unfortunately, this is not the call you want to make. Imagine, this was a great heads-up play from Scaffo here because he did have the charge attack. He could get to another move on the Feraligatr, and that shield, if pulled up, would have been too difficult for Nesabithan to overcome this.
Oh, and this is not even knocking out the Gastrodon with a bubble here. Scaffo is just dreamy in this situation. Farms down the Shadow Quagsire as well. Nesabithan went for a correct no-shield there against the Gastrodon because it was his win condition that Scaffo is baiting with a Body Slam that could have kept him in the game if the energy was not put to optimal use. But Scaffo knew it, of course. He knew, I have this game in my pocket. I just need to throw an Earth Power. And the damage was done. The Quagsire has gone back into its Pokeball, and Scaffo advances one more time.
Scaffo winning the game there, understanding his win condition and completely playing to it, managing energy on the Feraligatr and going for the heavy hitting moves all through the game on the Gastrodon. Earth Power, you think you're gonna survive? No, take another Earth Power, get knocked out. You need to shield this or you're going to lose your Pokemon. That is amazing plays there.
Gastrodon really connected to the nature, channeling the Earth's power, throwing it at everything it sees. You said it. It is so neutral against everything. And if Gastrodon is neutral, it is one of the best Pokemon we have in this meta right now because the Mud Slap damage is so strong. The energy generation is also there. You can bait with Body Slam. The Body Slam just helps the Mud Slap damage sometimes. There is quick pacing there. Look at this. Look at all the damage. And this was the failed catch attempt. This is so much energy. Barely not even reaching the Ice Beam. Could have even gone for another one if it had on.
And here at this point, Scaffo understanding the fact that the Earth Power was needed to knock out. And game number 2 here, we saw the simultaneous KO, and towards the end game, it was the Quagsire against the world. But unfortunately, the Ariados, this is the most brilliant part of this play, right? Ariados started out as with a very bad lead. Dunsparce against Ariados. Super effective damage, both from the fast attacks and also the charge attacks on the Ariados. But Scaffo said, all right, I'm just gonna go to my comfort pick, which is the Shadow Feraligatr safe swap. Let's see what she got. And unfortunately, Nesabithan could not overcome the Shadow Feraligatr and the Gastrodon.
Honestly, can you imagine that the Ariados was also like a little bit annoyed? Like, I've had so many bad leads, I'm going back into my Pokeball, I don't even care anymore, you guys take this. And then the other 2 Pokemon took it with a simultaneous knockout. Ariados never entered the field anymore. However, if you are inspired by these trainers and you don't know when the next regional is gonna be, you want to try it out at a local event first, we have a little promo video for local tournaments for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
You need to train yourself. You need to practice multiple times to come to these regionals and make calls like what Scaffo did. How you can get to know multiple locals near you is scanning this code. Scanning this code will give you access to the map where you can see the closest regional to you. Leo, I know you've been frequenting a lot of regionals. What's your best experience so far about it?
You mean locals? So,
locals.
Yes, so I've been traveling a lot to the Netherlands and to Belgium to see all my friends from the Benelux region, and we're having so much fun over there. So I think my best experience, what was that? We were playing in Antwerp, Also, I think it was that, and I was playing the finals versus the final boss, Colin Sixth. And this was last year in December. It was crazy. I lost 3-2 in the grand finals, and I even won a game where I led my Cresselia into his Skeledirge, and I have no idea what happened there. And then in the last deciding game, I gave him a free Volt Switch because my timing was a little bit off, and I lost the game off of that.
So you're telling us that the next time you play Colin,
timing.
maybe the grand finals, you will beat Colin.
Definitely, definitely. I beat Colin once afterwards in a cup, so that was very nice. In a top 8 matchup, I celebrated very loudly, and nobody around me was like, okay, calm down, this is top 4 now already, but this was a big moment for me. Of course, beating the final boss is always crazy.
Colin is a great champion indeed, but we have another champion, the reigning Gdansk regional champion on our screen, Patoman, going up against the contender for the title of the regional champion, Auden. Auden is known to bring this Dragapult right now, and unfortunately did not do a great job against Z-Swilus. But can he maneuver this Dragapult around the threat from that Shadow Claw Golisopod from Patoman?
I know that Odin sat down last night and practiced every single possible matchup. He knew all the lines he could bring, but Z-Swilus did the same thing, and he was basically just in his head. He took the 2 best lines. This matchup was over so incredibly quickly just because that Dragapult was never on the right target. Pangoro was so good. The Ariados was on the Drift Limb. Everything that could went wrong for Odin there in this scenario.
But remember, that's the beauty of this double elimination format, isn't it? Now, Auden, if he can win these games that's in front of him, he can potentially set up a rematch, a redemption match against his nemesis, Z-Swilus' Shadow Driftlim.
Yep, they told each other, see you in the grand finals after the game was over. So I think they both have plans to make this an all-German final here in Gdansk. But there is someone who wants to have a say in that as well, and that is Patoman with his Golisopod that has been shining, especially versus Dane WWW, who he just knocked out of the top 8. And Patoman is a very well decorated trainer. He has so many great experiences at regionals so far.
Yes, so many accolades to his name. He's also the reigning Gdansk regional champion, and before that, multiple regional finalists as well. Just looking at these teams, I think the Golisopod has a ton of play. If you're out and you really don't want the Golisopod to be matched up against your Dugong or those Shadow Claw damages to reflect on your Dragapult, the X-Scissor on your Pangoro, again X-Scissor on the Ariados, and great super effective liquidation onto the Clodsire. This looks like a match where the Golisopod can shine.
I would wonder, I don't know the matchup that well of Dragapult versus Golisopod, of course, but as the Shadow Claws are not same type attack bonus boosted, they do a little less damage, and Dragapult has a very high attack, so Astonish will deal a lot of damage. The energy of the Golisopod is going to be resisted, so I think that there is a chance if Golisopod comes out on top of another matchup with plenty of energy stored, that you can try to soak the damage with Dragapult at least a little bit and deal some damage with those Astonishes. But I do agree the super effective damage is scary.
Yes, unfortunately, we would like to talk about it, but we have the game right here and ready. What a lead for Auden, leading his Pangoro onto that Sand Slash here. Save swap into the Golisopod, only to be met with the Ariados. Ariados is going to have a great matchup against this Golisopod, winning the charge attack priority, getting this lunge off, debuffing the Golisopod.
That is so huge. The first liquidation is not going to deal enough damage at all to put this in the range. Maybe there is going to be a defense debuff though, but the next pacing of Odin is even going to be faster than Golisopod.
Yep. At this point, it's going to be really interesting to see how Patoman wants to play this, because his Shadow Claws are doing a ton of damage onto the Ariados. Will he choose to put up a shield here or let his Golisopod go? No, he pulls up a shield. He potentially wants to go for a full Shadow Claw down 2-0 shield scenario. That could maybe change how this game goes. In comes his X-Scissor. X-Scissor will it be shielded by Auden? So close. No, opting to no shield.
Auden wants to play the energy game, and now this is double debuffed Golisopod. Are you going to bring in your Pangoro, try to take an X-Scissor? Are you going to bring the Clodsire, try to take a liquidation? We're going to see. Those are resisted karate chops. This is going to be unshielded. Auden putting a lot of resources into the Clodsire in the back.
Yeah, he's hoping that the Clodsire with the shield advantage can be enough to give him the win here. In comes his Ariados, unbestowed, known to Pataman. The Ariados is gonna see the Clodsire Auden giving a parting Night Slash to the Ariados before switching on to his own Clodsire.
This is a very complicated scenario. I like how Auden stayed in there, threw a Night Slash thinking, hey, I might need to reconsider my strategy here. Give me like 5 seconds for this Night Slash. The first lunge is going to happen, but you're already chipped so heavily so that an Earthquake will still take you out here. If another lunge is debuffing, I don't know if it's going to be 50%.
Yeah, double lunges here, but at this point, it's going to be critical on how Pataman decides to play it out. He still has a catch available onto the Golisopod to use it as potentially a third shield. In comes his Earthquake. It's going to be neutral damage, almost taking out the Ariados, but this can set up a huge farm down for Auden. But no, Pataman says, no, I'm going to go into my Sand Slash, and I'm going to try to get my energy lead.
And I like this double debuffed Earthquake still from Auden. It's going to deal a lot of damage. You can go into the Pangoro. There is an energy lead on the side of the Sand Slash. Oh, we're going to throw a Night Slash here on the charge attack priority event. Will this knock out if it goes unshielded? Is Pataman going to find out? He's going to let it happen. It barely hangs on, but this is just going to draw another shield here. Or is Auden going to say, hey, I can poison this thing, it's down?
I mean, I would advise a shield here because it makes sense, and Auden goes for the shield, and one more Karate Chop will be enough to knock out the Sand Slash. Few more Karate Chops is all what stands in the way of Auden, and Auden beating Pataman 1-0 here. In comes the Night Slash at charge attack priority. Pataman has to pull up a shield to get off a move, but this is it. An end game where Poison Stings might...
Oh! He gets the attack boost. Are you going to shield this now? You're still going to be boosted. Afterwards, there is still the Golisopod in the back. Lets it go. Knows, hey, I can Poison Sting this down freely. I don't even care. Golisopod comes in, gets farmed down. Auden still has a shield. What a dominant performance here.
What a dominant display here. Going for that Poison Sting down, not wasting any time. Going for that charge attack. Great read there. Pangoro into the Sand Slash. That is not what you want to see. It doesn't matter what other matchups you want to see. I think he's giving a page. He's taking a page of ZZ's book and then saying, I'm going to lead a Pokemon that completely hard counters your lead, and let's see what you do.
I really liked how Pataman played it though, because he didn't try to force the alignment switch later on. He knew, hey, if you're going to get a really big farm down onto the Clodsire, I'm going to lose this regardless. So I'm going to swap back in, try to give my Alolan Sand Slash as much energy as possible. But Auden already had some Karate Chops in there. He could still go for a Night Slash charge attack priority, and that proved costly.
Yeah, the Night Slash charge attack priority almost knocked out the Sand Slash. Yeah. It did survive with a few HP, but again, it's a Pangoro. It does a ton of damage, and it gets to these charge attacks so fast. 4 for a Night Slash and 5 for close combat. Come on, that's just not okay.
Very unfortunate for Auden, because also he got the Night Slash in there, got the boost, but in a game where it didn't matter anymore. He could have used that later on.
Absolutely, you have to save your boost for the grand final try, which is where he wants to meet ZZ again. But this game is far from over. Pataman is known to make comebacks. He is 1-0 down, but that was such a polarizing matchup from all the way from the start till the end for Pataman. Let's see if he can bring it back. Will he go for his tried and tested Golisopod lead? Because it does look great into Auden's team here.
And there is going to be an Azumarill into the Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash. This is again not the greatest lead for the Sand Slash, but if you swap out here, you might get the Pangoro onto the Sand Slash. The Pangoro, on the other hand, from Auden, does not look too great into the backline of Pataman. There are so many critters in there.
Yeah, this is a perfect scenario for Pataman to be in. Just looking at his backline, it's going to be great to see who wins the initial matchup. You do not want to be a Pangoro into an Ariados, neither do you want to be a Golisopod into an Ariados.
However, you also, I think that the resisted Shadow Claw will be a big role in the matchup of Pangoro versus Golisopod, so that could be probably good for Auden if he wins the lead matchup versus the Alolan Sand Slash. Powder Snow's barely adding up a little bit. Drill Run is going to connect onto the Azumarill. I don't think that we're going to see a shield on the Azumarill in this matchup. Oh, over farms here on Pataman's side, knowing the Drill Run won't knock out, is going to take a play rough here. This is very close.
Yeah, this will put the Alolan Sandslash deep into the red, saving the energy and swapping out 2 Shadow Claw advantage here. This could potentially change the game because Liquidation will be reached first by this Golisopod. Great heads-up play here. Out and waiting a little bit too long. In comes the Liquidation, pulls up the Protect Shield.
Yep, and this is also tough for Auden because, oh, the defense fell here, so the artificial bulk that you're getting from that lunge is basically negated here. Another shield is being put up by Patoman, knowing, hey, this is still going to be a situation of outpacing. We might go into a 0 shield scenario here. Liquidation, but paces so slowly, so the lunge is going to connect first.
Yep, lunge coming in again, going to
another
shield. The Golisopod's attack. Patoman trying to understand how valuable his Golisopod is going to be in this matchup, going for a Liquidation. Auden needs to protect his Ariados, but no! Tries to call an X-Scissor here, and unfortunately Liquidation comes in and almost knocks out this Ariados.
But Auden gets to another attack, doesn't get the move caught on the Ariados, didn't go for a Trailblaze here, is going to throw the lunge regardless because Pangoro needs all the help it gets against this Ariados, is going to be 1 shield up though, so that is already something very big for Auden. We were talking about a possible Night Slash boost earlier. This would be the time to get it because you're already debuffed after this lunge.
This is gonna come down to the wire here. There's a lot of Pokemon with a lot of HP still in play for both these trainers. Pangoro going with the first Night Slash. Auden must hope for a boost. Will he get it? Great, excellent. A few seconds away from finding out if he got the boost or not. No, he did not, and it was charge attack priority for the next Night Slash. Will this be enough to knock out the Ariados?
I think this will leave it at about 1 HP. Doesn't go for any kind of undercharge. There is only 1 HP left. The lunge is reached. The lunge is going to connect here unless there is a shield being put up by Auden. There is still energy on the Golisopod. The lunge is going to be used into that shield. Immediate swap out. The Golisopod has so much energy, but a swap into the Ariados, and it does only get farmed down.
Yep, this is still a pretty close game here. We still have the Azumarill with a lot of HP. Then Patoman saying, I'm not gonna fall for this. I know exactly the amount of energy your Pangoro has, and I'm gonna throw this X-Scissor to knock you out. The Azumarill is there, a little bit further away from the player of, but the energy on this Golisopod coming in clutch for Patoman and winning game number 2 by not knocking the Azumarill. A few more Shadow Claws here, but there is no way. We saw how easily the Golisopod can tank an Ice Beam. You needed the player off for the win there.
Also, there is so many fast attacks waiting in the back. There is still an Alolan Sandslash and an Ariados. So with that amount of HP on the Azumarill, you're never going to win this. This was basically the opposite scenario of the first game. Maybe not that drastic, but this time around, we saw Golisopod. We saw the Ariados as well. Is this a possible Dragapult angle?
We have to find out what Auden is thinking, right? Because at this point, it's 2 games have been played. Now it's coming down to what I call is a best of 1. 1 game away from being knocked out, 1 game away from progressing on to the next round. Both these trainers have been in this position multiple times before, and both these trainers have the skill to outwit their opponent. What will Auden do? Does he bring his Dragapult? Does he bring his Dragapult, and can it do its job against that Sandslash? Because it's a difficult Pokemon. If you align your Sandslash against the Dragapult, it's game over.
Yep, that is going to deal a lot of damage. However, if you... Now it's pretty bad. It is very, very, very bad for the Dragapult, that one. But Astonish is still such a strong damage attack. However, Powder Snow, when super effective, is at least as effective in that regard. So, Patoman, what are you going to bring? Are you going to go a bit more soft against the Dragapult? Are you going to predict it's not coming in there? Are you going to lead the Sandslash a 3rd time? And are you going to be met with the Pangoro? Give me a quick shot prediction here.
I think Auden might lead the Azumarill, and Patoman is still, it might actually go on to either lead the Golisopod or the Sandslash. It doesn't make a lot of sense for him to change his strategy. The Golisopod looks good at the back if you give it shield advantage, and as long as the Sandslash is not matched against the Pangoro, it's going to have a great time.
That is true. There is, of course, also a Clodsire on the team of Auden. Did a lot of work in the first game. However, the Alolan Sandslash is not the best matchup for it.
Yes, both these trainers taking their time, trying to understand how their opponent will play, but they have locked it in. In comes the Marowak, lead into a Dugong. Great read by Auden. We both got it wrong so bad.
Yep, that is true. Goliathopod is in there versus the Ariados, but it is outpacing here to the liquidation, so you have to put up a shield here, basically, if you don't want your HP to be decimated. But there's also the Pangoro waiting in the back that demands shields by nature, going to throw a lunge immediately, not even waiting a turn. He doesn't want the undebuffed damage registered.
Yeah, in comes the lunge here. Lunge being no shielded by the Pataman, potentially wanting to try and get a shield advantage on his own Marowak here. In comes Ariados, staying in here and goes for the lunge on charge attack priority. Great read there by Auden. This is perfect gameplay. Pataman will have to pull up a protect shield to get this energy off. No, he does not pull up a shield.
And he is a shield down on Auden's side, but this is a very, very healthy Ariados, and you can throw Trailblaze here to go for super effective damage. You could also go for a lunge to debuff the attack for the following matchup. Pataman pulls up a protect shield. This is a boosted Ariados, going to switch out into the Dugong immediately, but it's met by the Ariados that doesn't have a shield advantage anymore. You're going to reach the Icy Wind before the first Trailblaze. That's huge as well.
That is huge indeed, but this is great heads-up play from Auden. Yes, he knew his backline is weak to Ariados, and if there is an Ariados, he wanted to lure it in, and what's the best way to lure a Pokemon like Ariados out is by bringing in the Dugong. Now all this Dugong has to do is try to get it into a range where it can be Karate Chop down or even Poison Sting down here. Again, another Trailblaze coming here. If Auden decides to shield this, you would get to an Icy Wind, but is it enough to knock out? No, it's not! It's not! Gets to the Icy Wind. This Icy Wind, if unshielded, will knock out the Ariados. This could be the key moment in the game. Does Pataman pull up a shield? And he does in the very last second.
And now there is a situation where if he brought in the Pangoro, he could have thrown a Night Slash at charge attack priority. Lunge is going to be thrown at the Ariados of Auden. Barely did any kind of damage with his Poison Stings. Thought he would outpace here, but he didn't. The Lunge is actually going to completely knock out here. Auden now can throw 5 of those. Oh, a combo play here. Going into the Shadow Marowak. The shield can be put up here.
Shield can be put up, but at this point, Auden goes for the shield here. Maybe what he wants to do is go to the close combat and have energy for that Night Slash to be enough to knock out this Ariados, but in comes the close combat. Is this enough to knock this Marowak down?
Boom! Marowak feints, immediately goes back into the Pokeball, and we're outpacing to a Night Slash. This is enough damage. The Pangoro is going to connect onto the Ariados, and Auden dethrones Pataman. There is no repeat champion of Gdańsk. Auden advances to losers round 3.
Auden unleashing the pandemonium and taking the reigning regional champion out of contention. What a game, what a great sense of energy management there. Panda coming in and completely sweeping the backline of Pataman.
Tomahawk is so proud right now. That Pangoro was sublime. It was so good. It reached on charge attack priority so many times. It was incredibly strong. It did so much work. Got the shields down early. Had some luck with the Dugong getting to that charge attack. It was very important to swap in the Dugong early. Ariados was answered, but you reached that Icy Wind before. So the first Trailblaze was debuffed. The second one was neutral, basically. So you live with 1 HP. You get the Icy Wind off. Your opponent has to use a shield to prevail this Ariados. And then you have 1 shield up with Pangoro, and that's most of the time enough.
Yeah, great gameplay by Auden. What he did there was try and understand and recognize the fact that his backline is weak to Ariados. What he could leverage in that sense was bringing in the Dugong to make sure that the Ariados comes in. If, as a Marowak user, you do not want to stay into the Dugong matchup, you need to swap out as fast as you can. We will see some of that here right now. I mean, these two trainers were very nervous going into this round, as we see Auden completely focused on his phone here. But then when the match started, he bought a great read in game number 1, having this Clodsire at the back to completely neutralize the Ariados. And in game number 2, Pataman fought back by bringing in his own Ariados and making it and playing it to perfection.
Yep, there we are going to see another shield here. Brings in the Ariados. I think this was game 3 already, exactly. Lunge is going to connect here. I found that very interesting because this was basically not using the Ariados at all, only dealing 5 damage worth of Poison Sting. And then you can see the Night Slash being reached before the Lunge. This was so strong by Auden, reaching that Night Slash, knocking out the Ariados, dethroning Pataman.
Auden is a very calm and composed trainer, right? This is one of the first time I've seen him let his emotion go. He was so happy to get this win. Now he is still a few games away from setting up that redemption game against Z Zoilers. What a trainer. I'm excited to see how Auden will perform. If he goes up against ZZ, when his leads are not as bad as it was.
Yeah, those games are very, very quick. Auden is very close to medal range now already as he started the day 2 in the winner's bracket, and now he is backstage grabbing his backpack. He's frolicking around the venue basically after this big win against a trainer like Pataman. You can only be proud of that.
Yeah, great win there. And also, during the late game, we saw him do those extra counters, extra karate chops against the Marowak and going for that charge attack tie here. Why? It's only because the Aridos left with some energy, understanding that maybe if he needed 2 karate chops, the Aridos might outpace him. So he did 3 extra, having to get to only 1 more to get to the karate chop to knock out the Aridos before the Aridos could throw any energy whatsoever.
Very, very strong of Auden once again, and he knocked out that Shadow Marowak. It is a bulky Pokemon, but it is not bulky enough to withstand a close combat from Pangoro, especially not at that range. This is the losers bracket here. We've seen Pataman beating Dane WWW just to be knocked out by Auden in the process. And then on the other side, we have had Scaffo, who beat Nesabethan. And that is also going to be the next match that is coming up, Welton 425 versus Scaffo 99.
Yeah, Welton running that Skarmory, and I've really liked his gameplay throughout the tournament, trying to keep that Skarmory away from the Talonflame. And looking at Scaffo's team, his best answer to that Skarmory is a Feraligatr.
Yep, but that is an incredibly good answer. That is, it sounds like rather neutral typing because you have flying type charge attacks versus water type. There is no super effective damage in that matchup, but the energy pacing of Skarmory is incredibly slow. The one of Feraligatr is incredibly fast, so if shields are up, you are definitely in absolute control of that matchup, and you can leave with a lot of HP, Steel Wing is resisted, and a lot of energy as well. So if you get Feraligatr onto the Skarmory when shields are up, you're golden.
Yeah, one of the things, again, we see from the team of Scaffo is that the Gastrodon is going to have a lot of play once more. All it has to do is stay away from that steel armored Pokemon, Skarmory, and he can do that by running Pokemon like his own flying Pokemon, Galarian Moltres, to try and get the Skarmory into the skies to avoid the Gastrodon. Another Pokemon that I think is going to have a ton of play on the side of Welton is that Dunsparce. We saw Dunsparce giving Scaffo's team a lot of trouble earlier. Can Welton leverage this Pokemon to bring him the win?
Dunsparce is a Pokemon that is again checked by the Gastrodon basically. So if you are that weak versus Gastrodon, it is going to be a little bit tougher to bring that Dunsparce, because how many Pokemon that are good on your team do you want to bring that lose to Gastrodon? You kind of have to bring in the Skarmory as the Gastrodon answer here, because the rest just simply is rather bad neutral-ish.
Yeah. And one of the things that we saw so far is how good Drapion is against most of the Pokemon in the meta. But here we have a Pokemon like Gastrodon, and that is not a matchup you want to be in. You can.
Sorry, continue.
You can deal with Drapion against a Quagsire, because your Crunch does a lot of damage, and against a Clodsire as well, because your Aqua Tails do a lot of damage as well. And in certain scenarios, if you can call all the Earthquakes that the Clodsire throws, you can potentially flip this matchup as well as a Drapion. But let's take a closer look at the team Scaffo is running. There are no surprises here when it comes to moveset. The main thing that stands out here is that Sandslash running Powder Snow and not going for that Shadow Claw. But last but not the least, of course, the Clodsire here is running Earthquake and Stone Edge. Great coverage against Aridos, great coverage against the Skarmory, but with Poison Sting, it's still not enough to knock that bird out of the sky.
It is not a good matchup, however, it is not the worst matchup ever anymore. So you can defend yourself, and the Skarmory will have to throw a charge attack at some point. Usually you can just farm up to 2 charge attacks, then throw a Brave Bird, swap out. You have a Brave Bird almost stored as well, so that is so great for Skarmory. You can't do that in that matchup because you will have to throw a little bit earlier, because 3 Stone Edges plus the Poison Stings are about to knock out.
It's gonna, but these two trainers have locked in their teams here, and it's going to be an Ariados lead into a Clodsire. An absolute nightmare scenario for Welton. Let's see what he does. He safe swaps into the Dunsparce. Clodsire staying in, knowing that maybe I'm gonna get to a charge attack before before the Dunsparce throws any energy, and that's exactly what happens here.
We see a full rollout go through that. This matchup is naturally usually favored for the Klotzer. Immediate swap out here. Gastrodon is coming in onto the Dunsparce. There's almost 2 drill runs, but the Stone Edge dealt so much damage, and Mud Slabs are flying left and right.
Yep, Gastrodon throwing mud on this Dunsparce's rollout. Unfortunately for Dunsparce, the Mud Slap is going over its rollouts and doing a lot more damage here. Another drill run is loaded, and it's coming in again. No shield. Scafo, understanding how bulky his Gastrodon is, he has farmed up so much energy. Will he go for a body slam? Yes, he does, understanding the charge attack tie and knowing that Gastrodon wins it.
Gastrodon surprisingly has a lot of attack for a that bulky Pokemon, and the Body Slam is connecting, knocking out the Dunsparce. So that's the first threat out of the way. Skarmory is coming in, and honestly, that's a lot of farm for the Skarmory.
Yeah, this is a great scenario to be in as a Skarmory, because now all it has to do is farm a ton of energy and then potentially Brave Bird the backline. But unfortunately for the Skarmory, it gets an attack fall. Ariados coming in here, but the swap in was a bit too late from Welton. Feraligatr with an energy lead is going to have a field day against his Ariados.
Honestly, the swap in versus a Feraligatr is always too late as Ariados. There is no optimal timing. Just swapping after the Feraligatr is losing you that matchup alone when Scafo throws the Hydro Cannon immediately, and this is what he is doing once again here as well. Could have done 2 more even because of that late swap, but Scafo was laughing when he saw that Ariados swapping in. He knew what was going to happen. However, there's still the Skarmory in the back. If he keeps this Feraligatr healthy, he's going to have a good time against that once he swaps out that Feraligatr later on. But he has to defend himself with the Clodsire against the Skarmory.
Yep, at this point, it's going to be tricky here, but Skarmory coming in, Feraligatr farming up a ton of energy. Yes, it's debuffed. Yes, it's not going to do as much damage as it should, but it is still a Shadow Feraligatr, and this puts the Skarmory in a range where it has to throw its charge attack, but it might even be charge attack priority, and Feraligatr wins it, knocking the Skarmory out of the sky. What a dominant display by Scafo. All it will take is a few more Shadow Claws to take out the Ariados, but in comes his Clodsire.
Scafo is having so much fun in this matchup, knowing, hey, I'm going to reach, because of your, let's face it, very slow pacing on the Skarmory, I'm going to reach even another Hydro Cannon, even if they are double resisted. I do not care about that at all. I'm going to knock it out, then brings in the Clodsire. Just finishing off the Ariados here. Very, very strong performance by Scafo, losing the lead, winning the game.
Losing the lead, winning the game with 3 Pokeballs to spare. None of his Pokemon was knocked out. And if you're Welton, you need to sit down and try and think. No, actually, Welton lost the lead. It was his Ariados against the Clodsire. So it was, again, another great read from Scafo here. Clodsire is such a dominant matchup. I think it's one of the matchups that Ariados cannot overcome, even while playing around. The Registeel, for example, it still can try to compete, but Clodsire, impossible.
Yep, especially with that Stone Edge coverage. I got the leads confused there for a second, but yeah, that explains why the Gastrodon entered the battlefield against the Dunsparce later on as well. That was just everything going right for Scafo 99.
We've seen this before, and maybe Scafo is putting in a repeat performance. Will he call Welton's lead in game number 2 as well? Looking at how uncomfortable it was for Welton, even when the Feraligatr was swapped in, he did have a decent answer to it, which is the Ariados. But Ariados, if it's at an energy disadvantage, all it takes is 1 Shadow Claw for Feraligatr to completely outmaneuver the Ariados.
Yep, I want to say Ariados has a good matchup against Feraligatr, but it is not an answer. Because if you're trying to answer a Feraligatr being swapped in with an Ariados, you're going to lose the game very, very hard.
It's already 2 seconds too late if you swap in the Ariados, but I want to see what Welton can do to modify his gameplay. Does he bring that Malamar? Because we saw 3 Pokemon from Scafo that Malamar can do a great job against. Will he bring it, and will it be met by the Galarian Moltres?
Yep, Galarian Moltres is the perfect answer to it. There's also other answers on that team. Skarmory in the lead versus the Clodsire. I want to see how Scafo wants to get out of that one, because he is kind of ABA weak. Swaps in his best answer immediately. Goes in for the Shadow Feraligatr. So what is Welton going to do? He's just giving it more energy. And there's going to be a Hydro Cannon that is going to be thrown. This deals so much damage. He didn't swap out into the Azumarill yet.
This is a lot of energy for the Feraligatr.
Wow.
It's already almost taken this Skarmory out of the sky here. In comes the Azumarill. Azumarill, again, is not a great answer to this Feraligatr with energy and shields. Let's see what Welton can do here, because this looks dire already.
Yes, the Shadow Feraligatr is already in play rough range, and the Azumarill has some energy here on its side. But the Shadow Feraligatr already did its job. It put the Skarmory in a range for Stone Edges or some Mud Slaps plus Earth Power, so it is not as inevitable anymore in this game.
Yes, Skarmory is at yellow here, but waiting a turn, Welton, and throwing this player off. It's only going to be shielded by the Feraligatr, and the more shields Feraligatr uses right now, the more difficult the end game is going to be for Welton. Azumarill will get to another player off, but not before the Feraligatr can launch its Hydro Cannon.
And you don't want to shield a resisted Hydro Cannon, but you have to in this situation. Are we going to see a potential catch? He waits a turn. Very well done by Welton. Is going to get another shield out, and you know what that means? It's farm down time, or Welton will have to give up switch. Yes, he does.
It is farm down then, but unfortunately, so much energy on this Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon coming in. If Unshielded would have knocked it out, so Welton pulling up his last Protect Shield. In comes a Gastrodon, and he goes for this Kai attack. If this was a Brave Bird, it would have made a huge difference. Unfortunately, Welton immediately clicking that Sky attack.
Yep, the Brave Bird could have almost knocked out the Water Ground type Slug, but now the Earth Power is being reached. We're going to throw a Body Slam. This is resisted damage. Body Slam, not the strongest attack in terms of damage and energy. Is this even going to knock out here? Are you going to need one more Mud Slap? It takes out the Skarmory from the skies, and now the Dunsparce is coming into this matchup, and the Dunsparce is going to have to take an Earth Power to the face.
Yep, Dunsparce coming in, and immediately Gastrodon tells it, well, I know you have access to ground type attacks, but I have same type attack bonus, and look at that Earth Power, putting that Dunsparce deep into the yellow. Mudslap slowly coming in here, completely doing oppressive damage onto the Dunsparce.
Could have overfarmed a little bit more, but that would mean more Mudslap damage, so you have to kind of get going. And there is the Clodsire at full HP, just as in Game 1, coming in very late into this game. But it is just cleaning up here.
Yep, Clodsire is another Pokemon that you can leverage to make sure you do not lose the game. Scafo immediately going for that. Trying to get a catch, but Scafo knowing that, all right, the Azumarill is coming in. Thank you very much. I'm going to get my Shadow Claws, get energy, and I'm going to knock this Dunsparce down. What a great gameplay by Scafo here. Leveraging his Feraligatr, understanding how good it was into Welton's team and winning the game.
The Italian community celebrating Scafo, giving a quick handshake, running off stage to celebrate the game with his friends, and rightfully so. He just advanced even one round further. This is going to be 5th or 4th place now in the next matchup, because he's going to face Odin, still in the losers bracket.
Yep, Odin is, we just saw him as well, and I'm excited to watch these two trainers duke it out, because these are amazing trainers. Great set of display by Scafo here, understanding what his opponent wants to run, and it's been something that he's been consistently doing throughout the tournament, completely reading what his opponent wants to play and completely outmaneuvering them, showing still Shadow Feraligatr. It has its place in the meta. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and this is a great answer to this Dragapult as well. The so feared Dragapult of Odin, because of those super effective Shadow Claws. And let's face it, Dragapult also doesn't want to take a Shadow Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, Dragapult doesn't want to take a lot of attacks. I think even from an Aridos, if you Trailblaze and lunge, I think the Dragapult will be forced to shield at some point, because it is such a frail Pokemon, but so is the Feraligatr. Maybe there can be a scenario that exists where you can Breaking Swipe the Feraligatr and completely farm it down by committing shields if the Feraligatr doesn't shield. But again, these are things that the players will know and a little less us.
Yep, and you will have to get a debuff, I think, because otherwise the Shadow Feraligatr might farm you down with those super effective Shadow Claws, but that is for the future. It is going to be a great match coming up, but let's once again talk a little bit about how Scafo maneuvered those matches there against Welton. He read the lines almost perfectly. In Game 1, he had this incredible lead that I mixed up afterwards, where the Gastrodon eventually found the Dunsparce, and the Dunsparce is a very neutral Pokemon. Usually in the history of Pokemon Go competitive play, we've seen so many normal type Pokemon that became safe swaps for trainers. Means if you lose the lead, you're going to go into your normal type, and that is going to be neutral against almost everything. But Dunsparce has no same type attack bonus boosted attacks, and that means that it is not really that neutral.
Yeah, it is not neutral indeed. Dunsparce does not do a lot of damage with its rollout against the Gastrodon. It's one of the reasons why these Pokemon come to shine here. One of the reasons why Gastrodon was pushed into the meta was the rise of Dunsparce. And Gastrodon also has this ability to do a lot of fast attack pressure on a lot of these Pokemon. Ariados, yes, it can completely knock out a Gastrodon if it lands a Trailblaze, but these Mud Slaps add up so quickly. Drapion does not want to take these Mud Slaps. Neither does the Azumarill. Yes, of course, you're doing neutral damage with your bubble, neutral damage with your Ice Beam, but Gastrodon is so bulky and it can completely outmaneuver you.
Yeah, actually, I even think that it hangs onto a Trailblaze and might even reach an Earth Power in the process there. So this is why no shielding the Gastrodon can also be a strategy against the Ariados, because many trainers will try to go for a Trailblaze or a Lunge bait in that scenario, and then you can also land an Earth Power, be more healthy. However, then the Ariados is going to get to another Trailblaze, so it is a very interesting scenario. It is not all won by the Ariados with Trailblaze.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that can completely change how the playing field, just because of the fact that it has two, status changing moves. One is the Lunge, which debuffs your opponent's attack, and the other one is the Trailblaze, which adds to your own attack. And Poison Sting, as we know it, has been buffed, doing a little bit more damage now, and having that Trailblaze boost can potentially make a neutral matchup into such a favorable matchup in the late game.
Yep, we have seen this multiple times. Also, an example for that is Ariados versus Diggersby. If you're entering that one boosted, you're having a much better time than you would expect. Even also the neutral matchups are kind of interesting there. But I already announced Scuffle versus Odin, but we're going to have the winners finals first. Let's take a look at the winners bracket to see how these trainers ended up there. It is a rather small winners bracket here in Gdańsk. We had Tonton Bateuse beating Welton 4-5 and Svilaus beating Odin, and now Tonton Bateuse versus Svilaus. That's the winners final.
Oh, that is a winners final indeed. We have the Spice Master Tonton Bateuse going up against the Reverse Engineer Svilaus. Both these trainers have prided themselves in understanding the meta, like reading the meta and trying to come up with Pokemon that can counter the meta. And we see it in both of their teams. Let's see which of these trainers known to counter the meta counter each other.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen the regular Magnezone from Svilaus, and that is very, very funny because trainers start to bring more of those Pokemon that aren't Shadow anymore. We've always said Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Shadow Magnezone, and now it's just regular Magnezone and regular Alolan Sandslash, and those are tongue twisters, let me tell you.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one of the reasons why we are always stuck sometimes while saying the names as well. But here we see two Spice Peak Pokemon actually three Spice Peak Pokemon on the side of Tonton Bateuse, and that's that Alolan Raticate, Talonflame, and Charjabug. But looking at Svilaus' team, I think Magnezone completely neutralizes Pokemon like Charjabug, Pokemon like Raticate, and also that Feraligatr. Why so much damage from the Volt Switch? And none of these Pokemon, except that Clodsire, wants to tank a Wild Charge from the Magnezone.
Yep, something like a Talonflame though can work against it if you have shields, because you're going to deal so much Incinerate damage. However, I'm not completely sure how much damage you deal with Incinerates against the regular version of Magnezone, because I just have the Shadow Magnezone matchup in my head. Raticate is going to be very interesting because it absolutely walls the Shadow Driftblim of his opponent. However, Shadow Driftblim's main target in this meta is Ariados. Do you see an Ariados anywhere?
No, there is no Ariados, but one of the key targets that the Driftblim can now have is the Clodsire from the side of Tonton Bateuse. It has Poison Sting, Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, nothing to fight back against that Driftblim.
Yep,
but Tonton Bateuse, if anybody, it's Tonton Bateuse can overcome this matchup. Look at those credentials. 2023 EUIC champion, 2023 World Top 16 as well, and multiple top cut finishes after that. On the other side, we have Z Zweilers.
The former Barcelona special event champion, running the Ariados, running the Magnezone, Gastrodon, Shadow Drifloon, that also targets the Superior, basically, Azumarill and Pangoro. And Pangoro has been a big name in this tournament so far.
Yeah, Pangoro has been showing up for this tournament indeed. One of the things that you have to notice as a Drifloon, as a Shadow Drifloon user, the Frenzy Plant still does a ton of damage. So you need to make sure you shield the first one and potentially throw the Icy Wind to make sure that you don't take as much damage. But ZZ's credentials, look at it, it speaks for itself. Barcelona special event champion, 2024 World Top 16, 2024 NAIC Top 16, and 2025 Dortmund Regional Top 12-4 as well.
I'm very surprised that he could have been stopped at all in Dortmund already, and now he's in the winners final again. He also has the Ampharos plush there on the desk. If you remember, back in Liverpool, he actually brought the Ampharos to the top 16 cut back in the day. That was very interesting.
Yep, I think that was, it's one of the things that ZZ likes, right? He likes to pick a Pokemon that can do well against the meta and pilot it. And a lot of trainers follow suit or kind of understand, okay, I can't play the game as good as this guy. I can't play this Pokemon.
Yeah, that's why he got his nickname, by the way, the engineer, the reverse engineer, so to say, because he there in an interview said that he reverse engineered the top cut of the last NA regional. But we're going into the game, two champs facing off against each other, and that is Talonflame versus Drifloon. That's a lot of damage. We see a nod from Zweilous.
Yeah, this is a great lead because all these Astonishes will add up, but in comes a Feraligatr only to be met with this Magnezone. But this is not over yet. This is a normal Magnezone. The Volt Switches does not do as much damage as a Shadow Magnezone would, but these Hydro Cannons would do a ton of damage. Let's see how Z Zweilous wants to play it out, going immediately for this Wild Charge. If shielded, he can potentially get Hydro Cannon here.
Yep, Tonton Bateuse puts up a shield, and now this Feraligatr is in thunder range, wants to get the shields down. There is a harshly fell defense. This one is going to be shielded as well. Will an Incinerate from the Talonflame knock out immediately? This is going to be a farm down here. There is still a shield on the side of Tonton. Will the Incinerate knock out? Oh, we're going to the Charger Bug. This is resisted damage. Doesn't even need to put up a shield. Tonton Bateuse is cooking again. Is he going to swap in the Talonflame immediately after this?
At this point, I think it does make sense to swap in your Talonflame, but no farming down this Magnezone only to be met with this Gastrodon. But then again, a Talonflame with energy lead. It's going to be coming down to who can get to this move. It's going to be this Drifloon, but now it can potentially shield this and try to get to that big Brave Bird onto the Gastrodon.
The pacing of the Drifloon is so incredibly slow that you can just go for one more Incinerate. Try not to take too much damage because it is going to be costly against the Gastrodon later. Throws a Fly. You are debuffed, but that doesn't matter to Tonton Bateuse. He has an X-Scissor stalled. So what he is trying to go for here is to go for a Brave Bird, even though it is debuffed, and maybe win the game later on the back of the X-Scissor of the Charger Bug. Is this putting it into X-Scissor range?
Man, that does a ton of damage, but I don't think this Gastrodon is in a range where X-Scissor will be enough to knock it out. Oh, the Talonflame does not get to another move. X-Scissor will be clicked. Let's see who wins Charge Attack priority. It's going to be this Charger Bug. Will this X-Scissor be enough to knock out? Maybe it is. It's going to be so close.
It is Charger Bug that takes the first game of these winners finals. It's going to be best of 5, and Tonton is almost again in the grand finals now. He just has to win 2 more games, but his opponent, Zweilous, is one of the best trainers, probably the best German trainer that we're having right now, and it's not going to be easy. However, this was piloted perfectly by Tonton, swapping in the Charger Bug into the Magnezone because he knew if he throws a Volt Switch, then an Incinerate would knock out. So Zweilous has to throw immediately, throws a resisted Wild Charge immediately, gets to farm up more energy. This was magnificent.
Yep, great game sense from Tonton Bateuse here. We saw the Charger Bug coming in. At least what he decided was, if I have that shield on my Talonflame, potentially what I could do is whatever Pokemon is in the backline, I could potentially go for a back-to-back Brave Bird, because his opponent, Zweilous, cannot come in with his own Drifblim into the Charger Bug that had a discharge already stored. Great game sense there, understanding his win con and playing it without any mistakes. No space for ZZ Wireless to come back into that game.
With the Shadow Drifblim, you can't even come into a Volt Switch, to be honest. This is so much damage the Shadow Drifblim is so far. It has a lot of HP, but the defenses are very much lackluster. How will Zweilos adapt? Because the Shadow Drifblim onto the Talonflame was a matchup he wants to pivot out of immediately, or was it the Talonflame that pivoted out? I think so, yes?
Yes, it was. It's one of the disadvantages of running a normal Magnezone, but we see game number 2, we see a Feraligatr lead into the Pangoro. This is not a bad scenario to be in if you're ZZ. Immediate swap in to a Talonflame here, but ZZ did not bring a hard answer to this. He has to throw this Night Slash and hope against hope for this boost. Does he get it? Can this boost save this game?
This deals a lot of damage regardless. We're going to try to go for a catch here. The Incinerate is being thrown. He's going to try and go for a Volt Switch down. I think the next Volt Switch will be knocking out. Oh, calls a fly on Tontonbatu's side. The next Volt Switch will knock out before the Incinerate damage will register in this situation. Goes for another fly immediately. Is Zweilos going to let this go, or does he want to keep the shield?
Yes, he pulls up a shield here, saving this energy, but now the Charger Bug comes in here. It will potentially be met with a back-to-back Wild Charge. ZZ is going for the first Wild Charge here. Tontonbatu is opting not to shield this Pokemon. It is resisted, but then again, it's a Wild Charge from a Magnezone.
Waits for half an eternity here, gets another shield here. Magnezone dealing so much damage. What a wild play to just throw in your Magnezone versus a Talonflame.
Yeah, but this is a very difficult situation to be in if you are ZZ. Waiting a turn here, Tontonbatu is going for this discharge. Discharge would be enough to knock this Drifblim out of the sky, but will there be a shield here? No shield being put up.
Oh, this was barely any damage right there. Immediate swap from Zweilos, and he has so much energy advantage. He can go straight close combat in this scenario because he's so far ahead on energy as opposed to the Shadow Feraligatr. No shield is being put up. He has to make a call, has to call a Night Slash. That's a win condition for Tontonbatu's, but it is not a Night Slash. It is a close combat. The next Night Slash is being thrown. Don't need to throw close combat anymore.
Yeah, this is the Panda show now. Now it will all come down to, can this Charger Bug Volt Switch down this Panda before it gets to another move? And it does. Now Tontonbatu has back-to-back discharges. First one coming in, and this will be shielded by ZZ. And one more discharge is all it will take to knock this Drifblim out. Discharge coming, number 2 coming in, and Drifblim unfortunately cannot hide behind any protect shields. This will knock the Drifblim out of the sky.
And Zweilos was barely at another charge attack. Almost hit that Icy Wind. Would have won charge attack priority and won him that game. Again, such a close game. I thought Zweilos had this when the Pangoro came in through the close combat, but the defense debuffs were so crucial. Charger Bug is carrying Tauntaun.
Yep, Charger Bug has been amazing so far in this game. It doesn't matter what matchup it was in, and it did a great amount of work. What we see is Tauntaun managing his Pokemon and its energy very, very well. Talonflame comes in, he knows that unless Zweilos brings in that Azumarill, Talonflame is going to have a great matchup against whatever Pokemon that can be at the back. That's one of the reasons why Zweilos was forced to throw in that Night Slash and then dip into a Pokemon that could potentially deal with it as well. Unfortunately for Zweilos, non-Shadow Magnezone doesn't pack enough oomph to farm that Talonflame down, and it was so crucial on how this game panned out.
Yeah, also, what I just realized now, back in the day when people ran Shadow Magnezone, back in the day, like 2 weeks ago, Charger Bug didn't have the best matchup because you can't take 2 wild charges. Shadow Magnezone farms up to 2 wild charges and then it just knocks you out with 2. Regular Magnezone doesn't do that, and now we have a great lead for Tontonbatu again. Is he running the Sludge Bomb or is it Stone Edge? It is Sludge Bomb, so that's slightly better for the Ariados here.
Yeah, slightly better for the Ariados, but in the end, this matchup is looking great for Tontonbatu. All he has to do is secure the switch here, but Zweilos is doing what he does best, trailblazing, slowly making his energy do more damage against his Clodsire. Trailblaze is neutral because of the Park Ground type of the Clodsire, so it will add up over time.
Yep, especially when your attacks are boosted by those Trailblaze. Does not immediately throw, tries to maybe find a catch or get a catch here. Catch the catch. Throws the Trailblaze that is already boosted. Puts it in a rather low range here.
Can Zweilers catch a catch that can catch Tonton off guard? That's, I think, what Leo was going for here. In comes another Earthquake. Again, shielded by Zweilers, but as you said, can he actually make a catch in this scenario? Because both his backline Pokemon do not want to deal with the Clodsire.
Nope, there is going to be one shield put up here. He's 2 shields up, Tonton Battuz, and he has the Charger Bug in the back, and Charger Bug is good against so many Pokemon of Zweilers. Now, the Azumarill, the best target for the Charger Bug in this matchup, is being swapped into the Shadow Feraligatr. Now, this is going to sponge so much energy again. Azumarill is doing what it takes best, and that is taking Hydro Cannons.
Yes, it's gonna tank these debuffed Hydro Cannons, but Feraligatr is going to do what it does best, and that is stalling the switch timer. I think a few more fast attacks, and Tonton Battuz's switch clock will be up, and in will the Clodsire will immediately be trying to come in here.
Yep, we are going to see a play rough very soon. Oh, over farms a lot more. Wants his own Azumarill to be in a lot lower range, or wants it to have more energy when it comes out of this matchup. And then we are going to see a swap into the Charger Bug immediately. Good timing on Zweilers' side. The Volt Switch is going to register, but first, play rough.
Yep, he can at this point potentially bring in the Ariados. Is his switch clock up? It is. Ariados comes in here immediately, going for this lunge. Lunge will debuff Charger Bug's attacks, but still, Tonton Battuz opting to save his shield for the end game, save his shield for that Feraligatr and Clodsire to make a meaningful impact into the game. 1 Volt Switch and immediately going for this Discharge. Discharge will put this Ariados deep into the red.
Now let's see if the Ariados can hang on to this and possibly Poison Sting down after the debuff. It will not be able to, tries to, because that is a big win condition for him. He has to farm down this Charger Bug. It is almost at a charge attack. The double Karate Chop down. Is this energy advantage that it has going to make up for the shield disadvantage that the Pangoro has? Stalled the timer for a little bit. Is this going to come down to a catch?
Yeah, it could come down to a catch, but Tonton Battuz immediately pulling up a protection. He wants nothing to do with his energy from the Pangoro. Azumarill comes in here. Patience from Tonton Battuz, and he makes a crucial catch. This catch could change how this game goes, and he can now farm this Azumarill down. Zweilers undercharging, trying to get energy on the Azumarill. Can this be enough for him to pick up a win here? Both these trainers not throwing any energy. Wow, waiting it out, waiting for the timer to go down, to come back in with their Pokemon to finish this.
Who is in the advantageous position here? Zweilers is going to throw more bubbles. Gets knocked out by the Poison Sting, hoping that Tonton Battuz does not react. A Karate Chop comes down. The Earthquake is going to connect. This is going to deal a big amount of damage. But does it knock out the Pangoro? Is Pangoro coming out victorious out of this one? No, it takes a lot of damage, but it doesn't get knocked out. Farms down the Clodsire. The Night Slash is ready. The Night Slash is going to connect, and the Night Slash is going to take out the Feraligatr.
Night Slash coming in. Feraligatr, will it survive? I don't think it will. It takes out the Feraligatr, and Zweilers making his way 2-1. And at this point, it all comes down to 2 more matches. 2 more matches left. What a way to arrest the momentum from Tonton Battuz. We all thought the game was done and dusted, but it was not. Zweilers patiently waiting, making sure that that Clodsire did not have enough HP. Do you think if Tonton Battuz had went for the Poison Sting down there, maybe he could have had a lot of HP to make sure that the Panda is fainted?
Yeah, that's true. There could be a possible Poison Sting down in this situation. So the bubble from ZZ actually made some difference. There what also made a difference there was that about a year ago, Earthquake got nerfed because Galarian Stunfisk was just so incredibly good, and now it deals a little less damage, and that could have also been a game changer in this one.
Yeah, what a game that was. It was a complete roller coaster ride. This is one of the reasons why this meta is so good. We saw such a bad lead for the Ariados. Clodsire against Clodsire. It's such an uphill climb, but Zweilers showing, I like climbing hills.
Going 2 shields down immediately with a Pangoro in the back sounds like a mission you definitely don't want to be on. However, he made it work. He got the energy advantage. He got a great swap out into the Azumarill. And now we're going to see a lead that is positive for Zweilers, and that is Azumarill into the Talonflame.
Azumarill into the Talonflame, but at this point, one Incinerate and immediately swapping into the Feraligatr. Feraligatr looks like a great swapping into the backline of Zweilers. Azumarill opting to stay in and going for this player off. Player off will do a considerable amount of damage, but Tonton Battuz is saying, I'm going to be able to take this.
and he takes it, but this is so much damage. And Xylos, he has to go out into another Pokemon at some point because this backline is just so incredibly weak to the Talonflame. He has to swap out, goes into the Gastron. Gastron is going to get a big amount of farm, but there is chip damage from this Hydrocan. What am I saying? Chip damage. This is going to deal about half damage before Xylos can farm down, and then the Talonflame is going to be on through the Gastrodon.
Talonflame can feast on this Gastrodon just because of the typing of it. Yes, the Mud Slaps are doing neutral damage, but Talonflame is so far up in the sky, it could potentially even completely incinerate down this Gastrodon. This does not look great for Xylos because what is at the back? It's that Ariados.
Yep, Ariados does want nothing to do with that Talonflame. However, Xylos is doing a lot of damage with those body slams. I think the Azumarill might be able to withstand one Brave Bird. Actually, at this range, I'm not too sure about that one. This is going to be a full farm on the Charger Bug is being swapped in. The Body Slam is not being reached. There's a Volt Switch advantage now onto the Charger Bug. Xylos is bringing in this Ariados, and the first discharge is going to be non-debuffed, has to be shielded immediately. But the Talonflame is just so low.
Talonflame is low, but it's not in a range where one bubble can potentially knock it out. It's going to come down to how these two trainers play the end game here. Lunge number 1 coming in. This will debuff the attack of Tonton Batuz's Charger Bug. Still, everything will go down to the wire here, slowly and steadily. These Volt Switches are adding up, and it's going to be Tonton Batuz opting to throw that discharge on Charge Attack type, but Xylos holding back on his energy.
I think this is looking rather good for Xylos. The Charge Attack, the Switch Timer is not up yet. You have decent amount of HP onto the Ariados, and that would mean that you could possibly get this Talonflame very, very low. There is a shield being put up. Tonton immediately swapping into the Talonflame, going for a flying type Charge Attack. Can't tell which one it is. Might be the Fly.
It is a Fly indeed, and Fly is Fly enough to knock out this Ariados, and in comes the Azumarill. Azumarill has to make a call here. If it does not pull up this Protect Shield, this will knock out, and it was a Brave Bird putting the Azumarill deep into the red. One Incinerate, it's not enough. Azumarill does have energy. Bubble coming in, Volt Switch going in, and Tonton Batuz advances to the Grand Finals.
Another time, Tonton Batuz makes it to the Grand Finals, coming in with those Talonflame combo plays, reading the meta, reading Xylos, having the bad lead as well, going in with the Talonflame versus the Azumarill, but knowing, hey, I have Brave Bird. Trainers have been shifting away from the Flame Charge Fly attack set because you have this Brave Bird. Azumarill is a problem Pokemon for Talonflame. It is maybe the only one in this meta, and if you Brave Bird, you're able to cheese wins later on in the matchup.
That was, I mean, look at it this way, right? He played Talonflame to perfection. He understood immediately when he saw the Azumarill lead, maybe my opponent is going to be weak against Talonflame at the back. There would be a lot of trainers who had already pulled up their Protect Shield against the Gastrodon when it was going for Body Slam after Body Slam. And not to mention the last second sneak in to get that Volt Switch on the Gastrodon, denying it from being able to throw that Body Slam on to the Charger Bug. Great sense of gameplay there by Tonton Batuz, making sure towards the end game that Talonflame had everything it needed to completely secure him and a spot to the Grand Finals.
It was not only taking the energy away from the Gastrodon, it was also getting a Volt Switch advantage into the matchup of Ariados to pull a shield with the non-debuffed discharge. Here we are going to see the Charger Bug. Charger Bug was the absolute MVP of this best of 5.
Charger Bug was, in a way, the absolute MVP, but for me, I would give the MVP in game number 1 to Feraligatr, who came back from that disadvantageous situation, and in game number 2, it has to be the Charger Bug. Indeed, it did a great job in neutralizing the Pokemon like this Drifloon Panda coming in game number 3, making sure it got a ton of energy. This catch was a great catch by Tonton Batuz, but unfortunately, this was not enough. ZZ understanding that he needs the energy, he needs to be able to farm this down, perfectly farming the Azumarill down and going for this Night Slash on Charge Attack tie to give him a 1 point as well. But Tonton Batuz said, all right, every time I win lead, I may lose the game, so I'm going to lead my Talonflame.
Gonna lead it every single time. Your Azumarill is nothing to me. There it gets knocked out, but what does it matter? There is a Charger Bug. You're not going to throw your Ice Beam. I have a shield regardless. Again, this is such a fun interaction that the games are so fast-paced now. So many fragile Pokemon are part of the meta, yet we see so many games where Protect Shields aren't used.
Yeah, Protect Shield, well, it had to be something where Zizwiles had to make a call there, right? His win condition was potentially going for the, if Tonton Bateuse went for that fly there, because he would have been able to bubble down the Talonflame afterwards and potentially get to back Ice Beams onto the Charjabug. But again, if he pulled up that Protect Shield there, then Tonton Bateuse had the game in the hand, because he had the Protect Shield, he had the Charjabug. So Tonton knew that, all right, I don't lose as long as I go for this Brave Bird. And it doesn't matter if it gets shielded or not, and perfectly played by them.
Going for a fly would have been the only lose condition he had there. And of course, Tonton Bateuse knows that he is one of the best trainers we have in Europe, definitely as the former European international champion as well. But there are not only ICs in Europe. The Latin America International Championship is coming up very soon, and we have a clip to get you guys hyped about it.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Or just a smile on his face, Prince.
Fabio Musicat, Robbie, Marco Himata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
What a winners finals. Those were incredible games. Tonton and Zizwiler, such superb battlers with such superb plays.
I know, it was one of those moments where we're watching the screens and we're like, oh wait, is it paused? Is this game lagging? No, turns out they're just doing some very calculated plays where they didn't want the other one to get too much farm down.
Incredible. Like, you could almost see the players calculating in the moment, trying to work out how much farm do they need, who's going to reach that charge attack first. Pangoro making it in that game, but Tonton taking the series.
Tonton, he was last year's in the finals for Gdańsk, and look at him this time. But you know what? They're not the only players that are still in this tournament. There are still a couple other trainers looking to make it to that podium, and that is Odin versus Scafo 99 coming up next. Both of them first time in the top 4.
Yeah, first time medals for these players is so massive. Genuinely, I am so happy for both of these players, but they don't want to stop here. They want to keep going, and they are up against each other. The winner of this match will be up against Zizwiler in the losers finals. Let's take a look at these teams.
Now, let's do that indeed. We've seen a couple of these earlier on today. We've seen all the matches from the trainers who made it to day 2. We saw some Dragapult action earlier on from Udun against Zwiles. It didn't really have much of a performance there, but he was able to take out Patoman, last year's Gdańsk champion, to be in the seat where he is now.
So many big players. Both of these two have had to face massive, massive names in the Pokemon Go PvP community, and we have a Dragapult here, okay? Not Uden isn't the only one that has earned himself a medal. Pangoro has a medal. Dragapult has a medal. This is massive. I'm so pleased with this meta this weekend.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Azumarill and there's a lot of Ariados going around. I think those were the top 1 and 2 Pokemon, so not surprised to see it on these top-level trainers. But also want to note that Uden is already to do Sludge Bomb over Stone Edge on his Clodsire, so more concerned about that Azumarill than the Ariados.
And Clodsire for Scaffo does have that Stone Edge. That makes it a little bit better into Uden's Dragapult. And the question is, how much play does Dragapult have? Because you're so strong against Ariados, but honestly, you really don't want to be against Moltres, Sandslash, or that Shadow for Alligator.
I mean, I'm looking, if you were thinking about Uden's Clodsire itself running the Sludge Bomb, where is its targets here on this team? Because I'm not really seeing any.
Yeah, Stone Edge would have been better for Moltres and for Ariados. I suppose Sludge Bomb is a little bit quicker into that Shadow for Alligator, but not necessarily a matchup you always want to be in. These players have had time to consider these matchups, and I cannot wait to see what they come up with.
Coming into the battles, we're seeing the spice right away. We got that Dragapult in the lead versus the Clodsire. Immediate swap out by Scalpel into the Feraligatr to get a little bit of an energy advantage, but coming in with the Dugong is going to negate basically all of these charge attacks.
Yeah, these charge attacks are resisted because Feraligatr does not run Crunch here. It is running Ice Beam, so you're going to go for the resisted Hydro Cannons instead. Paired with Shadow Claw, this still does add up.
I mean, you said he's not very effective. You can see it on the Dugong, but look at it, already down to half health, just taking that Shadow Hydro Cannon, doing 20% more damage, going straight for the heavy hitting attack too with that Drill Run, not bothering to go for an Icy Wind to knock it down, already at another Hydro Cannon on Scapel's side.
And the question here is, when does Uden want to use his shields? One goes up now, but you have a Dragapult and a Pangoro in the back, and if there's one thing that I know about those two, it's that they like having shields.
One shield was used by Uden at that point, but another Hydro Cannon is already loaded. He didn't throw his attack, so he's now double shielded here. He's going to completely farm down the Feraligatr and give a little parting gift to whatever's coming in. Going to go ahead and either debuff or no, an immediate swap out into the Pangoro. He saw the Clodsire in the lead, and now he's seeing it in the back.
2 shield Clodsire against a Pangoro. Now, I am one of the biggest Pangoro fans, but this is not the matchup you really want to be in. You're praying for a boost, but these Earthquakes are going to do massive damage.
And the big thing, too, is there's no shields left on Uden's side. That Dragapult is also fairly squishy, so it's going to need to get a lot of energy to be able to throw at what comes in. Scalpel definitely not using a shield at this point because they're not doing too much damage to this bulky Clodsire.
Now, I wonder if Uden wants to use that energy from Dugong onto this Clodsire. If he's really, really lucky, he'd get an Icy Wind off against the Gastrodon. I can't imagine Scapho's going to allow that.
I mean, we saw earlier on Uden against a Gastrodon. Gastrodon's Mudslaps just do so much damage. Not quite able to make it to a Stone Edge. 2 shields left on Scapho's side. Does he want to use it now? No, letting this first one go through.
Holding on there, and Icy Wind is going to land onto that Gastrodon. That is quite big. It debuffs. The Gastrodon will be forced to throw Earth Power against this Dragapult, but even debuffed, I suspect this will do a lot of damage.
I mean, look at this. Scapel always coming into these battles and just keeping his shields for the last moment. He knows that every time an attack goes through, he doesn't want to. Look at this. No Protect Shields remaining on Uden's side. Earth Power connects, and it does a decent chunk of damage. Almost too much to come back from in game 1.
I think Uden recognizes that 2 shields remaining for Scapho means that this game is done and dusted. Scapho takes game number 1. Bulk beats Spice.
A little bit too much for Uden to overcome there with that Dragapult. Had a decent lead, but Scapho is very quick always to his swap and that Shadow for Alligator. It's proving very vital for him throughout this whole championship series. The real question is, how do you negate that? Because Dugong sounds like, on paper, a good answer.
In my head, if you're leading a Clodsire and you didn't want to face against that Dragapult, and then you bring in the Shadow for Alligator, I wonder if Uden should have come in with his Pangoro at that point. Because Pangoro didn't get as much value as Uden maybe wanted. And Pangoro into Feraligatr, even behind energy, is okay because you pace to those Night Slashes so much quicker.
I mean, a thing that I found very interesting about this team composition is just the lack of bulk, right? I mean, Dugong, Azumarill, Ariados, Clodsire, they all have quite a bit of bulk to it on the team, but neither the Dragapult nor the Pangoro really wants to take a charge attack, and Uden put them both on this team to start out the series.
Now, we saw that Drill Run didn't really threaten the Feraligatr. You had to throw 2 attacks to take it down. Perhaps a different strategy could have been stay in with your Dragapult, chip with Astonish, get some energy, then come in with Dugong so that you only need to land 1 Drill Run. Here's that Dugong again, now up against Clodsire.
Much better matchup for the Dugong. Does need to be wary of that Stone Edge, which will do super effective damage, and it looks like a Scaffold staying in for a bit because he recognizes this as well. The main question is he going to try to throw right away? Yes, throwing right before the Icy Wind is even available. Getting that first Protect Shield off of Uden.
Uden protects this, knowing that Stone Edge will do the most amount of damage prior to an Icy Wind, but Scapo comes straight in with that Shadow Feraligatr with shield advantage. This is a strong position for it.
Yeah, still going for that Drill Run ahead of time. Uden also has that potential to go for an Icy Wind and lower the attack of the Feraligatr before it dropping out. It'll be interesting to see how he wants to play. He does try to catch, going into a Azumarill, another great Feraligatr answer, but this time the Feraligatr has so much energy. 2 Hydro Cannons already loaded.
Uden has banked that attack on the Dugong. The difficulty here is that Feraligatr will be able to get so much damage off against this Azumarill before it reaches its first attack.
I mean, this is going to be potentially bad later. You look, the Dragapult is in the back once again against the Gastrodon. Gastrodon seems to always be finding this Pokemon, charging up a ton of energy, throwing this Ice Beam right before the next Hydro Cannon is available. This would be enough to knock out the Feraligatr, and Scaffold lets it go.
I really like this play from Uden. Doesn't allow the Shadow Feraligatr to reach another attack, and still has enough health on this Azumarill to put some damage out into this Gastrodon.
Gastrodon is at a body slam, going to throw Mud Slaps instead to do some actual damage here. Gonna shield up the Ice Beam as well, just wants to keep this Gastrodon healthy. Scaffold still hasn't seen the 3rd Pokemon.
Now, you still have a shield here on this Dugong. It looks like that could have been charge attack priority, but the Ice Shard goes through for the Dugong. Earth Power, this is not debuffed. It'll do a decent chunk of damage.
It does quite a bit, knocks that Dugong down to the red, but already an Icy Wind is ready at this point. Scaffold doesn't shield it up. He knows it's not enough to knock him out, but he will be debuffed from this point on. He still has a very healthy Clodsire in the back, and once again, as a reminder, Uden still hasn't shown his last Pokemon, not able to get to another Icy Wind.
That is painful for Uden. He really needed to reach that second attack. There's a lot of energy on that Gastrodon, and Dragapult doesn't really want to eat it.
And going ahead, you can see Scaffold. He's clicking on that Clodsire. He wants to swap out as soon as possible. Dragapult has come in here. It's going to be able to charge up very quickly, but the Stone Edge and Earthquake are already available. Throwing right before the Shadow Ball. This will be heavy hitting. Does Uden want to use that last Protect Shield? He does!
Does use that shield. Will we see a Breaking Swipe? Is he going to lean into the potential for a debuff, or is he going to try and go for a catch?
It's going up all the way for a Shadow Ball here. If Scaffold thinks this is going to be a bait, and it looks like he might knocks out the Clodsire, and this is a healthy Dragapult left, despite all this energy on the Gastrodon, going straight for that Breaking Swipe because he knows he wins charge attack priority.
He really, really needs a debuff here. That will help his Dragapult hang on hugely. The Azumarill has a little bit of health as well. He does get the debuff. Can this Dragapult hold on?
You can see Uden looking up saying, okay, I think there might be a chance here. We saw what happened when it was debuffed before. It wasn't enough to take it out, but those Mud Slaps do a ton of damage. Astonish 1, Astonish 2, but I mean, like, trying to swap out, it just still might not be enough. Scaffold might be able to Mud Slap down.
Scaffo committing to the Mud Slaps. He reaches the Earth Power. It's going to land on this Dragapult. It's going to take it out, and Scaffo wins this matchup.
Scaffold's first ever podium finish, his first ever medal, now taking it to 3rd place here in Gdańsk. He's so happy. Look at him. He knows he's in that top 3. He knows this could be his tournament, coming in from the loser side of the bracket, but he is ready to win.
How can you not sit there with a smile on your face? Everyone is so pleased for Scaffo. He is so proud. We are so proud of him. He's doing immensely so far in this competition.
And one of the things I really want to point out, we talked about it earlier on in the tournament, is the fact that Shadow Feraligatr was one of the picks at the very beginning of the max out meta that people were going to say, hey, it's going to be everywhere. You have to prepare it for Shadow Feraligatr. And it was very true at the beginning, but the meta has shifted quite a bit. But Scaffold has still relied on this Pokemon throughout his time that he's been playing in this meta, maybe proving that this Pokemon really is truly the best one to be using here.
I wonder, right, when you think about the way that a meta develops, let's say the meta starts over here and then as players adapt, it shifts a little bit this way. Now, maybe over the course of the season, you could say we've shifted all the way across to a different side of this desk, let's say, but actually Scafo's going, hold on a minute, what if it's circular? What if we go all the way round and then what is now anti-meta becomes meta again? The Clodsire and this Shadow for Alligator Core proving so strong, and Gastrodon as well. A Pokemon that we had tipped at the beginning of the season, but it's only really now that it's beginning to shine.
I mean, I think a lot of people weren't sure how it was going to perform. Look at it now, performing quite well. I believe it is in Zweilous' team and Scafo's team, so 2 of the top 3 having that blue Gastrodon on their team. Lou, take note.
I think that Pangoro has 2 medals. Blue Gastrodon has 2 medals. This is a pretty good competition for myself and Lou.
Yeah, 2 medals for those Pokemon, but so far just 1 medal for Scafo. I think he's hoping for the first place one, but we'll have to go through Zweilous first, a contender who was our first ever special event winner in Barcelona, wants to get another title to his name.
Given that this is Scafo's first time in these top 4 places and at least top 3 for him, that also means this is his first ever official best of 5.
Oh my goodness. Now, let's talk a little bit about best of 5s, because in my mind, they're a very different beast than a best of 3. You've been in that chair quite a few times, Fareed. What goes through your mind when you're actually in those moments?
There are a number of times when the first game and even the second game, you can take a little bit of risk because you're confident with your team, and then all of a sudden you develop a little bit of a strategy. The difficulty is that as you start to approach those later games in these best of 5s, your opponent understands what your strategy needs to be. And if your team relies on maybe 1 or 2 strategies, that's then difficult, and you have to work out how to adapt.
And so, what are some things that players do? I mean, do you just run riskier strategies? Are you just running Pokemon that maybe you're not as comfortable with using in a tournament? There's also high risk in doing things like that as well, right? Because if you're not as comfortable with the line, then maybe you really don't know the ins and outs of the actual matchup.
In the Bologna Grand Finals last season, Colin basically got to a point where he said, if I run a sensible team, I will probably lose. And he started taking risks, massive risks that I didn't really expect from him. And then he started winning these games with strategies where I was like, hold on a minute, he understands what my approach is, but I have to now relearn what his is. And it can come to that at these stages. And the question is, can these players adapt, and how quickly can they do it?
Zweilous has been in many of these top cut performances so far. I think he's quite familiar with how to go about these best of 5 matchups. But Scafo, he is a trainer that has qualified for Worlds in the past. He's been like the top EU trainer at Worlds in the 2023 one. He definitely knows how to play this game. We'll have to see how these strategies will shift and adapt, because just like we were talking about, it's no longer best of 3s at all. These are completely best of 5 matchups from here on out.
Now, let's have a think about Scafo's Stone Edge Clodsire. It beats Ariados. It can beat Drifblim if it can land a Stone Edge. It, of course, beats Magnezone. And it also has a ton of play into Azumarill and Pangoro. So Gastrodon probably needs to come for Zweilous, or he has to predict that Scafo will recognize that Gastrodon comes, and the number of mind games that can happen right now already when we've got a best of 5, incredible.
I mean, mind games galore is what Zweilous is known for, to be honest. Like, the way he actually kind of concocts his plans, the lines of 3 that he chooses to run, I wouldn't be surprised if he does do some risky plays, especially knowing that this is a best of 5 matchup and he can afford to take some of those risks.
Look at these accolades for Zweilous. I think he might have top cut every single competition he has played in maybe this calendar year, but certainly the last 5 or 6 events he has been in. Barcelona special event champion. He will want to double that gold medal tally here this weekend.
I mean, it's top cutting even enough for this man at this point. He wants to be going for the gold, but he's gonna have to make it through Scafo 99. He's been so determined this whole tournament. He's been saying he feels very confident about his gameplay, about his team of 6, and the team has been showing very, very strong for him. So I'm very excited to see how this will match up against each other.
Do you lean into your Moltres, into your Clodsire there together? Clodsire Clodsire able to hit Drifblim back, but Moltres really, really dominant in that matchup and very strong against the Gastrodon on Z's Wireless' side that we mentioned.
I think that Scaffo, no matter what, is going to bring that Shadow for Alligator. He's always playing it. Even if I don't think it has even the best matchups, he just maneuvers around and finds the win conditions with it. Looks like both of these trainers are smiling. They're locking in with each other. I'm sure that we're going to get down to these games very, very soon.
Let's get straight into game number 1 in these losers finals. We have that Gastrodon and it finds the Clodsire.
Immediately, but not the matchup that Scaffo was hoping for here. We do see a quick pivot by both trainers here, a simultaneous pivot into the mid matchup here. Pangoro does win that charge attack priority, and he's going for that heavy hitting close combat. Down it goes!
Oh my goodness, Feraligatr has disappeared. Pangoro is there. The defense has harshly fallen, but that does not matter. 1 down, 2 to go.
I mean, look at this backline here for Raid. So once the Pangoro is out of the way, Gastrodon is coming in, but look what is in line for the Galarian Moltres in the back. Z's Wireless has basically calculated this whole play in his head.
I love that Z's Wireless instantly went into the Pangoro.
Oh!
He knew that there was a Feraligatr Safe Swap coming. He is not only going to punish the Feraligatr, this boost means he's punishing that Clodsire as well.
Oh, this Pangoro is all about the punishment, and you see Scaffo smiling and giving a little shrug. He's like, yeah, what can I do at this point here? I guess I just have to take it, get it out of here. We're gonna see a quick pivot, but guess what's coming in the back? It's the Azumarill, one of the hardest counters here for the Galarian Moltres. The Galarian Moltres has to go for the Brave Birds to be able to do any damage at all, but already Ice Beam ready on Wireless' side.
Scaffo going to use these shields. He's going to let attacks go one after another so that the switch timer can slowly reset itself. Once this Brave Bird lands, let's remember that Galarian Moltres is going to be double debuffed. Its defense is going to be lower. The bubbles will start to add up.
And look at this. Look how much damage that does to the Azumarill. There's 2 shields up, but the bubbles are slowly whittling down. Already at another Brave Bird here. I like this play by Scaffo. He knows he's going to have to use the shields in this matchup here. He knows that the Azumarill has the heavier hitting attacks that he needs to shield up. Both shields used in this matchup and continuing to farm away energy. At this point, maybe an Ancient Power would even do. Switch timers are up.
Switch timers are up. Z's Wireless isn't going to hold on to the Azumarill. He thinks it's done more than enough getting the shields away from the Moltres, but the Moltres has a lot of energy still to use.
Going for an Ancient Power bait here at this point. If you're Wireless, yeah, you think, okay, this is my last Pokemon. I don't want to risk it being another Brave Bird, but the switch timer is up for Scaffold's side. But do you really want to swap in a Clodsire to a Gastrodon? Looks like he's gonna have to.
Earthquake coming through here. Now, even if this does land, Gastrodon is so tanky. It'll be able to manage this absolutely fine. Scaffo looks up at Z's Wireless and goes, well, it's a good job this is the best of 5.
I mean, Scaffo kind of fell into a hole in the middle of the matchup, and though he was desperately trying to climb out, getting a lot of footing, gaining a lot of ground, Wireless going for the Earth Power here to take out the Bird of the Skies, taking game number 1.
Look at that. Double resisted Earth Power. It's still enough to take out the Moltres. We've seen it before. Do you remember Kazine33 throwing that drill run from Dunsparce onto a Galarian Moltres? Someone needs to bring it down a peg or 2.
I mean, I think that this is a way for players to show, okay, we're still having fun, and basically that game was mine.
Yeah, and Scaffo's like, I would be having a lot more fun if my Feraligatr didn't get one shot.
I mean, I think that Wireless played that out perfectly, right? He had the lead that he was looking for, and all of the Pokemon matched up in the backline. It's a hard call to think that, oh yeah, my opponent's going straight for a close combat, right? Because if it is ended up shielding up, your defenses are lowered. There's so many bad things that could happen to the Pangoro if Scaffo would have shielded that.
And the nice thing is, right, Z's Wireless looks at the team of Scaffo and goes, okay, if you lead a Clodsire, it's very, very unlikely that you have a Gastrodon or an Ariados behind it, because then you'd be very weak to my Shadow Drifblim lead. That means if you are going to safe swap anything, it is probably a Galarian Moltres or a Shadow Feraligatr. both of which are beaten by Pangoro. That's how he had so much confidence to instantly swap into that Pangoro. And if he hadn't done it, Pangoro would have been behind energy on Shadow for Alligator. So that play was critical, really, really high level.
Yeah, exactly. You saw it from both ends, a simultaneous swap when they both recognized what a good lead Zizwilus had in that scenario. Scafo, though he lost game one, still has opportunity to climb back from this overall. You saw him smiling in the matches, but you know that he is serious about winning. He wants to keep going in this tournament. Not only does he want his first medal, he wants it to have a little number 1 engraved in the front.
I wonder if next time they have a lead like that, Scafo actually stays in to throw him off. Zizwilus again! He knows every step that Scafo wants to take, winning lead massively with Magnezone into Shadow for Alligator.
And swapping into the Ariados, which, let's face it, does not have that great of matchup against the Magnezone anyway. Also, since this is not a Shadow, this launch is really not going to be doing that much damage to the Pokemon. It will lower the attack, and I think if you're Zizwilus, you're just farming up a little more energy before you throw anything.
2 lunges are reached, but it's almost funny. Scafo's like, okay, the one lead I don't want to see, Magnezone. Zizwilus goes, gotcha.
Yeah, okay, so lead Magnezone. Here we go. Going for that Wild Charge here. It is now double debuff, but it will do a nice amount of energy. Scafo has to let it go, he thinks, and it is enough to take out the Pokemon, but now the defenses are falling. You see Zizwilus already trying to swap. He doesn't want to give any extra energy advantage to anything that comes in.
He definitely doesn't want to be throwing a Wild Charge against the Clodsire, but the advantage is that Clodsire only runs Poison Sting, so even that attack hitting the double debuff Magnezone, it's okay. Gastrodon comes in. It's been such a safe Pokemon for Zizwilus so far this tournament.
He wants to keep it safe too, keep it nice and healthy, using that Protect Shield from the Hydro Cannon, and look how much damage these Mud Slaps are doing. Gonna retaliate with a charge attack of his own, forcing the shield from Scaffold because he desperately wants to get this Gastrodon out of the way.
And let's remember that Clodsire does not have Sludge Bomb, and as shields start to go down, Azumarill has an increasingly better matchup into that Clodsire. So this is everything is going to Zizwilus' plan.
I mean, at this point here, Scaffold just wants to get a little more energy. The switch timers are almost up, but it's not quite ready yet. At double Hydro Cannon, but a Mud Slap just went through. Zizwilus using that Protect Shield. The real question is, will Scaffold be able to get off that last Hydro Cannon, or did the Mud Slap knock him out? Swift, oh my goodness, simultaneous swap once again.
Look at this. These players know, they are so in tune with how top-level players play that they are instantly swapping because they are anticipating moves like this. But Azumarill, with Ice Beam and the Bubble, both super effective against the Clodsire, it should be able to take this Clodsire down.
First Ice Beam already coming through, just a couple of bubbles away from the next. Scafo is hoping to be able to get to the Earthquake, but if you look at the health on this Azumarill, it still might not be enough, even with that Poison Sting damage. Earthquake is loaded, trying to go for a little bit of extra damage. I like this right before the Ice Beam is ready, but I have to know if this is enough!
It is not enough! That is a bulky bunny. Do you know what's funny? Zizwilus still has a Wild Charge loaded on that Magnezone.
Exactly, Magnezone going to win that charge attack priority. Scaffold also has a Hydro Cannon banked on the Feraligatr, but what is it going to do? What can it do at this point besides go down to a super effective attack?
Is this going to be enough?
I'm not sure. Let's wait for it and see.
Goodbye. See you later, alligator.
After a while, Totodile.
Look at that from Zizwilus. He has read every single line Scafo has to offer so far. Scafo needs to take a breath. Recompose himself, because this is not over. This is a best of 5, and we've seen so many times that you can still come back even when 2 games down.
Absolutely. We call that a reverse sweep. So basically, in a typical best of 3, you know, it'll already be over at this point. Zizwilus would be moving on, but this is the opportunity for Scaffold to show what he is really made of in these scenarios, saying, okay, he read me like a book, game 1 and 2. What can I do in these games going forward to be able to put the advantage back in my court, to be able to make sure that I am the one winning these matchups? Let's look at these team compositions, because like you said, Zizwilus was able to call the lead both games, and just because you call the lead doesn't mean you're going to win the game. But we saw how calculated both of these trainers were with simultaneous swaps game after game. There has to be a lot of chess pieces moving on this board.
And Scafo's going to be wondering, he goes, how is Zizwilus reading me so well? Is there something on my face? Can someone help me out here? Because I need to bring something that can win a lead. Zizwilus has called every lead so far we've seen on stream.
Not only that, the plushies seem to be favoring Zizwilus too. We have a Noctowl on Scaffold's side and an Ampharos on Zweilous', so it's almost like they're in a fight of their own.
Yeah, Scaffo does not want that Magnezone up against his Feraligatr again. We've got a Pangoro into Gastrodon. This is a lot more neutral, but Gastrodon can outbulk it.
Now let's see how they actually want to play this out. Does Zweilous want to go once again for that heavy-hitting close combat right in the lead? Looks like, guess what? That's exactly what he's gonna do.
This won't be enough to knock out. It will take it very, very low, and then you can instantly switch out and take that damage on something else if you want to. Yes, you do. It comes in with the Drifblim. Now look, an Astonish went through. The Gastrodon did bank an Earth Power.
Now going ahead, the Shadow Claws also are super effective against this Drifblim, but Zweilous is able to get to an attack first as he swapped first. He had the energy advantage, and a last-second shield by Scaffold, shielding up an Icy Wind. The attack is now going to be a little bit debuffed, but at this point, 2 Hydro Cannons are already loaded.
This looks so good for Zweilous. The Astonish damage, you can just 2-shield through this Feraligatr, and then you're going to have a Gastrodon up against the Clodsire in the back. Zweilous is playing this masterfully.
Does he want to use both shields? Does he want to do exactly that? Looks like he will be able to, but the main thing is that Pangoro is still healthy. There's a Clodsire in the back that does not want to face against a Gastrodon, but it's going to have to.
You can't Poison Sting this down. You can't Mudslap this down. Scaffo is begging for something to help him out here. He does not want to see Gastrodon in the back. Charge attack priority.
Charge attack priority is going to be released here. Gets a shield because he wants to get this Drifblim out of the way. But even still, the Earth Power is doing not a lot of damage. Should be enough at this range. It doesn't negate the fact of the back lineup, which we haven't seen by either trainer. I think that we're about to see now the potential of the Gastrodon when there's no protections remaining against the Clodsire, one of the most popular Pokemon in this meta.
Zweilous, please stop. He's already gone. Let him go. Scaffo has his medal. He'll be very, very pleased with that. But Zweilous has been on a roll. Gastrodon unstoppable.
Gastrodon going for that Earth Power, that heavy-hitting attack along with those Mudslaps. Gonna be enough to knock out that Clodsire. Gonna be enough to knock out the next Pokemon coming in, and going to be enough to get Zweilous on into the winners' grand finals.
Huge. Zweilous is a Scaffo counter confirmed, and he puts himself back up against Tonton in those grand finals. What a series. What plays we got to see from these incredible players.
And if you thought those matches were good before Tonton and ZZ before, well, get ready, because these are going to be best of 5 matches once again, and they have some new strategies, I'm sure, in mind. Both of those games were incredibly close. Zweilous has an opportunity to have what we call a grudge match, to face the person who knocked them down to the loser side of the bracket and prove who will actually be the real champion.
Now, when we look very soon, right, at these grand finals teams, they are spicy.
Oh, they are.
And we spoke to Zweilous a couple of days ago, and I said to him, I said, you know, how are you feeling? Do you feel confident? And he goes, Freed, I think I'm cooking.
I mean, let's take a look at these highlights, because indeed, Zweilous has been cooking this whole tournament. Look at this at the beginning. Again, Scaffo 99, his first podium finish, his first time getting a medal. Congratulations to him. Putting up quite a fight, but at every turn, Zweilous just had the exact answer that he needed to get him on. You see both of them, Zweilous nodding to the crowd saying, oh yeah.
Scaffo goes, I'm in trouble.
I am in danger, and now it looks like a complete danger, because at Earth Power, this shouldn't do anything to a Galarian Moltres, but it's enough at this low health, securing that game number 1. You see them both already laughing, both talking it out, but I mean, even though it was all smiles, the games were all serious business.
And Zweilous has looked locked in for the entirety of that series. Every single movement, every single maneuver, so on point.
He was calculated. He was mud-slapping through all of Scaffo's Pokemon.
Scaffo, why are you doing this to me? This isn't fair. What can I do?
At that point, you can just concede the matchup. Zweilous will be once again facing in the grand finals against Tonton Patous, who was here last season in Gdańsk in the grand finals. He got second place last season, and I think he's saying to himself, you know what? I'm going to go for first this time.
Yeah, he is going to go for first. I'm very excited. He will need to flip the bracket if he wants to do so. And these are some of the top players in Europe. But we also have a few top players from Europe going to LAIC in a couple of weeks. Let's hear a little bit more from them.
Welcome, battlers, to the Pokémon Go PvP Arena. The 2025 competitive season is well on its way, with the first international championship coming up in November in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from across the globe are gearing up to make their mark at the Latin America International Championship, and European contenders are itching to snag that shiny trophy. Leading the charge is the Dutch battler Colin 6. Not only did he land on the top of the 2024 Pokémon Go leaderboard, he is ready to show he is also at the top of his game. Colin is the only 3-time event champion from Europe, with wins under his belt in Lille in 2023 and a double whammy victory in Stuttgart and Bologna during the 2024 season.
But the thing I'd like to be known for most is my calculated and precise play that can win against any opponent in any team.
Hot on his heels is the Spanish sensation Paulasha, ready to cook up some interesting concoctions for the LAIC.
I'm ready to cook this season.
Paula has been making waves since the beginning of her competitive journey, crashing into Torino and winning the first special event she competed in. And she hasn't hit the brakes since, nearly dominating the 2024 season with top cuts in 5 of the 7 events she entered, plus an epic victory in Stockholm as the cherry on top.
It's always so cool to see the support that all the women are giving to me. So yep, I'm always so proud of this.
Last but certainly not least, San Judigo is ready to compete and prove that consistency is the true Poke power.
Even with I am the underdog, I'm pretty confident with myself with my last results.
This Spanish trainer has showcased his high-level plays, racking up impressive top cut finishes in both major tournaments and in local cups and challenges.
I'm feeling that I'm playing as properly as possible, so I'm not afraid of anyone.
How will our European trainers fare against the rest of the world in this epic international showdown? The Latin American International Championships are on November 15th through the 17th, so don't miss the chance to catch all of the action. Let's see who will emerge victorious in this cross-continental clash.
Attention trainers, and wake up Jigglypuff, because I have the 2 grand finalists of the Pokémon Go Regional Championships in Gdańsk. Right here it is. Zizwilos, the reverse engineer, and the master of seasoning, Tonton Batuz. First of all, congratulations for reaching the grand finals. Was that personal against Scuffle?
It was not. I actually asked him in that game 1 whether he would be okay with me throwing the Earth Power or not, because I don't want to BM somebody like as basically like punching down on somebody. Just if he considered it like good banter, then I would have went for it. And he's like, go ahead, Earth Power me, and so that's what I did. But yeah, that was fun. It was a little bit of a grudge match. He did get me with some crunch debuffs at EUIC, knocking me down from the winners to the losers side of the bracket. And so yeah, I'm glad that I tied up that score to 1-1, and I'm glad to be in the finals.
So that was a grudge match from way back here, actually. The games that you have won so far were incredibly powerful. That was a demonstration of 2 strength in your team, basically. What went wrong against Tonton before?
So I think against Tonton, I lost that first best of 5 the moment we both registered our teams, because I like going into this tournament, I just at a glance identified 4 problem Pokemon for me, which are Superior, which he didn't even bring, Talonflame, Charger Bug, and Shadow for Alligator. If I dodge those, or only see like 1 or 2 and can play my way around them, I will be fine. He has all 4 of them, so it's going to be an uphill battle. It would have been anyway, because I'm coming from the loser side, but yeah, his spicy team building is just like too much for me.
That's a very good keyword you gave me there. When I have the opportunity to interview Zizwilos and Tonton Batuz, I have to ask about your spicy team building. Tonton, how do you choose those crazy picks before the tournament? When did you come up with Alolan Raticate?
So for Alolan and Eradicate, used it at the beginning of the season. I was playing Clodsire Double Dark, classic Poison Double Dark, with Pangoro and Eradicate. I tried the Shadow, but I preferred the Purified one because the return hurt a lot. And sometimes if I don't have any idea, I just play Auto-Rect in GBL and I just see some picks, some white picks. I was like, maybe it rocks, this one.
So I know that you have played with Alolan Raticate before in GBL as well. I think I remember some tweets. Why did you decide to not bring it to this tournament? Because obviously it works.
So if you look at the stats of the most used Pokemon in this tournament, you'll find Ariados at number 1, Azumarill at number 2, and like I brought the Magnezone exactly to break those two, and I thought, oh, maybe some top players will also do that, and that would already be like 3 really bad matchups for the Raticate. After Dortmund, I was really regretting not bringing out the Rat, because I was playing a lot of Shadow Rat in GBL, and I've been doing really well with it. Because back in that tournament, it was a good Pokemon to target the Clodsire for Alligator Core that was everywhere. But I thought, maybe Rat's time has come and passed. But like I've seen a movie once, and apparently in France, the best cooking is done with the Rat involved. So maybe it's like a regional thing.
That's a very, very good point that you're making. Tauntaun, you have been cooking up this entire season. You've both had a phenomenal season so far. You have already reached 1 Grand Finals, and you brought the Skarmory back then. Or you brought the Skarmory in Lille, rather. Why did you decide against the Skarmory? I thought you loved the Pokemon.
No, I hate Skarmory. But
we all do.
I was expecting a high usage of Ariados. I just wanted to use Skarmory just to counter it. And I saw that he has a lot of play in the Zero Shield, because with the bulk you have, you still reach the Brave Bird, and it's like you're playing the old Skarmory just in the Zero Shield. 1 and 2 are really hard for him, but at least you can grab a shield and sweep it with another Pokemon.
So, okay. Because we want the Grand Finals to get started, I have one more question for you guys. Who's gonna win it?
I should say myself, but it is going to be Tauntaun. The question is, can I take a game off him? Can I maybe even reset the bracket? But I think I would have to play out of my mind to actually take 2 best-of-5s off him with that team.
Well, if there is ever a moment to play out of your mind at a regional, it is going to be in a Grand Finals. So we're going to see those start very, very soon, and we're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you, Leo, and thank you so much to both Tauntaun and Zweilous. It's always fun when you see both of these strangers together, people who are very strategic, and they're also willing to give out a little bit of their insights and their game plans. Some players like to play things very close to the vest because they don't want to give away too much of their strategies. Meanwhile, Zweilous is just like, Tauntaun's got 4 Pokemon on his team that is completely gonna wreck me, and I just hope I can get a game.
That was such an entertaining interview, and genuinely those players both came across so charming that I think you guys watching at home, even us watching here, like, I don't mind who wins. I want happiness and joy for both of these players, and generally speaking, you know, you pick a side, and obviously I'm gonna pick Pangoro's side, but I really am pleased for both of them.
But what are you guys picking? Let us know in the chat. Are you team Tauntaun or are you going for Zweilous? I had no really good one there. Just bear with me, bear with me.
No, it's interesting actually, right? Because Zweilous said, he goes, look, when I was team building, I identified which Pokemon I thought would be the most popular, and he was spot on, Azumarill and Ariados. And guess what? Tauntaun doesn't have either of those Pokemon. So what do you do when you have a spicy pick like Magnezone and all of a sudden Charger Bug comes along of all Pokemon to resist that electric or that steel type energy?
Yeah, I think apparently if you're listening to Zweilous, you just lose. But I don't know if that will actually be the case. I think Zweilous is actually a very modest player because he is so good. We just saw him knock Scapo out of the tournament, a 3-0 sweep in the losers finals. He's got to go for a best-of-5 against Tauntaun Battus. If he wins, he resets the bracket, and we go once more for the grand finals.
Yeah, and you do need to play out of your mind, no matter where you are in these grand finals, winner side or the loser side. But there is one thing, actually maybe 3 things that Zweilous needs if he wants to win this grand final. RPS.
Yes, a rock, paper, scissors scenario is basically what the Tomahawk UK is saying that he needs in this. He needs a good lead, he needs a good switch to counter Tauntaun, and he wants to make sure he has that closer to be able to knock out anything here. You want to play a quick game of rock, paper, scissors?
All right, I'll be Zweilous.
Sure, I'll be Tauntaun.
Right.
But I have to ask, and let us know how you guys like to do it in the chat too. Is it 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3 shoot?
I'll decide as we go. No, let's do rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Who do we reckon's going to win?
All right.
Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
Hey, Zweilous, I am doing everything I can for you. Pangoro, you got this.
As a reminder for everyone coming into this, Zweilous has already won a regional event. He won a special event in Barcelona last season. Tonton Batuz, though he won the European International Championship in 2023, doesn't actually have a regional title to his name, so this could be his first opportunity.
Could you imagine not having a regional title to your name? Couldn't be me, Amanda.
Yeah, it seems sad.
It does seem sad. Zweilous actually beat me in Barcelona as well. So both of these players, they are achieving so much here this weekend. I'm almost jealous that I'm not getting an opportunity to play alongside them, but I am so pleased at how far their spicy teams have come.
And if you were looking at that European leaderboard earlier on in the day, definitely after some championship points have been awarded in Gdańsk, we're going to see a dynamic shift in who is on top, because there was a lot of championship points on the line. Though a lot of trainers have already been knocked out, I think they're going to be very pleased when this gets updated.
I think all of these players are going to be so pleased, and I think everyone in this event has been so pleased with the meta that we have had and the way that it has developed during this max out season. Like, let's all take a moment to have a think about what the meta was at the World Championships. And now when we soon look at these two teams in the grand finals, it is crazy how much things have changed.
Yeah, not only that, we went from a 60-second switch timer to a 50-second, making much more dynamic gameplay, a lot more switches, a lot more banking of energy before swapping out, which makes it very difficult for opponents to remember where was my opponent at on their energy when they swapped out. That's why you see a lot of trainers taking notes. And if you're watching at home, take notes of how these two trainers battle, because they are phenomenal. This is the grand finals, and whoever wins this ends up winning this whole tournament.
Huge amount of championship points available, prize money available, booster packs available, and pride. Your name goes onto those graphics, winners graphics, but we have 12 unique Pokemon in these grand finals, and that is something.
I mean, 12 below that the battlers are using, but I think there's more Pokemon than people even on the stage as well. Look at all of this support from the plushies on both ends of the table here. You see Zweilous looking out in the crowd, giving a little smile. Tauntaun completely locked in, thinking, all I need to do is win 3 battles, and I am going to be the champion. I'm not going to give any wiggle room to Zweilous. I may be smiling earlier, we may be friendly with each other, but it is all seriousness when it comes to these games.
I don't know, Tauntaun looks so confident here. He might not even be thinking about this match. He goes, you know what, I'm having dumplings for dinner. Zweilous, on the other hand, he has such a mountain to climb here, and I really don't know what strategies I'm expecting to see from him. I don't think anyone can ever predict what's going on in his mind, but he needs, of all times, for this to be his moment.
I mean, if you look at the team composition, I don't even remember, did he mention Talonflame as one of the Pokemon that gives him trouble? Because also looking at that, my goodness, Zweilous, you have a Magnezone, you have an Ariados and a Gastrodon on your team. I mean, there's some wiggle room, but there's not quite a lot.
Zweilous also thinking, yeah, I would also like dumplings for dinner. Let's get to it.
Let's wrap this up here.
But he says, can I get one game? Can I reset the bracket? So there is something deep down where he goes, do you know what? Maybe I have a chance. Let's get into the first game of these grand finals.
We see that Talonflame against the Pangoro on Zweilous' side. We have to see how he wants to play out this matchup. We've seen him go straight for close combats before, but that's actually really not the play when it comes to this Talonflame. Meanwhile, just getting up a bunch of energy, throwing right before the attacks are available on Tauntaun's side. No shield on the Talonflame, knows this isn't enough to knock out.
Okay, so if you have a very bulky Pangoro, well, as bulky as you can get, you can win the 2-shield scenario against the Talonflame. Does Zweilous know this? Does he recognize that this is an opportunity for him?
I think he's just happy to get this Talonflame as low as possible, because look at this backline. Look at this whole lineup from Zweilous here. He let this go down because, no, he has to use a protection. There's a Gastrodon on Ariados in the back.
look at this! He actually gets the alignment he needs here. He has to remember that Talonflame does have some energy stored. I don't think it has an attack banked, but Charger Bug into Gastrodon, generally favorable for the Gastrodon.
And the Gastrodon will be able to start putting in some work here against the Charger Bug. Already at a body slam, but gonna go ahead and try to throw on optimal timing here, letting another X-Scissor go through, but Zweilous is comfortable in the scenario. He knows he has some energy on the Pangoro. He knows that Talonflame is almost gone.
Yes, when you're up against a 3-turn attack like Mud Slap and you're using a 4-turn attack like Volt Switch, you want to throw 2 Volt Switches to maximize your energy efficiency.
And now this Earth Power will connect with that Charger Bug, knocking it out. Talonflame, nowhere to be seen. In comes the Feraligatr, and a little parting gift for it here. This body slam is going to be able to connect. Tauntaun, you can see, is thinking, what could possibly be in the back? I saw a Gastrodon, I saw the Pangoro, and now catching on the Talonflame, getting it out of the way, though. I think if you're Zweilous, you're saying, yeah, no, that's fine.
I think that's a nice catch. The Zweilous can get to another Night Slash against this Feraligatr if he wants to, because Feraligatr looks like it might be going for a full farm down. This is risky. You do have 2 shields. There's an Ariados in the back.
There is. The Night Slash is going through, getting that first Protect Shield from Tauntaun's side here. Still 3 Pokemon on Zweilous' side. Tauntaun throwing, saying, show me what is your last Pokemon. I need to know. Zweilous gonna say, okay, all right, you're about to see it here, and I don't think you're going to be happy letting that Talonflame go. In comes the Ariados.
Zweilous could be okay here. If he can throw a lunge into this Shadow Feraligatr, he will be able to tank the next Shadow Hydro Cannon that Shadow Feraligatr reaches. Zweilous could be about to take game number 1.
And lunge is coming through here. Tauntaun has to Protect Shield this up because this will be enough to knock him out, but this is the last Pokemon for Tauntaun. It's going to be debuffed. This Hydro Cannon is not going to hurt as badly. No Protect Shields remaining. Trying to get a catch on Zweilous' side, not able to do so, but that Mud Slap damage going through, knocking out that Feraligatr, and guess what? Zweilous, you wanted a game? You got your first.
And I don't think he wants to stop there. That first game has given him some momentum that he will want to carry forward. He brought in that Gastrodon and said, look, I'm either going to get a catch or I'm going to land this Mud Slap, and you are so low in health already that this game is mine.
Can I just talk about this team composition real quick? I mean, we talked about how Zweilous might have to come up with some crazy strategies, but having a Pangoro, an Ariados, and the Gastrodon, and seeing a Talonflame lead, if you're Zweilous, you have to be a little bit like, eek, okay, what's my plan?
I'm just trying to tell you, Pangoro kind of beats everything if it really, really wants to.
If it really, really tries, if it drinks its milk and gets nice and big and strong, Pangoro definitely has a lot of play, but Tauntaun has so much play with his Pokemon. I think at this point, maybe he's just playing with Zweilous a bit. Maybe he's giving him a little bit of a, oh, okay, you wanted a game? All right, there's that first one, but now let me show you what I can do.
Those karate chops for Pangoro, charging up so quickly. Kung Fu Pangoro taking game number 1.
And Zweilous now has won 4 games in a row, technically, because he won 3-0 against Scaffold. He's got the first game off of Tauntaun Batus. If he can take the next 2, he will reset the bracket, and he has another opportunity that he could also become the Gdańsk Regional Champion. Tauntaun just needs 3 games to make it so for him. He's been in this grand finals position before in Gdańsk, and this time he's going for the gold.
Zweilous' in-game journal looking pretty tasty right now. He wants to keep that up. Let's get into game 2. It's Gastrodon into Talonflame.
Talonflame once again in the lead here. Zweilous looks like he has a different backline, but also swapping in the Pangoro now into the Talonflame. Talonflame staying in. I think this is a little bit of the tricky part about Incinerate. Incinerate is a 5-turn fast attack, and it just takes quite a bit to pace to.
Do you know what's going to be tricky?
Tell me.
There's a Magnezone in the back, and there aren't any targets for it.
Oh, that is not tricky. That is what we call sad. Getting the first shield here off of Zweilous because this fly would do so much damage. Knock out that Pangoro. Zweilous is trying to go for Switcher for yet another Night Slash coming through. Tauntaun once again saying, okay, I think like Talonflame is good, but it's just maybe just to lure out this Pangoro.
Yeah, I mean, Tauntaun goes, yes, Talonflame does have play into Gastrodon. Do you know what else has play into Gastrodon? It's the Superior I've got in the back.
Okay, so going through here, this fly will knock out super effective damage. Down goes the Pangoro, in comes the Magnezone. Guess what, Zweilous? 2 can play at this game. It's electric on stage here as both Charger Bug and Magnezone get ready for some play. Zweilous going for that heavy-hitting Wild Charge. It's not going to do as much damage as it would to say that Talonflame or anything else on the team, but look at it. It does knock that Charger Bug down to basically half health.
Ah, you got me, says Zweiles. I'm usually the one living in my opponent's head. Tonton goes, welcome to Gdansk. This is mine.
This could be the last Gdansk here for this Gastrodon, going for the aerial ace instead. No protect shields even used by Zweiles in this moment. I think he saw the writing on the wall. He's gonna go ahead, let that go down. Magnezone does not have much play, like Tamaha pointed out earlier, into either one of these Pokemon. No shields will be used in this game by Zweiles. I think he's just trying to get this over as soon as possible.
Lou tried to warn her. She said, keep Gastrodon away from grass and then it can power through. Tonton goes, okay, but Superior is good into Zweiles. He told me before this match, so let's just check that out.
It's true. Zweiles pretty much said, Superior is so good into my team, and he didn't even use it last time. So Tonton, I think, took a little bit of notes and saying, all right, I'll bring that game too.
That was a dominant display from Tonton to level the playing field, and Zweiles will now need to re-strategize. He knows his opponent is perfectly willing to lean into any of his Pokemon here, and that must make it so hard to predict your lines of 3.
I think that you pointed out something. I just want to readdress it. 12 unique Pokemon is incredible for grand finals. A lot of times, you know, you hear people saying, oh, they only use the same 6 Pokemon for a whole meta. They cannot say this about the grand finals in Gdansk. Where is the repeats on any of the teams? This makes it so dynamic. This changes the board.
When you had players like Colin and Paulasha running the exact same lines of 6, other players who are looking to team build could basically say, okay, those are the only Pokemon I need to account for. These players, look how many Pokemon they're needing to adjust for. Tonton now with a beneficial lead, Clodsire into that Pangoro.
We'll see if Zweiles wants to pivot out. Looks like he does. Going into the Gastrodon here. This actually isn't so horrible, though those Hydro Cannons will add up. Look how much damage those Mud Slaps are doing. Hydro Cannon coming through on Tonton's side, does pace a little bit quicker, and Zweiles uses a Protect Shield because he wants to keep that Gastrodon a little bit healthy. I think he saw he had such a bad matchup in the lead. He wants to try to get this switch advantage.
Yeah, but we mentioned Magnezone not having play in the last game. Zweiles has an Ariados in the back, and I'm trying to work out where Zweiles will want to be positioning this.
I mean, at this point, he's just focusing on the mid-game, and Tonton actually putting up a shield here on a very low health for Alligator, because if you look at how much energy he's at, he's saying, okay, I'm going to at least try to get a shield off of Zweiles, and that's exactly what he does.
When Zweiles brings the Ariados in eventually, let's look at his expression when it's met with that fire-flying Pokemon. Here's the Talonflame now, already getting a bit of energy. There are no Pokemon that resist flying-type damage in Zweiles' team of 3. He's almost grinning. He knows what's coming.
Not only that, there's no Protect Shields left either. Coming in with Pangoro, but guess what? Fly's already loaded here. This is going to be doing so much damage. Hello, Pangoro, goodbye.
Zweiles, that's not what we want to see from Pangoro. Gastrodon comes back in. Tonton goes, this is interesting. You're flicking between Gastrodon and Pangoro against my Talonflame. Summon ain't rad.
Going for that body slam. Unfortunately for Zweiles, protected up. Again, gaining so much energy on this Talonflame. Talonflame has basically almost 2 flies loaded, throwing right before the next body slam is available. He's going to see that last Pokemon, and he's going to smile. Fly connecting with the Gastrodon, taking it out. In comes the Ariados.
Zweiles, he's saying, I miss Go Battle League. I would really love to top left here, but they won't let me do it. Tonton goes, it's okay, I have a Brave Bird.
Brave Bird coming through. That poor little Ariados trying its best to stand up to the scary bird in the sky. Gets knocked down. Tonton get game number 2.
Zweiles, he understands the caliber that he is up against here. He did take game number 1, but Tonton, he has not batted an eyelid.
Yeah, at this point here, look at the cores that he's been using. There's so much on the line for him at this point. If Tonton wins this next game, he can officially be crowned the Gdansk champion.
One more game for Tonton Battus. Zweiles needs 2 more games just to reset the bracket. I love an underdog story. I love Pangoro, and I would love to see Zweiles shine once more this weekend.
I mean, we've seen him make incredible plays throughout this entire tournament. We've seen him sweep opponents. We've seen the magic of the way he team builds and the way he puts it together, his compositions. Can he do it for 2 more times against Tonton to reset this bracket? If anyone can do it with a team comp disadvantage, it is Z's Wireless.
I think it's Shadow Drifblim time. Do you think it's Shadow Drifblim time?
I don't think that that's a bad idea. I was actually looking at it before, considering that the last time Tauntaun played the Talonflame and Superior both together, I think that Drifblim has a decent amount of play.
Let's get into this game 3. It's Superior.
Oh, my goodness.
No! Oh no! There is a Shadow Drifblim in the back. Will this be critical in the end game? It comes in now. Talonflame is the counter swap. This is interesting. I don't think Drifblim is terrible against Talonflame at all.
No, especially because the Astonish has got buffed. Not only that, it's a Shadow Pokemon here. Gonna go ahead and lower down the attack of Tauntaun's Talonflame. And this is kind of what I was talking about before. Incinerate is a 5-turn attack, and it just takes so long to pace to.
Z's Wireless, you seem to have an Azumarill in the back and a Gastrodon versus Superior. And even if you come out of this matchup victorious, I'm not sure how this backline's going to cope.
This is very interesting. He has to use both shields here. I think he's hoping for a farm down, but the Superior is not going to be coming back in. Tauntaun going for that Brave Bird, that heavier hitting attack. He doesn't want to let the Drifblim get too much farm, but there is so much energy on that Drifblim. What does he want to come in with? He knows that the Superior has a great matchup against the Gastrodon, and he doesn't even know how great of a matchup it has against the Azumarill, but yet it comes back in!
Oh my goodness, that was not what I was expecting to see. Tonton Batus, he's trying to predict the backline of Zweilous, and he goes, do you know what? I'm just going to lean into my Shadow Alligator. Z Zweilous has identified a win con here. The Gastrodon comes back in. He's still not revealing that Azumarill in the back.
Yeah, coming in here because it does do a lot of damage with those Mud Slaps. We saw it before. Hydro Cannon probably not enough to take it out at this point, and he will be able to chip down this for Alligator. Also, he has another Icy Wind banked on the Superior. The real question is, will it be enough for him to be able to take this game?
Yeah, Icy Wing banked on that Drifblim for the Superior, and Azumarill, if it can reach an Ice Beam, will be massive, but there is so much work to go through here because that Feraligatr has health. It's going to start chipping down. The switch timer is almost up for Tonton, so he's going to be coming into his Superior soon, but he also needs to bear in mind that a combo play is available, right? If you can get the Ice Beam and the Icy Wind.
Not only that, I think Zweilous is going to have to go for a bubble down. He's not even going to get there. He's going for the Ice Beam. The attack is going through. If Tauntaun uses this shield, he can go for that Icy Wind on the Drifblim, and there's still some play left for him. Will he be able to do it? He's going for it. He's not there. He's not there.
He doesn't have the Icy Wind. Tonton Batus, the lights are in his eyes. He knows what's coming. Frenzy Plant is reached.
Grass going against water here. Tauntaun taking the victory here. 3-1 to Zweilous. Congratulate your Gdańsk Regional Champion.
Tonton Batus!
Tauntaun climbing up through the ranks, going from the winner's side of the bracket. He was here last year. He was in second place, and he decided that's not good enough for me. I want my first regional championship, and I need it now.
His first gold medal as a regional champion. Gdańsk is his. What incredible plays we've seen against such incredible opponents.
He was an international champion in 2023. Now he's also a regional champion. Congratulations to Tauntaun Batus for that victory, using some very unique Pokemon to be able to climb his way to the top, stay on the winner's side of the bracket and saying, hey, this time I'm going undefeated.
I think we all just have to sit back and give him a round of applause. Those were some incredible games. Alolan Raticate has just won a regional event.
I mean, again, we talk about this. Would you put that on your bingo card, anyone? And also, I just think that it goes to show, he said it in the interview with Leo, I was always playing this. I was playing, Poison Double Dark. I was trying out some different Pokemon, and I saw that I'm actually quite good with it. And he didn't care that there's so many Azumarills in this meta. He didn't care that there were so many Ariados. He said, I'm going to make this Alolan Raticate work, and he did.
He did make it work. Let's have a look again at some of these plays. That catch on the Talonflame was huge for him, but Z Zweilous still managed to get that first game won. And we all sat there and thought, hold on a minute. Does Z Zweilous have a chance?
I mean, Z Zweilous said, I at least want to take a game off of him so we can already put that off of the checklist for Zweilous, but unfortunately for him, just not enough in the tank to be able to take out Tauntaun in games 2, 3, and 4.
Z Zweilous is such a good player, such a strong caliber of opponent, and it is so rare to see a player have such dominance against Z Zweilous. Tauntaun Batus can leave this venue with his head held high and his neck weighed weighed down by the gold medal that he will be receiving very soon.
Tauntaun was able to take out Zizwilis in the winners finals, a first best of 5 where he beat him 3-1, and he went for, it's so nice, I'm gonna do it twice in the grand finals here, able to take the exact same thing, going 3-1 against him, getting that championship, putting the crown on his head as his frenzy plant connects with the Azumarill.
So it's early afternoon right now in Gdansk, and there'll be some Americans waking up and they'll have a look. They go, I wonder how the Gdansk regional event went. And they will look at Tauntaun's team and go, okay, I haven't woken up yet. Let me finish this stream first.
Yeah, exactly. Let me wash my face, rub my eyes. Could I possibly be seeing what I just saw here? Because Tauntaun just went on a streak. Earlier on, he beat out other French player Welton 4-5 to be able to continue on. He beat Zizwilis in that winners finals and beat him once again in the grand finals.
And because there was no bracket reset, this means that Tauntaun did not lose a match at all this weekend. What an achievement.
What an achievement with some very interesting Pokemon. If you guys are just tuning in now, so sad. 12 individual Pokemon were used in this grand finals. All of them very unique picks, very spicy picks from both of these trainers.
Yeah, you have to go back and rewatch this day too, because some of the games that we've seen here have been sensational.
I mean, if you talk about who Tauntaun had to go up against, right? He went up against Zizwilis, our special event regional champion of Barcelona. I mean, this is a trainer who does well. He's top cut basically almost every, I think, tournament that he's competed in this season and near the end of last season. He's well seasoned. He knows how to play, but Tauntaun just played it better.
Yeah, well seasoned, but the season master himself, Tauntaun Battus, showing everyone just how high quality he is. He was already up there on the EU leaderboard for championship point race, and he goes, not only do I want the #1 position, I also want the #1 place here in Gdansk this weekend. Let's take a look at these final standings for this weekend's event.
They have so many wonderful players that have played in this, around 100 players, but the top 8 trainers here are going to be Tauntaun Battus, Zwilis, Scafo99, and Odin digging out that top podium finish, and Patoman, last year's champion, Welton 4-5, Donna WWW, and Nezabethan.
Yeah, a few first-time top 8s this season for some players there, but so many high-quality players and so many high-quality names. I think anyone looking at these top 8 realizes this is tough competition. This season is going to be very, very intense.
What I love so much, too, about the whole time here in Gdansk is that last season, Tauntaun Battus has said, admittedly, he didn't like the meta of last season. Scafo99 said it as well. I don't like last season's meta. It's so hard for me as a player in my playstyle to find a way to play around these specific Pokemon. But this season, everything has changed, right? And this season, if you look, both of those trainers are in that top 4.
And we've talked about Azumarill and Ariados, and I think we all knew how many there were. You saw on that screen just how many Azumarill and Ariados people were bringing, and Tauntaun had neither.
Exactly.
He goes, yeah, okay, last season's ended, but there's one Pokemon that I want to bring back from it, and that's Charjabug. And it did pretty well this weekend.
He did it in Charjabug, also in Lille. He compared it with another throwback of that Skarmory. He decided, nah, Skarmory, it's not your time anymore. It's Talonflame's time to shine, and that's exactly what it did in those grand finals against Zwilis. Brought into those games, really put a dent into Zwilis.
It's actually just reminded me, when I was talking to Zwilis before this weekend, I said to him, what do you think about Talonflame? Because I think it has a lot of play, and he goes, I really do think that there is a place for fire in this meta. I don't think it's well respected enough. And honestly, Zwilis, I don't think you respected it enough. Tauntaun taking Talonflame all the way to #1.
So let's go ahead, let's take a look at our caster fantasy draft, because I have to see if it was actually the pick of anyone here, and it does look like Abby was closest with Zwilis in the grand finals, but none of us was able to get it this time completely right. We do have quite a few of these trainers on the board here who did make it into day 2.
Yeah, you can see there just to the left of each of the players' names, we've got their final placements if they made it into day 2. PvP David was my #1 pick as well, and he did make it, but you've also got top 5 for Pataman, 3rd place for Scafo, and as Amanda just said, 2nd place Zwilis. So incredible to make it all that way with a normal Magnezone and a Pangoro Shadow Driftblim core, which I did call out yesterday. I'm just saying.
That is true. Called out, but you don't expect it to, I mean, not expect it to go so far, but there was so many talented trainers, it could have been anyone's game. Patoman had such a strong thing from the beginning. He dropped to the losers bracket very early on in the tournament, but he still made it to that top 5 positioning.
I'm excited to see how European players get on at the Latin America International Championship, and Tonton has now pretty much sealed his European International Championship travel award.
That's right, this is basically the last regional competition for Europe to be able to get those championship points, to be able to get that travel stipend for the European one. We have Colin Six, San Hudigo, Palasha, and also Pablo Dinas, who would be able to qualify for the Latin American one. Coming up, that's the next event that we're going to be able to see. Very, very excited for that. But coming back to Gdansk, Tonton, he gained all these championship points. He's at the top of the board, but he also has that little golden ticket next to his name. He's automatically qualified for Worlds. It doesn't matter how many championship points he has now.
I think every player this season would love to have a golden ticket by their names, and we are slowly building up the roster of World Championship qualified players next year in Anaheim, California.
I know last season it seemed like a season of repeats a bit, quite, because we had Dunebug 97, Lyle Jeffs in the US, both winning multiple tournaments. We had Colin Six winning multiple tournaments in Europe. This season so far, it's been very unique. Though there's been a lot of contenders, a lot of people who are making top cut time and time again, each time the victory has gone to someone new.
It's very interesting that we do have so many high quality players that are adapting so quickly to these meta changes. And next week, remember, we have the Mankey Community Day. Primeape and Annihilate will receive Rage Fist charge attacks as a ghost type. It's going to be very cheap. It's going to guarantee an attack boost, and I think it's going to guarantee a little shift in the meta once more.
I mean, you talked about how your love for Pangoro. I think a lot of trainers who opted to play it recognize, this might actually be the last opportunity to play this Pokemon now that the Annihilate is coming back into the meta even better than before. Now that Primeape is going to be introduced as a new fighting type Pokemon that we haven't seen much play with. I know Enhoff did really well with it in one of the seasons, but that was the only time we ever saw a Primeape really in play.
Yeah, now Primeape does have access to the spammy charge attack Cross Chop, but honestly...
Cross Chop. That's how spammy it is.
It is so spammy. Even Amanda, she knows, right? And I think the play is to drop that now, right? Okay. Amanda, I want your impression of the fighting type attack I think it will be running, and that is close combat.
Oh boy, we've seen so much close combat this weekend. We saw Swilus basically knock out full health Pokemon with it, but Tonton put up his own fight against it and said, nope, not against me, Pangoro. This is where you stop. Look at all of our champions here in Europe. We had Kazim, 33, coming in, had never had a top cut performance, never had a day 2, and able to take it all the way to get the gold. Boom 20, his very first tournament he ever entered, going sweeping, Boom 2-0ing basically all of his opponents. And now Tonton Patus, someone well known, well respected within our community, but now this is his first time ever getting a title.
I think many of the players that have played in Grassroots, we all know how high quality each of those 3 trainers are. It's almost surprising that none of them had won a gold medal prior to this season. They are all so deserving, and I'm excited to see what other places we get on that chart during this season.
We have one more event kind of within this max out meta, the event in Stuttgart, but like you said, there'll be an introduction of Annihilate and probably Primeape as well. We're going to see a little bit of a shift, most likely at the Latin America International Championships. I think a lot of trainers will want to take note of that tournament, take note of the Pokemon that are being used to see if those are going to be vital ones that could be used in Stuttgart.
And there is another Pokemon that might be available for Stuttgart as well, and that is Morpeko. I know some of you have been practicing and losing to it in Go Battle League. I certainly have. Amanda definitely has.
I definitely have.
Morpeko is so powerful, so keep practicing, and when it is available for the Play Pokemon circuit, I think it will strike lightning.
And Morpeko users, if you're up against me, can you just stop? Can you just stop being up against me?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of players saying, can you just stop? We saw it actually there, right? Scaffo going, Zwilus, you're bullying me at this point. And then Zwilus there just like,
what do I do against Tonton? Because the teams were just so different that it's almost impossible to team build when you have so much spice to deal with.
Not only that, if we're talking about stopping, there was that moment in the winners finals when both Z's Wireless and Tonton just stopped tapping their phones because neither one of them wanted to knock out the other Pokemon.
There are so many high-level plays going on at so many points during this event that I think there's almost like a ton that you can learn just from watching players like these.
And I hope that you guys tuned in yesterday for that Go Battle League. I know that I was watching a little bit. It's always fun to see different team compositions that people are trying out. Tonton earlier said as well that he liked to do Poison Double Dark. He tried that in the Go Battle League, recognized the strength of a Pokemon, and wanted to bring it into the Show 6 Pick 3 format. That's one way that you can get better with your Pokemon, recognizing how much damage it can take, recognizing how long it takes to get to an attack if you're facing off against specific Pokemon.
And let's remember, Go Battle Weekend is now. You can play so much more and get so many more rewards during this weekend.
Oh, that glorious Stardust. Glorious Stardust.
Be like Stardust. Go Battle League Weekend gives you up to 100 battles per day and 4 times Stardust from the end of set rewards. So it's well worth it.
That is not only the stars that we're going to be seeing, we're also going to be seeing the stars of Gdańsk as they take the stage, as we're going to go over to our winners ceremony.
Yeah, see you soon.
Welcome, welcome, trainers. What a wonderful weekend it's been after 2 days of grueling competition in this double elimination format. It's finally time to crown our winners. A trainer that did a great performance bringing a Pokemon like Dragapult into the meta in an attempt to shake it. In 4th place, we have Uden! Uden, everybody wants to know, is the question that's on everybody's mind. Why did you pick that Dragapult?
Because I need a special pick. Sableye didn't work, so I had another decision, and yeah, I picked Dragapult.
What's next?
Stuttgart for sure. So we will see maybe Dragapult again.
All right. Looking forward to it. Congratulations again, Uden. Our next trainer is somebody who's shown that Feraligatr has its place in the meta. Not only did he show us this, he's finally completed his quest to be in the top 3 of a regional. We have in 3rd place, Scafo 99! So, Scafo, you have a lot of friends here, right? Did it help to get over your blues of always coming a little short in a regional?
So, like, of course, having friends here is like something that everyone's want, and there are a ton of Italian players actually this weekend. I appreciate a lot of the support that I got from Dan and also from the people at home. So I'm really happy about it.
Thank you so much. Give it up once again for Scafo 99. One of the key things in life, no matter what you do, is being consistent. And our next trainer is truly the embodiment of consistency. He's done 8 consecutive Day 2 finishes. And in 2nd place, we have the Spice Master, Z Zweilers. So, I have a question for you. One of the things that you do really well is understand the meta and how to build against it. What is your thinking process that goes into this?
So, essentially, I want people to feel unsafe against me. And I look at what is popular, what is on the rise, and then I pick Pokemon that make it impossible for my opponents to form cores that really cover each other well. So they always have to take a risk, and typically that pays off for me.
That makes perfect sense. Congratulations once again, Zweilers. Hope to see you in more regionals to come.
Thank you so much.
last but not the least is a trainer who's not afraid to bring Pokemon that core break lines, core break meta-defined Pokemons. It's a trainer who's done successful in multiple regionals before, and we have in first place our Gdansk Regional Champion, Tonton Bateuse! Congratulations, Tonton. This is your first regional win in so long. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really great. I'm really happy about this this win because I was aiming to get this win for once with my IC title.
No, I understand that you're nervous. I know that you're happy. This is a great feeling to be. What is, again, the same question as I asked Zizi, what is your thinking process? Because you bring the spiciest of Pokemon and you make trainers have a really hard time.
I'm trying things in GBL and I saw that they work somehow, and I'll just bring them in Justice to see if they will also work. And also because I want to avoid mirror teams. So, and my opponents don't really know the matchups of spicy picks, but I know them, so this is a little advantage over them.
Right. Before you go, as the Gdansk Regional Champion, do you have any last words for your friends, for your family, and for everybody who's watching?
So I want to thank all of our friends who are watching this live stream. Also my family, I don't know if they watch this, but I'll thank them anyway. And also my teammates from LGR, X Infinity All-Stars.
Before we leave, we still have a small talk coming, but in the end, we will go take a look at what happened in day 2. And last but not the least, give it up for the Gdansk Regional Champion one more time, Tonton Bateuse!
My goodness, last year Tonton Bateuse lost in the grand finals in Gdansk versus his dear friend Patoman, who this time top-cutted again. But Tonton Bateuse managed to overcome the Zweilaus in the grand finals. Guys, what was this event? How are you feeling about this, Amanda?
I mean, like, Tonton wanted to Gdansk with someone, and he felt the heat with that Talonflame. That is for sure. Those games were absolutely phenomenal. He had 4 Pokemon. Zweilaus even pointed them out. I'm not really good against these ones, and Tonton took note and said, all right, I'll bring him to the games.
Yeah, I think Tonton showed us how to play the Talonflame multiple times. Even if it was in a bad lead, he just decided to immediately swap in and get the energy on Talonflame and close out games. If you're watching, that's exactly how you play a Talonflame.
So much spice. You need to find whichever Pokemon you enjoy using, and honestly, you could go a long way. Odin with that Dragapult, making it into a medal position, sensational.
Yep, I think that Dragapult is maybe going to come back in Stuttgart from many more trainers, but first off, let's check out the final standings of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Gdansk. This is the top 8. Tauntaun, Batuz, Smilos, Scuffle, Odin are top 4.
So many Azumarill and Ariados, Pataman, Welton, Dane and Nezabethan all there as well, getting their top 8 position. So many championship points available for these players.
All these trainers, I mean, really leaning into the meta and also bringing the anti-meta. Like, one of the reasons we saw Tauntaun Batuz shine so much is because he bought anti-meta Pokemon and he piloted it to perfection.
Yeah, one thing that I absolutely loved is that he brought that Alolan Raticate and it was like, oh, is Azumarill the top used Pokemon? Oh, is Ariados the one that used right behind it? That's okay. I'll just still win with a Pokemon that doesn't fare well into either.
And do we remember the Golisopod as well from Pataman? Like, let's not let that go forgotten, because some of those games were pretty incredible.
You know what beats Golisopod and Azumarill and Raticate and the Ariados? It's Charjabug, and that was a Pokemon that Tauntaun Batuz brought. It was so good. It came in so clutch. So he is one Pokemon Go Regional Champion. We have had some before. We have many more to come this time. Let's take a look at our champions so far.
Yep, in EU, our first regional champion in Dortmund was Kazim, followed in Lille by that great run by Boom20. And last but not the least is our current regional champion in Gdansk, Tauntaun Batuz.
You know what I absolutely love about that is that none of these trainers had ever won a regional or special event before. So we have completely new leaders who are qualified for the world competition in Anaheim, and I absolutely cannot wait to see how they will do.
So not one of these players has won a gold medal before. That means the next regional event, it could be yours. It does not matter what your level is. These players are coming out of nowhere with incredible Pokemon, incredible plays, and taking all of these incredible prizes.
Yep, we have had so many debut tournament champions as well already. Colin and Boom just came in out of nowhere, have never played a regional before, and then made it happen. Both in Lille, actually. That's a very fun fact. But if you're thinking, where can I participate in those tournaments? The next one is going to be the LAIC in Sao Paulo.
After that, we have the last one in that max out meta in Stuttgart. And then Birmingham is going to take us into the new season, new 2025. Then we have the European International Championships in London, where a lot of the trainers here in Gdansk actually got a lot of championship points to try to qualify for that position.
Shortly after that, you've got Stockholm and then a series of special events in Seville, Utrecht and Bologna before the North America International Championships in New Orleans, all leading up to the big one.
The World Championship in Anaheim. This is what it's all about. This is why you have to come in and compete in these regionals to punch your ticket to the World Championship.
Everyone wants to go there. Everyone wants to compete there. But if you're not only about competing, but you love Pokemon in general, you might also still want to tune in within the week on Twitch, because we have a nice program there. There's going to be the Pokemon Center Holiday Unboxing with Pokemon Cast live on Monday. Then on Tuesday, we're going to have a bit of anime Pokemon Black and White.
Not long after that, it's the Europe International Championships VG rerun on Wednesday. And then, Leo and my favorite event, it's the Thursday Feast with Pokemon.
And the last but not the least is going to be the 2025, the big event, the Latin America International Championship preview show.
Yeah, the preview show is where a lot of different casters kind of talk about what they predict. There's a lot of hot takes, I know, that go on during that. Do you guys have any hot takes about what happened here in Gdansk?
Well, I don't know. I feel like all of these players that are going to be competing at LAIC will be looking at the meta. They'll be looking at that top 8 usage, the top 12 Pokemon, the top 8 players and the teams, and they'll be going, I have no idea what to bring for LAIC.
Well, maybe try Alolan Raticate, because apparently it is such a strong Pokemon into this meta. You said LAIC is the next event. What comes next in Europe? If you don't want to go to Latin America, you can come to Stuttgart at the end of November. The end of this month is going to be the next regional for Europe. Who is the last Stuttgart regional champion?
The last Stuttgart regional champion, Colin 6, using a team that I built for him, just saying. But Stuttgart this year will be incredible. We cannot wait to see you there, and we cannot wait to crown our 4th European regional champion of this 2025 season.
And if you're contemplating to go to LAIC and you don't know yet, ooh, do I go, do I not? We have a short little teaser video for you to get you in the mood for LAIC.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Arjep, a smile on his face, Prince.
Fabio Musicat, Robbie, Marco Hafata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
Over the course of the weekend, we have talked a lot about the trainers that are going to go to LAIC from Europe. But what about the casters, Amanda?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely a fun fact. Thank you for bringing that up, Leo, because myself and Tomahawk UK are both going to be in Brazil. We're going to be casting the Latin America International Championships, and we're so excited to see not only the Europeans that are going to be there, but also what Latin America can show, what they can prove.
And I'm going to need to get a new suit because this is a big event, and these players will need to prepare for it. Now, although Stuttgart is the next regional event, there is actually a special event next week in Buenos Aires. It's capped at only 64 players, but it might give some players an insight into what to use at Latin America International Championship.
Yep, and there is going to be one trainer who is going to qualify directly to the World Championships. So, if you want to qualify for the World Championships, of course, you can play cups, you can play challenges, but I would say the easiest, the most direct way is to qualify by winning a regional championship.
Easiest way, just simply win.
Exactly. Is that not easy, Tomahawk?
I am really trying.
He has tried. It will happen. It will happen. Don't worry. But if you are from NA and you want to qualify for the World Championship, the next regional is going to be your best chance. And that is going to be 1 week before Stuttgart. It is going to be the 23rd and 24th of November.
Yeah, we had Zero Elite. He was the one who was able to take it. We called him the California King because he was able to take 2 events in California. We'll have to see if a new champion, just like in EU, how there's been new champions each season. Maybe this is NA's time to shine. We'll have to tune into that broadcast and make sure to find out.
Speaking of tuning into broadcast, it was a phenomenal event with you guys, with the trainers, of course, with you guys at home. If you want to stay updated about Pokemon content, please follow the social media channels. Go to pokemon.com/broadcast. Catch all the action live when it is happening. Guys, this weekend was absolutely brilliant. Any last words from you?
I am just so excited to see what the adaptations that you make now are. I have no idea. If I were team building, I'm just excited because I'm like, do you know what? Anything goes.
It's the same for me, right? I always have this opinion that different regions approach the game differently. It's not always the same meta and the same Pokemon that come to the forefront. I'm very interested to see what Latin America have in store for us.
I mean, I just want to give a huge congratulations to Tonton Batuz, also to Aziz Wireless being able to make it into the finals there. These were incredible battles by all of the trainers that came to Gdańsk. I hope you guys had a good time because I really positively did.
Definitely agree. I just can't wait to go home and prepare for a local cup and a challenge and think to myself, where's my Dragapult answer? I need it so badly. So guys, stay playing Pokemon Go, enjoy your time, and we're going to be signing out. See you at LAIC.